true. Falling into a sleeping death loop. Ah. How we doing? How's life today, guys? In the big D. One sec. Let me get my hot chalky to start the day. What the fuck is this? Oh, lame. Okay. What are we doing tonight? It's literally my title. Can you do a segment on reading the initial text that came out of the ICJ regarding Israel? Maybe. Hello. How's life? I already asked that. I don't care. How many emails did I not do? Let's see. Okay. Like 15. Not bad. Omar Badar might be coming on soon if he responds to my DM. Yeah. Was that dude in the tweet? One of the guys that responded to me, yeah. Yep. How much more Yemen, bud? This is the last. This will be the last one, I think. This article. And then we're done. Ah. Do 50 state GeoGuessr? I guess you can't. Or I bet you can't. Bro. Not only could I do this, at one point in time I could do this in quicker than Lily Pichu. I'm the state master. Oh, wait. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh, oh. Which one? This one is... This one? This... Oh, shit. Oh, this is the fake state. All right, never mind. Okay. Oh, oh. Okay. Yep. Which one is this? Oh, my brain just wiped itself. Oh, no. Why did I click that? Obviously, Nevada is the border state. It's all ogre boys. Fuck. Don't let the Gripers clip me. Recently got on piano. Could you give me some pieces as inspiration to learn? Yeah, go learn that one rock botted off piece where it goes bum 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 boom bum boom bum boom bum bum bum. Cause that's a sick ass piece. What? What? This guy wants to schedule something next Tuesday. What are you doing? What are you doing with your time? Just come on now. This Tuesday or next Tuesday? I don't know. Which Tuesday would it be? Wouldn't this Tuesday be in the past? What's this new Sabina fucking climate change bullshit that all the kiddos are talking about? desk. I don't know about this shit here. Hold on.
YouTube.
All right, what do we got? What do we? Are we feeling like a 50 or a 60 today, guys? What are we thinking? Yeah, I'm thinking a 60 today. Yeah, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Taking our pills at 1:20 p.m. The recipe for success. How do I have so many things? Phones. Okay. Hold on. The notes you take, are they available to see/download? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're on that hosted on that website, right? Huh. Thoughts on edging? Edging is to 2022. We're gooning now.
YouTube has removed the dislike counter, but the numbers are still available. YouTube has removed the dislike counter, but the numbers are still available backstage. And I can tell you that my most disliked videos, by far, are those on climate change. Doesn't matter if it's good news or bad news, some people, it seems, reflexively dislike anything about the topic, every time. And to be honest, I can kind of understand that. It's a little tiresome, isn't it? Climate change, extreme weather, heat records, blah, blah, blah. We've heard this for so long, and look, we're still here. Stop talking about it already. I get it, and I'd rather just talk about some fun new physics stuff. But I feel like I need to tell you about this, because the lives of hundreds of millions of people depend on it. Climate scientists are having an argument about a number. One single number called the climate sensitivity. I don't like what I've read. It really worries me, and I think you should know. I know you expect me to be funny haha, not funny peculiar, but I'm afraid this video will be more on the peculiar side. Why does Sabine worry about climate change, and why now? That's what we'll talk about today. This video comes with a quiz that lets you check how much you remember. 2023 was the hottest year on record since the beginning of records in the mid-19th century. Not just the average temperature increased to never-before-seen levels, in many places heat waves were also longer and hotter than ever before. In February, Antarctic sea ice reached an absolute record low since the beginning of satellite measurements in 1979, and global ocean temperatures reached a new record too. I don't know about you, but to me that sounds pretty bad. Now, it's possible that 2023 was somewhat of an outlier and average temperatures will somewhat decrease in the next few years. There are several reasons for this. First, there's just regression to the mean. But second, there's also that in 2023 we switched from a La Niña to an El Niño phase. The La Niña-El Niño phases are quasi-periodic global climate patterns. These phases switch somewhat irregularly, but roughly every 2 to 3 years, and the El Niño phase that we just switched to is typically somewhat warmer. So next year might break more records because it will still be El Niño, but in 2 to 3 years we might see a slight cooling. And third, some researchers have speculated that part of this year's warming might have to do with the decrease in pollution over the oceans caused by new regulations of ship exhausts. It's somewhat unclear how large this effect is, but we do know that air pollution does indeed have a cooling effect, so maybe that's part of the reason. Be that as it may, I worry that even if 2024 is not a new record breaker, the overall trend in the next few years will be steeply up and the situation is going to deteriorate rapidly. The reason is to do with a quantity called climate sensitivity. Climate sensitivity, contrary to what you might think, is not what makes people hit dislike on climate change videos. It's a property of climate models. It's the temperature change that one finds in a model when one doubles atmospheric carbon dioxide over the levels of pre-industrial times and then waits for the system to come into equilibrium. In the literature, it's called the equilibrium climate sensitivity, ECS for short. This equilibrium climate sensitivity isn't something we directly observe because no matter how much they dig in Saudi Arabia, in reality carbon dioxide levels don't suddenly jump by a factor 2. However, it's a useful quantity to gauge how strongly a model will react to changes in carbon dioxide. And this climate sensitivity is the key quantity that determines the predictions for how fast temperatures are going to rise if we continue increasing carbon dioxide levels. Up to 2019 or so, the climate sensitivity of the world's most sophisticated climate models was roughly between 2 and 4.5 degrees Celsius. These big climate models are collected in a set that's called the Coupled Model Intercomparison Project, CMIP for short. That's about 50 to 60 models and is what the IPCC reports are based on. So until a few years ago, we had a climate sensitivity of 2 to 4.5 degrees or so, and that's what we came to work with. That's what all our plans rely on, if you can even call them plans. You've probably all seen this range in the IPCC projections for the temperature increase in different emission scenarios. It's this shaded region around the mean value. Loosely speaking, the lowest end is the lowest climate sensitivity, the highest end is the highest climate sensitivity. Then this happened. In the 2019 model assessment, 10 out of...
People are shitting on this guy for colonialism. Wait, what? Hold on.
Here's how much it costs to live in Bali as an American who's been here for about 2 years. And just for reference...
Wait, do I know where Bali is? Is that a country or is that a city or is that a Bali? What do I feel like I don't know where this is on a map? I feel like we didn't learn this. Oh, in Indonesia. Oh, that's why. Okay.
$100 is equal to 1.5 million Indonesian rupiah, so your money goes a long way. First up, we have rent, and for the past few months, I've spent about 5 million Indonesian rupiah, so your money goes a long way. First up, we have rent, and for the past few months, I've spent about $500 a month, and that includes everything from utilities, housekeeping, maid service, all that shit, so you have nothing else to worry about. Next up, we have food, and while I am on a very strict diet, I still eat out for every single meal, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and still some way I've only managed to spend $450 this month, and I eat out a lot. Next up, we have transportation, and recently I did purchase my own bike, but when I was renting one, it would cost me about $90 a month, and then I would spend maybe an extra, I'd say $40 to $50 a month whenever I needed to go long distances, and I just decided to hire a driver. Next up, we have what I like to call my fun shit category, and this is activities like kayaking, going on yachts and shit like that, going to pottery classes, riding ATVs, beach clubs, all that shit. And I'll spend about $200 because stuff in Bali is pretty cheap and there's a lot of free shit to do. And finally, we have my miscellaneous expenses like my training at the gym, going to get dentist appointments, doctor's appointments, any work that I have to do like recording and shit like that, visa runs, flights and all that good shit. And for this, I'd say I spend on average about $300 every single month. So over the past few months, I've averaged spending about $1,600 every single month living in Bali. So if you're planning on coming here, this is pretty much what you can expect.
What was the total cost?
Spending about $1,600 every single month living in visa, but the process is actually a lot easier.
Most countries we get exploited. We? What do you think she's from? Holistic Nutrition and Plant Coach. Click the link below to access my nutrition blog website. Virgo. Aboriginal. Is Aboriginal only... Do people in Australia use that, or do other people use that besides Aboriginals? Hotep Queen. I don't know what the Hotep shit is. All I associate with is stupid black people. What is that like? Is that like that black? Is that black nationalist shit, or what is that? I don't remember. Hotep. Oh, black Israelites. Okay, same, close enough. Those are the people who are like, we're the real Jews, right?
55 of the models had a climate sensitivity higher than 5 degrees Celsius. That was well outside the range that was previously considered likely. If this number was correct, it would basically mean that the situation on our planet would go to hell.
You're leaning towards Iran or immigration for deep research? It might be, probably it was going to be the immigration. We probably should start doing some domestic stuff, I think. But I don't know, we'll see. I might just start like reading more off stream too, because I can get through it a lot quicker. But I don't know, we'll see.
Twice as fast as we expected. Okay, you might say, but that was 5 years ago, so why haven't we ever heard of this? What's happened is that climate scientists decided there must be something wrong with those models which gave the higher climate sensitivity. They thought the new predictions should agree with the old ones. In the literature, they dubbed it the hot models problem, and climate scientists argued that these hot models are unrealistic because such a high climate sensitivity isn't compatible with historical data. This historical data covers many different periods and reaches back to a few million years ago, back then when we still used dial-up modems. It's called the paleoclimate data. Of course, we don't have temperature readings from back then, but there's lots of indirect climate data in old samples, from rocks, ice, fossils, and so on. In 2020, a massive study compiled all this paleoclimate data and found that it fits with a climate sensitivity between 2.6 and 3.9 degrees Celsius. And this means implicitly that the hot models, the ones with the high climate sensitivity, are not compatible with this historical data. As a consequence, the new IPCC reports now weigh the relevance of climate models by how well the models fit the historical data. So the models with the high climate sensitivity contribute less to the uncertainty, which is why it has barely changed. And that sounded reasonable to me at first. Because if a model doesn't match with past records, there's something wrong with it. Makes sense. Then I learned the following. The major difference between these hot models and the rest of the pack is how they describe the physical processes that are going on in clouds. A particular headache with clouds is the supercooled phase of water. That's when water is below the freezing point but remains liquid. The issue is that the reflectivity of the clouds depends on whether it's liquid or not, and that supercooling makes the question just exactly what influence the clouds have very complicated. But how much data do we have about how clouds behaved a million years ago? As you certainly know, the dinosaurs forgot to back up their satellite images, so unfortunately all that million-year-old cloud data got lost and we don't have any. To use the argument from historical data, therefore, climate scientists must assume that a model that is good for clouds in the current climate was also good for clouds back then, under possibly very different circumstances, without any direct data to check. That seems to me a very big if, given that getting the clouds right is exactly the problem with those models. Wouldn't it be much better to check how well those models work with clouds for which we do have observations? Like, the ones that we see in the sky. In principle, yes. In practice, it's difficult. That's because most climate models aren't any good as weather models. While the physics is the same, they're designed to run on completely different timescales. You make a weather forecast 2 weeks at most, but climate models, you want them to run 100 years into the future. There's one exception to this. There's one of the hot climate models that can also be used as a weather model with only slight adaptations. It's the one from the UK Met Office. So a small group from the UK Met Office went and used this hot model to make a 6-hour weather forecast. They compared the forecast from the hot model with the forecast from an older version of the same model that didn't have the changes in the cloud physics and was somewhat colder. They found that the newer model, the hotter one, gave the better forecast. And just so we're on the same page, when I say the forecast was better, I don't mean it was all sunny. I mean it agreed better with what actually happened. And that model with the better predictions had a climate sensitivity of more than 5 degrees Celsius. I know this all sounds rather academic, so let me try to put this into context. The climate sensitivity determines how fast some regions of our planet will become uninhabitable if we continue pumping carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. The regions to be affected first and most severely are those around the equator in Central Africa, India, and South America. That's some of the most densely populated regions of the world. The lives of the people who live there depend on that scientists get this number right. So we need this number to get a realistic idea of how fast we need to act. That the climate sensitivity might be considerably higher than most current policies assume is a big problem. Why wasn't this front page news? Well, quite possibly because no one read the paper. I didn't either. As of date, it's been cited a total of 13 times. I only know about this because my friend and colleague Tim Palmer wrote a comment for Nature magazine in which he drew attention to this result. He also asked other researchers to try and do similar tests with other models to see how well they perform with the short-term weather forecast. Unfortunately, no one listened to him. That includes me, because I have better things to do than read all of Tim's comments. Sorry, Tim. And in all honesty, I had pretty much forgotten about this. But then late last year...
Why are conservatives so against climate change theories? Probably, I think because they come from liberals or leftists. I actually don't know. Never mind. I was going to try to guess on that. I don't. It's just part of the political buy-in for being a conservative, I guess. Way back in the days of Rush Limbaugh, Rush used to say all the time that liberals said that climate change was real just so they could control your life, because that's all Democrats want. So,
a new paper with Jim Hansen as lead author appeared, which reminded me of this. The new Hansen et al. Paper is a reanalysis of the historical climate data. In a nutshell, they claim that the historical data is compatible with the climate sensitivity of 4.8 plus minus 1.2 degrees Celsius. That agrees with the hot models. And if it was right, it'd invalidate the reason that climate scientists had to dismiss the models with the higher climate sensitivity. I don't want to withhold from you that some climate scientists have criticized the new Hansen et al. Paper. They have called it a worst-case scenario that is quite subjective and not justified by observations, model studies, or literature. Though it isn't irrelevant to note that the person who said this is one of the authors of the previous paper that claimed the climate sensitivity from historical data is lower. I don't know who's right or wrong. But for me, the bottom line is that the possibility of a high climate sensitivity above 5 degrees Celsius can't be easily dismissed, especially not seeing how fast average temperatures have been rising in recent years. And that's really bad news, because if the climate sensitivity is indeed that high, then we have maybe 20 years or so until our economies collapse.
is this happening? I don't know. The guy was tweeting at me and everything. It felt like he wanted to, I thought we were talking today, but now I messaged him back, the Omar guy. And, oh wait, shit. Oh man, hold on. I told him that, because he wanted to schedule something for like next Tuesday. I'm like, what, bro? Have Eli set it up? No, bro. If you want to chat, we can just like hop on a chat. I don't want to fucking schedule this out like 5 days into the future. Fuck this.
And what's the point of being successful?
You think depopulation is inevitable? I don't know. Disregarding this information because it hasn't happened before is like the Fukushima tsunami walls, no being built a little higher because that kind of disaster happened before. Just because something hasn't occurred, it doesn't mean it can't or won't. Okay. Someone in the future research the sectarian violence in Northern Ireland. Fuck Ireland.
Successful on YouTube if my pension savings will evaporate before I even retire. Yeah, that's a tad bit depressing, but if you want to hear an uplifting story about environmental protection, stay around until the end because I want to tell you about my friends at Planet Wild. This isn't in the script, but it just blows my mind how mind-fuckingly stupid it is that the lives of all people on this planet depend on an obscure discussion about the properties of super-cooled water droplets in a type of cloud whose name I can't even remember. And that returns me to the people who reflexively dislike any video on climate change because they really, really don't want to hear about it. I believe that most of them aren't actually climate change deniers. I think they just can't see how it's going to affect them. What's the big deal with a few degrees temperature increase? We'll just turn up the air conditioning, right? I think it won't be that easy. Which is why I now want to spend a few minutes telling you what I think will happen in the next 20 years or so. The next minutes of this video will be quite depressing. And if you're struggling with anxiety, I sincerely think it'd be better if you stopped watching here. Did I just tell people to not watch my videos? I'm not doing this YouTube thing right, am I? If you're still with me, here we go. Earth has 5 different
I love boomers doing content. I think it's cute.
climate zones, and each has its own typical type of vegetation. If climatic conditions change rapidly, a lot of plants will not grow properly or die because it's too hot or too dry or too wet or all of the above. Yes, plants like carbon dioxide, but that isn't going to make up for the much bigger problem of the rapidly shifting climate zones. And yes, we can try to genetically engineer plants that are better adapted to the new circumstances, but that's going to take time. And time is exactly what we don't have if the climate sensitivity is really as high as the hot models say. People in the developed world somehow cope with the hotter conditions by fertilizing and irrigating the hell out of any agricultural areas they have. But in many countries around the equator, crop yield will substantially drop. This will most affect countries that are already prone to famine, and at the same time, some of the poorest countries in the world will be hit very hard by heat waves and drought. I don't think that a human right for air conditioning that some people argued for in a Scientific American article is going to make much of a difference. Okay, so we have famine and drought and heat waves, but it's just, where poor people live. It isn't really our problem, right? Well, that's not the end of the story, because those poor people who don't conveniently die right away will draw consequences. They'll leave. We're talking about some 100 millions of people who have nothing left to lose, suddenly beginning to migrate. Where will they go? Most of them will go north. Why? Just because there's more land north of the equator than south. That's going to cause a lot of tensions at the southern borders of Europe, Russia and Mexico, for just to mention a few. Someone somewhere will make a lot of money by selling weapons. Drones will be deployed. Some of them will shoot.
Do you have any interest in doing panelists with physicists like Sabine and Brian Keating? Not sure what you'd ask them, but an opportunity to learn and teach honest. Maybe. I just have to, as long as I just have to read and do research beforehand, just so dumb shit isn't happening. But yeah.
Innocent people will die. But wait, that's not it. Because death and migration make a great breeding ground for new viruses, bacteria and fungi, so chances are we're going to get a new pandemic along with it. So we have widespread crop failure, high numbers of people dead, mass migration, political tensions and possibly war, likely public health disasters. Meanwhile, people in the developed world are scrambling to adapt, moving inland as seawater levels continue to rise, trying to install air conditioning wherever they can, and are giving up pretending to cut back carbon dioxide emissions, which is going to speed up the further proceedings. The result will be an enormous economic downturn. The practical consequences for you and I will be that everyday products will become more and more expensive until most of us simply can't afford them anymore. And then they'll disappear. Need a new phone? That'll be $50,000. Internet connection at home? $8,000 a month. Want a new microwave? Sorry, we're all out of stock. Need someone to fix your roof? We're short on staff. They're still cleaning up the mess from the recent flood. In simple terms, the problem is that there's only so much work one person can do in one day. And if we're busy trying to survive, everything else will go on pause. People who are busy building air conditioning units are people who are not pushing the cutting edge of nanotechnology. I don't think we'll go extinct. There's just too many of us, and I don't think civilization will entirely collapse because much of the infrastructure we already have is going to last until the worst is over. But it's going to be a phase of regress rather than the progress that we've become used to. It's going to be really unpleasant, will quite possibly reduce the world population by a few billion, and it's not a world that I want to live in. And no, AI isn't going to solve the problem because the problem isn't that we're missing a technological solution. The problem is that we can't agree to implement the solutions that we have. You probably expect me to end on some recommendations. I don't think it matters much what I recommend, but I also don't want you to go away complaining.
We're in the video with insane speculations. Nobody can fix your roof. They're dealing with a flood. This is a dumb part of her argument. She doesn't understand supply and demand. Okay, real quick. So what she's referring to is something called the broken windows fallacy. And she's 100% correct, assuming that things happen, okay? So I don't know what the origin of this is. I think two fucking nerdy economists were arguing, and some guy was like, bro, if I go and I break a window in a neighborhood, it's actually really good for the economy because look, now that I've broken the window seller gets to sell a window, the window repairman gets to repair the window. Like there's economic activity that's flourishing now. The more shit we break, the more economic activity we actually cause to happen, okay? But there's an idea called the broken windows fallacy that says that money that's being allocated to repairing or fixing like broken or fucked up shit isn't actually growing the economy. Even if these things might show up in like gross domestic product or they might show up as economic activity or some people might feel good about them, it's not actually doing anything good. So yeah, there's only so many people on the planet. You can only do so many things, and if people are allocated towards one thing, they theoretically can't be allocated towards another. You should know this if you watched the documentary about that huge plague that swept the planet before we had to go and find another planet to live on through the black hole that the fifth dimensional humans set up. Remember in Interstellar, they didn't have time to make rocket people because they were too busy making farmers, okay?
Meaning that I haven't thought about it. So here's my wish list. Put a price on carbon dioxide emissions now. Continue to expand renewables. Build nuclear, build nuclear, build nuclear. Stop bitching about carbon dioxide removal. There's no way around it. And for heaven's sake, stop gluing yourself to things. Now, I'm not asking you to like this video. I don't really like it myself. But then, let me tell you about something that I do like. That's my friends at Planet Wild, who are saving this planet one step at a time. Planet Wild is a community-based environmental protection organization. They're funding the restoration of ecosystems to preserve our nature and wildlife. I've been part of their community since earlier this year, and I've been really impressed by their work. They select a new partner every month, and they document their missions with video reports that you can find right here on YouTube. This way, you get to immediately see the impact of your contribution. For example, they've repopulated a forest in Germany with the Eurasian lynx, and in their latest mission they've gone to Cape Verde to protect sea turtles from poachers with the help of dogs. It's such a lovely hands-on approach, and it really makes a difference. All of this is made possible by a community that funds these projects, a community of nature enthusiasts like you and I. One person doesn't have a lot of impact on the environment, but bundling resources of a community
Gross. Discord.
can achieve a lot. What I find so great about Planet Wild is that they don't leave me wondering where my money goes. You can become a nature supporter for as little as $6 a month. That doesn't even buy you a sandwich at Heathrow. And don't worry that you'll get stuck with them. You can cancel your membership every month. I support Planet Wild because I can see it has a direct impact on preserving nature and protecting our ecosystems. If you want to join a growing community that makes a real difference, go check out Planet Wild through the link in the description or by scanning the QR code and consider becoming a supporter. I'll cover the first month of your subscription if you're among the first 200 people signing up with the code Sabine. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
There you go. The union busting social spelling on Twitter. That one guy is not. That guy will never talk to me. You can tell. I can send you a Zoom link at 2:25. Okay, I think I'm talking to this guy. Omar Badar, progressive political analyst, U.S./Middle East, Palestine/Israel. Wow. Why Zoom? I don't know why, because he doesn't have Discord. He used to represent Trump. Okay, hold on. I'm almost done with my stuff. You guys are doing a great job.
I want to
Keep
get
it up.
perspective now from an attorney who formerly represented former President Donald Trump, Tim Parlatore. Tim, thanks for being here back on The Source. I mean, this is the second jury to find Trump's blame for defaming E. Jean Carroll. Do you believe he accepts this?
You know, I don't. I mean, obviously, by standing up and walking out in the middle of...
Wait. This fucking guy. This is the guy we watched on that podcast, right?
But I think he was kind of making his opinion known. But, you know, both of these trials, they came to results that he certainly doesn't like. I think that they probably are, you know, could have turned out differently, perhaps. But, no, I don't think he's going to accept it.
I mean, you represented him. How do you think he is reacting tonight to an $83.3 million verdict from a jury, not from a judge or Democrats or President Biden, whatever he said?
What was the forum? What state was this in?
This is from a jury.
It is, and the crazy thing that he's probably thinking about is they awarded $5 million, you know, for the actual alleged assault, or you know, when they found the assault, and then several magnitudes more for talking about it. You know, so I think that that's probably something that's probably going through his head right now is the kind of disparity between the first verdict and the second verdict. And, you know, when you listen to some of the things Alina Habba says about how they were stripped of the defenses, I mean, that's right, because of the first trial. You know, had they had a different verdict in the first trial, they might have had a different set of circumstances for the second trial. But once you've tried a case, you're stuck with that conclusion.
Wow.
She said outside court that she didn't regret representing Trump. But I mean, do you know both of them? Do you think it's the other way around, that he regrets having her having?
Wait, am I crazy, or does it feel like this girl's just like asking like the weirdest questions? Like, do you like? How do you think they feel? I feel like this is when people come onto my stream, when they hop in and just like, "Hey, how do you feel about this?" Or like, what? I'm sorry.
Represented him in this?
I'm glad you asked me that question.
You know, I don't know. I mean, certainly, you know, from my perspective, I would regret having her represent him. I mean, I do think that in both of these trials, he was essentially undefended. And I think that it could have turned out differently. I mean, in the second trial, unfortunately, because of the way the first trial went, I don't think anybody could have won the second trial. I think that, you know, once the issues were set up from the first trial, second trial was a loser from the beginning. The question is, how big of a loser?
Wow.
And this goes back to, you know, a jury is going to come up with a number, and you have to put on the best presentation to them to get them to come to a lower number. And so all of these, you know, things that she did throughout the process, I don't think helps at all.
Well, what about him?
And that's also a matter of, in the courtroom, the attorney is the one who should be telling the client, you know, how to act, what to be doing, and everything else. And, you know, one thing I always tell my clients is, in the courtroom, there's only 12 opinions that matter, and yours is not one of them. Everything we do has to be guided.
She looks smug. She's probably, not to sound mean, if I had to guess, her, you know, they say some women have like resting bitch face or whatever. She probably thinks or somebody probably told her that her resting face, or she thinks her resting face is like really mean, so she's trying to like have a smile, but then it just comes off looking a little sociopathic. That's my guess. But I don't know, maybe not, who knows.
By what are those people in that box going to see? What are they going to hear?
Even like Tucker Carlson, the reason why his like face looks the way that it does is probably because people are worried that their resting face looks like really aggressive or really mean.
What are they going to think? How is it going to affect their state of mind? And I don't know whether she properly prepared him and possibly he ignored it, or if she didn't. I don't know.
You know how he is with finances. I mean, do you think he ultimately ends up, he's going to appeal this, but do you think he ultimately ends up paying $83.3 million to E. Jean Carroll?
You know, I think that the appeal on this, if done correctly, is going to be one that attacks.
Wow,
the
Barathon
amount,
2, thanks for upgrading to 3.
Not the fact that there was a verdict, but rather, was the verdict excessive? And I think that that's where they're going to try and just knock down the number. And so I think that between that, you know, obviously he's going to have to post some kind of a bond. It's not going to be the full amount. But if they can, you know, put forth, you know, somewhat of a decent appeal on, you know, the amount of the number, and at the same time, if they do have appellate issues on the first case, that can also affect the second case. And, you know, quite frankly, if I were still there, I would be looking for a way to try and figure out, yeah, how do we work out a resolution on this, a settlement, to just put this to bed and move on.
Should he reconsider having Alina Habba or his current legal team, should he reconsider having them represent him in that appeal?
Oh, yes. I mean, definitely you shouldn't have the same lawyer that did the case do your appeal. Yeah, that's generally inadvisable because the attorney who tried the case is going to have a lot of personal biases on how they tried the case. And so you really want to have a fresh set of eyes in on it. You want to have somebody who is actually an appellate expert on it, which I do not believe Alina Habba is an appellate expert.
Tim Parlatore, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Tim Parlatore. Thank you so much. Talk soon. All right. We're doing it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Boom, boom, boom. Wait, what am I looking at? Okay, we need one more. Give me one more 10-minute video and we're good to go. What kind of music slash genre would you call this? Video game. Probably like chiptune or 8-bit. Like this.
Versus Anderson. Here's the
Oh wait, I can't. Hold on, because I'm doing other stuff. I can't watch something I need to pay attention to. Okay.
A disgrace to the great. Well, the judge is a disgrace to the greatest court in America.
Why do we care at all about what Giuliani has to say about literally anything anymore? What? Okay.
It's called the Mother Court, United States District Court for the Southern District of New York. It's had some of the greatest judges in American history. This judge is a pure disgrace. He's telling a lawyer what questions to ask. That's totally ridiculous. He won't let him defend himself. And how is it inconsistent? Let's say he was. First of all, he was found not guilty or not liable for rape. It was sexual assault, not rape. And second, you can be guilty of rape, and still a person can be a wacko.
Yeah.
That was a defamation. You're allowed to still defend yourself against defamation. Well, the judges.
Okay. Good job, Based. God, look at all these house clips. Wait, there was a video that released a few days ago. Wait, clip of Omar, guy we're debating.
I think there's a bigger question here as far as context is concerned, which is that the single biggest terrorist organization
Is ding 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 ding. Is it going to be the United States or Israel? Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. Biggest terrorist organization. I would say United States.
in all of Palestine and Israel is known as the Israeli government.
Fuck. Okay, he qualified it in the Palestinian territory is the Israeli government. Okay, my bad. Fuck.
And the military wing of this terrorist organization,
which is Orwellianly named the Israeli Defense Force. Ironic, given they're actually the Israeli Offense Force for terrorism.
which is Orwellianly named the Defense Forces of Israel, has engaged in massive war crimes for decade after decade against Palestinians, engaging in the mass killing of Palestinian civilians, in land theft, in denial of water. I mean, just the list of atrocities goes on and on and on. And if we want to just go by a timeline, a question might be, why did the terrorist government of Israel think it can impose decade after decade of
occupation and not expect an October 7th terrorist attack? Maybe?
Occupation and siege on Palestinians and deny them any prospect for a better future and not think that there's going to be a reaction of sorts.
True. Remember, only Palestinians can be provoked, okay? Not Israelis, only Palestinians.
So we have this a little bit backwards.
Because history starts on October 6th, guys.
We have this.
It went Israeli antagonism and then October 7th. That's it. That's the only history that's existed in the entirety of the...
arbitrary starting point of an attack by Hamas.
Which would be arbitrary. Why would we start on October 7th? Let's just go a few days earlier when we could see Israel was harassing the Palestinians. That's not arbitrary.
Had it been confined to military targets, could have been construed as an act of legitimate resistance, but because it also included attacks, horrendous attacks on Israeli civilians, obviously these kinds of acts are indefensible. But ultimately, we are talking about a situation in which Israel is initiating violence, in which Israeli terrorism dwarfs.
Honestly, if you say one more time Ukraine is the most corrupt country in the world, I'm going to fucking lose it. How about you at least try to be fact-based? Isn't that true? I'm pretty sure, at least in Europe, isn't Ukraine like one of the most corrupt countries? The corruption index. I mean, maybe there are like more, maybe there are probably, I guess there are other countries on other continents that are more fucked, but, or maybe this is actually reverse. Like maybe Denmark is the most corrupt country. World. Okay. It's not the most corrupt country in the world. There are African countries and island nations that are worse. Damn, this is December of 2022 as well. Pretty sure 2013 or 2014 wouldn't have been worse. Is there a way I could look up by year? Toronto's #1, actually true. Damn, what's going on in Somalia? Where's North Korea? They're right there. What are the least corrupt countries? It's always, the people that make these indexes are always white losers that live in the mountains of fucking Scandinavia. So the least corrupt countries are always like, oh my god, Denmark, Norway, and Finland topped it again. Always. Ah, there we go. Denmark, Finland, Norway. Ah, the usual suspects. You guys mentioned how to start an internet show. Oh shit! He texted me. Congrats on our thing. Thank you for reminding me. I gotta text my best friend back. Hold on. Oh fuck! It was on Thursday. Now I look like an asshole. If you ever want to argue over anything else, let me know. Smiley face. God, my heart started pounding in my chest last night. I had the scariest thought. I don't think it would happen. I mean, it's not impossible. I don't think it would happen, though. But, like, what if the Daily Wire came to me and they were like, we want you to be our token liberal. We'll give you, like, $2 million a year base plus whatever other extra bullshit we have you do. Oh, no. And then all the people would be right. I am a conservative. If you didn't have to compromise on your beliefs, that'd be an instant yes, no? I'd have to think a lot about, like, I don't know if I would want to, because I'd be tacitly promoting a platform that I super disagree with. There'd be like a lot that would go into that. I don't think I could do that. I don't know. I also have to think a lot about, like, one thing I was thinking about, I revisited this. I don't know if I ever talked about this on stream, but a lot of people got really mad at me when I said the Daily Wire was, like, center-right or whatever. In retrospect, when I look at a lot of that conversation, I think I understand why people got really ass-mad about that take, and it's because I centered a lot of the Daily Wire on Ben Shapiro. I'm pretty sure Ben Shapiro is, like, the far-left representative on that platform, though. Because when you actually look at all the different people and how they talk, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, Candace Owens, Ben Shapiro is probably the furthest left person on the Daily Wire. Like, maybe Brett Cooper might be around there, but yeah, Jesus. Okay, I need to have, like, okay, Saturday, Friday, Thursday. I'm traveling. Oh God, next month, boys, is gonna be brutal. Wouldn't the exposure to change righties' minds be invaluable? Yeah, but I would also have to think about, like, I don't ever want to look like controlled opposition, you know? All right. Where are we at in Ohio? Is it Cincinnati? Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Boom. What am I looking at? Oh, wait. Yes. Haven't you seen the lib on Fox and Friends? She actually spits some facts that is invaluable to the left narrative. Really? We call it Cincy? Oh, okay. Gavin Newsom destroying your boy Bill Maher. Is Bill Maher my boy? I think it's kind of funny. Bill Maher is, I think, unfortunately, just because his views are kind of crazy on some things, I think Bill Maher might be like me in another, like if I was born 20 years earlier. I heard you yesterday in your debate say that civilian deaths in Gaza war were better than any other urban warfare scenarios. How are you making that assessment and based on what? I'm going to be honest, I just see people talk about shit. We should look this up. I feel like I've seen it repeated a lot that urban warfare deaths can be like 8-to-1 to 9-to-1 compared like civilians to fighters. But for Gaza, it's been like 2.5 or 3-to-1 or maybe 4-to-1. Is there an actual source on that? Urban warfare, civilian, fighter, casualty ratio. What's like a good source for this? Abby did a post on this. Oh, if you want to link it, link it. Let's watch this real quick.
But here's, I feel like the last couple of years, you've like purposely picked this fight with the red states. I mean,
God, I'm going to be honest. I don't think I knew what Gavin Newsom looked like until like a week ago. We looked at a video of him. He kind of looks like a fucking Giga Chad, do you think? He looks like what a politician guy would look like on a TV show. Look up Grozny. It's one of the reasons people don't want to ever do urban warfare at Russia to level the place. Careful when we're saying, like, what does urban warfare have to look like, and then go to Russia. Russia is, the way that Russia conducts warfare is how people think, is how lefties think the United States conducts warfare. Putin has no qualms about fucking annihilating a city if he thinks that it's going to help him effect some end. You saw it during the Chechen wars. You saw it when he was coordinating with Assad in Syria. You've seen it in some places in Ukraine. Putin has no qualms about just annihilating places. It's not even close. Yeah, Mariupol.
Yeah, but I don't want to live in the civil war country.
I agree with that.
You know what?
Well,
but you seem like you purposely want to set up this dichotomy between, oh, this is a blue state and that's a red state. Yeah. And I don't want to live in that country. I like Florida.
I'm with you. And by the way, I like Florida as well. I like all these states. I completely agree. I don't want to have a state of mind that's a constant fight or flight. We've gone through so much. We've been polarized and traumatized. There's been a tough 5-6 years across the globe, not just in this country. That said, I'm not going to sit.
Destiny, you need to get yourself an honorary IDF shirt at this point. Holy fucking Christ, haha. Hey, listen, point this out. I see some people doing it on Twitter finally, okay? Point this out when you see it, okay? A lot of people call me a propagandist, say I'm uneducated, say I don't know what I'm talking about, say that I'm wrong. They never actually point out anything I'm incorrect about, though. Always keep that in mind, okay? Always, always, always keep that in mind. They never seem to have, like, an actual, like, you are wrong on this. I don't know for the Israel-Palestine shit, I don't know if I've had a single large account on Twitter ever fact-check me on anything ever. I think it's always... Usually it's actually 80% of the time it's calling me a cuck. Now, to be fair, a lot of it is shifted to your wife left you. And then before it was blue-haired F-slur. I have this issue with, I was talking to a friend about this last night. I have this issue, okay, the F word, it's a really, really good word. It's a really good word. And I started saying it a bit more in my personal life because I think I'm allowed to. But then... The thing is I don't like anybody else saying it, okay? I don't like it because I don't trust guys when they say it because I don't know if they're homophobic. Girls are just lame. They shouldn't swear at all, okay? It doesn't have the same bite. And then I also don't like gay guys that say it and it sounds like pick-me shit. It also sounds weird. It's like the novel, it's like the, not novel, it's like the legendary, like unusable in any real circumstance, like removed in the, only available in the debug menu slur word. Okay, sorry. Will you actually buy? Barely.
Sit back and watch. You made the point just a moment ago in your monologue. You got folks out there trying to bring us back to a pre-1960s world. America in reverse, rolling back voting rights, LGBTQ rights, women's rights, not just access to abortion, but contraception. I mean, it's a profound and consequential moment. And you could sit by and say, well, I really want to get along, as these guys are rolling back the clock, or you can stand tall and assert yourself. And the reason I started to go into those red states, the reason I started to take on DeSantis, and the reason I started doing ads in these red states.
I watched a bit of Newsom's debate. How long is like people's time to run for president? Do you think he could run in 4 years, or do you think it'd be like too late? I know that people are really worried about timelines. He does. It seems like he carries himself and he speaks pretty well. Like I could see him on a debate stage. I mean, he did debate people. How old is Gavin Newsom? In 4 years, you think so? Gavin Newsom, age 56. Okay, young man, young man.
States is I didn't feel my party was doing enough. It was CRT 1 year, and then it's ESG, and it's DEI, anything with 3 letters. These guys keep coming, and they're shape-shifting, and they're trying. And so, but it's 1 year, and then it's these red states. To go into those red states, the reason I started to take on DeSantis, and the reason I started doing ads in these red states, is I didn't feel my party was doing enough. It was CRT 1 year, and then it's ESG, and it's DEI, anything with 3 letters. These guys keep coming, and they're shape-shifting, and they're trying. And so, but it's true, right? And I just felt there was a little timidity in our party, and I thought we need to call this stuff out. These guys are being on a banning binge across this country. You want to talk about cancel culture? Look at the Republican Party. Ask Bud Light, Target, Disney. That's just the private sector.
Oh, that's such a good point, and they need to bring it up more. The idea that like cancel culture only exists on the fucking left, when Republicans are itching to try to cancel anybody they don't like. And they used to do this too prior, like with all the LGBT stuff when I was growing up and shit, man. Bro, when certain bands, when guys would wear like earrings, it was like fucking Christian moms went fucking insane. Or people talking about music that was the Demons music and need to be canceled, and like fucking this actor is fucking gay and it's blah, 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 blah. Yeah. And yeah, Jack Thompson and the fucking whole fight against video games are evil and they need to be censored and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Ugh.
Banning speech, not just in the classroom, but in the boardroom as it relates to issues of race. Look what they've done. 3,362 books just last year they're banning. This is a serious and consequential moment. It's the cultural purge that's going on in this country. And so I just felt like we needed to call that out as Democrats and put them on the defensive, since we're consistently on our heels as a Democratic Party, even though I think the facts bear out our case significantly better than...
Yeah, fuck. This was literally my motivation, I think, for getting into politics like 7 or 8 years ago. Because I kept wondering, why do Democrats act like such cucks all the time in debates and everything? Or like, oh, we can't do this. Or, oh, well, at least we've got the moral authority. You don't have just the moral authority. You have the factual authority as well. Why don't you act like it?
Even though I think the facts bear out our case significantly better than the case on the other side. But again, Bill, I say all that with love in my heart, with love in my heart. And I mean that, man. I mean, I don't talk down to people. I don't want to talk past people. Everyone wants to be respected, connected, and protected. And we all want to be loved and need to be loved.
Oh, respected, connected, protected. That's cute. He's got slogans and everything.
I'm with you on all that. At the same time, man, when you're going after the LGBT community and talking down to people and humiliating folks, you're threatening to sue the Special Olympians, when you're going after the black community and trying to rewrite history and saying slavery somehow was some workforce development program, damn it, we have to call that stuff out. Off my high horse.
Can you
Younger people do it better. No, that's not true. I shouldn't say that. Trump was a good speaker. I wonder if Trump is actually cognitively slid. If he's like honest, he's trying to catch up to Biden. Damn, because he's had some fugly speeches that I've seen recently. Those might just be Twitter highlights. Yeah, Gavin sounds much better. Yeah, right now. Biden was like this when he was younger. Man, Biden was on some wild shit when he was younger. I remember that we watched, I think we watched this like twice, the Biden trying to get Congress to act for Bosnia or whatever. Yeah, it was fucking wild. How long ago was this? I think this is like 30 years ago. Bosnia would have been Bosnian intervention. 95. Bro, if we ever want some real cuck shit, Yugoslavia. Quite possibly the highest concentration of borderline genetically identical people trying to constantly murder themselves because of ethnic differences. Someday, maybe we'll do it.
Resolution does not endorse the president's decision. It does not endorse the agreement reached in Dayton. It does support our men and women in uniform. It does limit the mission to military tasks only and requires a realistic
rock and roll cowboy
exit strategy based on the goal of Bosnian self-reliance. To put it simply, President Clinton has a plan to get us into Bosnia. This resolution shows us a way out. This is a signal to the American forces that we support you. We support you.
Are you okay?
As we should.
Oh, he lost his line on the page.
But Europe cannot stay united without the United States. There is no moral center in Europe.
True. Fucking Europeans.
When in the last 2 centuries had the French or the British or the Germans or the Belgians or the Italians
done anything
to unify that continent, to stand up to this kind of genocide? When have they done it? The only reason anything is happening now is because the United States of America finally is understanding her role.
Allowing us to make this announcement.
No one will deny.
Oh, they cut this off. Oh, he's got like, I think he does like a whole 5 or 10 minute tirade on this. This is epic. Simply even. He still had it 8 years ago? Did he?
Not only do we have the largest economy in the world, we have the strongest economy in the world. We have the most productive workers in the world. And given a fair shot, given a fair chance, Americans have never, ever, ever, ever let their country down. Never. Never.
Was Biden the one or was it Obama? I think it was Biden. One slogan I liked, I thought was cute, was something like, it's never a good bet to bet against the American people or whatever. I don't remember if it was him during the last election cycle or whatever. I thought that was a good.
Ordinary people like us who do extraordinary things. We've had candidates before attempted to get elected by appealing to our fears, but they've never succeeded because we do not scare easily. We never bow. We never bend. We never break when confronted with crisis. No, we endure, we overcome, and we always, always, always move forward. That's why I can say with absolute conviction, I am more optimistic about our chances today than when I was elected as a 29-year-old kid to the Senate. The 21st century is going to be the American century. Because we lead not only by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. That is the history of the journey of America. And God willing, Hillary Clinton will write the next chapter in that journey. We are America, second to none, and we own the finish line. Don't forget it. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Come on. We're America.
Oh my God, that guy in the back was possessed.
Come
Look, watch this guy in the back.
on. We're America.
Watch him. What the fuck? What's he looking at? Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. One day, we're going to spend an entire stream trying to figure out how to synchronize both my computer clocks. This computer is always, consistently, it runs 3 minutes late. I don't know why. It's so fucking annoying. It's just always 3 minutes slow. Once I restart it, it'll be on time, and then eventually it slows down, and then it's 3 minutes slow again, and then it'll stay like that for months. Use Windows Sync Time? Yeah, it's all of that normal shit is turned on. But it's just like, it always like, if I turn it off and on, it'll resync, but then it just falls out to being 3 minutes slow every time. I don't know why. It's so fucking annoying. It's the Mobo battery? What year is it? Do we really need a motherboard battery for keeping time? Like it's a Nintendo cartridge or whatever? Okay, new meeting. Oh, that's me. Okay. Join with audio. Participants, chat, security. How do I do this? Chat? Wait, no. Participants? Oh, copy invite link. How does it say like for months do not restart? I don't know, do I? Performance. Where do you see your runtime at? Or your uptime? Processes? I feel like it's in here somewhere. Am I crazy? CPU? Oh, uptime. Oh, it's only been 6 days. I usually turn it off when I travel. Can you run a poll for your audience? Trump v. Biden would be interested in the results. You know what? Actually, good question. I wonder my audience... Hold on, I'm pulling all the chats. We're going to find out. If you had to vote today, who would you vote for? Be careful, don't die. Okay, I'm doing, okay. DGG, kick, YouTube, all right? So you can show where you're from. There you go. This is European time? Oh, true. I should have a European option. Just don't vote if you're European. Fucking losers. Hello, hello. Oh. Wait, can you hear me? Did you click the? Oh, there you go. Hi.
How are you?
Pretty good. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Good to be on with you. I've never done one of these long YouTube loose shows before, so that's fun.
Yeah. Well, welcome. We're live, so don't give any personal revealing information or say anything crazy.
Sounds good.
You want to introduce yourself so people know who you are?
Sure. I'm Omar Badar. I'm a Palestinian American. I've been active on this issue for pretty much my entire adult life. Studied it in school, and yeah, I've done a ton of advocacy on it, and it's an issue that I think American foreign policy is a disaster on and has been for a very, very long time, and one in which I think it's essentially a moral blight on America's conscience to pretend that we have come such a long way on a wide range of issues in terms of opposition to racism and apartheid, and looking at all the stuff that we've done in our history as long past, and then supporting what I view as a policy that is completely inexcusable in terms of what Israel has been doing to Palestinians for decades now, and the U.S. insisting on unlimited military, diplomatic, and financial support of it.
All right. Well, where do you want to start? I saw you tweeted at me because the other guy tweeted at me. Everybody's tweeting at me. So yeah. Do you want to? Are you familiar with anything I've said on the topic? So you have like a particular criticism, or what do you?
To be honest with you, I mean, look, what I saw is your debate with Ben Shapiro, and it's obviously not much of a debate because I think you're a little bit out of your depth on this particular issue, and that's not like a criticism of you. I mean, nobody can be an expert on every topic in the world, so. Nonetheless, you nodded along to a ton of nonsense that he said, so I think you gave him way too many passes. And then separately, there's a clip of you circulating online saying that you support genociding Palestinians. I imagine that's a joke. I don't think it's a funny one given everything that is happening now. But yeah, that's basically my exposure of your stuff on this particular topic. And happy to start it however you want. I don't know what's the best angle on this.
Do you want to do the well, you felt like there were parts that I let Ben Shapiro slide on, and then I imagine I probably said things in in agreement that you would disagree with. Yeah, do you want to start on any of those? What do you think?
Sure, let's do that. So, I mean, honestly, a couple of things. Big picture, Israel has been practicing apartheid against Palestinians for a very, very long time. Their occupation of the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem is illegal under international law. The United Nations has called on Israel to withdraw from these territories repeatedly. Eventually, Palestinians came along to acknowledge the fact that they are the weaker party and cannot reclaim their entire historic homeland, settled for a land division in which Israel gets to keep 80% of the territory, which is Israel as recognized by the UN, and Israel is obligated to withdraw from those occupied territories, the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem. And that was the idea behind the so-called peace process. And what Israel did throughout that entire peace process is build more and more settlements throughout the occupied territories. They entrenched that occupation. They made it impossible for Palestinians to have any path towards genuine independence. And every human rights organization in the world at this point, all the big ones, Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, and even Israel's largest human rights organization, B'Tselem, all acknowledge that Israel is practicing apartheid in the occupied Palestinian territories, at least, and some of them go to say apartheid in all of Israel, frankly, in which one set of people gets rights on account of being Jewish Israelis, and then different categories of Palestinians getting fewer and fewer rights, and an act of ethnic cleansing in slow motion that we've been watching for decades. And Palestinians have pursued every method possible to achieve freedom, and all of them have led to a dead end because Israel has no interest in allowing Palestinians to live as a free people. That is the fundamental reality. And everything that you can accuse Palestinians of having done wrong towards Israel or Israelis, Israel has done to Palestinians at 100 times greater scale. That's a fundamental injustice in which, when you look back at, say, South Africa, we can understand that the ANC sometimes set off bombs and killed white people in South Africa, and you can say that's wrong. Of course it is. But the fundamental reality is that unless you solve the underlying injustice, you're not going to get anywhere better. And this seems to be a part of the conversation that is entirely missed or ignored or overlooked here, is that until you solve the problem of Israeli occupation and apartheid, this kind of going back and forth about individual acts of violence and kind of doing this both sides nonsense where we pretend like all sides are equally guilty of everything or whatnot is really missing a fundamental reality, which is Palestinians are an oppressed and occupied people. Israel is an oppressor and an occupier force supported by the United States, and that gives Israel a sense of impunity that allows it to carry on doing whatever the hell it wants at the expense of people and their fundamental ability to live in freedom and human rights.
Okay. I'll give like an overtake on what you said, and then we can kind of like dive into any individual thing if you want.
Sure.
I'm wholly uninterested in the apartheid claims. They might be true, they might not be true. The issue that I have with talking and fixating so much on the apartheid stuff is I feel like the apartheid is a consequence of the occupation. That Palestinians in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip are probably never going to have the same rights living under military tribunals and living as not an actual country but under an occupying power like Israel. And I don't even know if I would expect them to. I think the reason why people, I've read the UN's, or I've read an article that the UN published on one of their sites. I don't know if they have a full report on how they call it apartheid, but essentially they call it apartheid from what I gathered because of the enduring conditions of the occupation. So for instance, with a 5-year occupation, we probably wouldn't use the term apartheid, but since it's been going on almost indefinitely and it feels like there's no end to it, well, now if this is the permanent country that you're going to be born into and die in, and you're living as a second-class citizen, it's kind of apartheid. So I agree that there is like apartheid, or at least some form of apartheid. I kind of agree with that. I just don't think that's ever going to be fixed insofar as like it's an occupied area. Like you would never expect an occupying power to give the same rights to occupiers. So I think that the fixation has to be on solving the occupation, whether that means giving them a country or whatever that means. That's the solution to the apartheid part. Apartheid is never getting fixed as long as it's an occupation. For the second thing, for the peace process, we can dive into these in particular. Israel just built more and more settlements. I think after the Oslo Accords, Israel actually slowed down all the settlements to the West Bank almost entirely. Even under Netanyahu, you can look at the numbers of settlements built. They were expanding within settlements where more and more houses were being built, but no new settlements were being constructed. And the construction of homes within the settlements that did exist had actually slowed down dramatically from 93 to 2000. When you said it made it impossible for Palestinians to pursue peace, I think Palestinians have made it impossible for Palestinians to pursue peace, but we could talk about that. The act of ethnic cleansing in slow motion, if it's ethnic cleansing or genocide, it's probably one of the least effective ethnic cleansings or genocides I've ever seen in my entire life. I think that's kind of a silly claim. When we say Palestinians have pursued peace as much as they can, I completely and utterly disagree. I think that Israel has made a few really good faith efforts towards trying to pursue peace, but I think that Palestinians have always thought that fighting is more in their interest than not. And I think that's why Arafat walked away from things like the Camp David summit in 2000, or why things like the Clinton parameters and everything were shot down. I don't know if the Palestinians have ever seriously considered a peace process that involves a two-state solution. I feel like their only goal is a one-state solution, and I think most of the population polling data seems to support that a one-state solution through violence with unequal rights for citizens is the preference. And then I would wholly reject any comparisons to the ANC. The ANC didn't target civilians. The ANC didn't believe in martyrdom or shaheed. The ANC, didn't have suicide bombers running into buses. The ANC wasn't committing intifadas, especially the second intifada from 2000 to 2004. I just don't think that the ANC has any resemblance whatsoever to the Palestinian people or the current Palestinian struggle. I know people like to draw comparisons to South Africa because they want to lean into that apartheid comparison, but I think it's pretty wacky when you look at the stated goals and how both sides conduct themselves to compare the two. Yeah, we can go into whatever part here you want. We can dive as deep as you want into it. Yeah.
Happy to talk about them one at a time.
Sure.
And again, I really hope that my tone does not come across as condescending.
No, you're good. Just
your information about this is simply inaccurate.
Okay.
It's factually incorrect, and I'm happy to just share the correct information with you.
Yeah, go for it.
On terms of the settler population in the West Bank settlement expansion did not slow down. The settler population between 1993 and 2000 actually doubled. So when the peace process meant that Israel was going to withdraw from these occupied territories, and I just want to be clear, every single one of these settlements is illegal under international law. It's just building colonies. If Russia were to come and invade the United States and start building exclusivist Russian cities where they push Americans out of cities in California and bring Russians to live in those cities, the correct response is you have to dismantle that. That is not allowed to exist. So existing Israeli settlements were illegal to begin with throughout the West Bank. And Israel responded not by dismantling settlements, but by expanding settlements. And that population expanded very, very rapidly throughout the so-called peace process. So Israel was basically playing a game. They were withdrawing from certain major cities in the Palestinian territories. They let the Palestinians control Ramallah. They let the Palestinians control Jericho. But effectively, in terms of control of the West Bank entirely, Israeli control of the West Bank was actually expanding. So that's the reason why the so-called peace process failed. Now, if you look at it from the perspective of somebody like Bill Clinton or mainstream American officials, they'll put the blame on Palestinians for the failure of the peace process on the grounds that they should have just been grateful for whatever Israelis were willing to give them. But the reality is the most generous offer that Israel made Palestinians towards statehood came in 2000. It's known as the Camp David II Accords. And Israel's foreign minister at the time, his name is Shlomo Ben Ami, and you can look up his debate with Norman Finkelstein on Democracy Now. He said, Israel's foreign minister said, if I were Palestinian, I would not have accepted that deal. So that gives you a sense of how little meaningful control Israel was willing to cede towards Palestinians, that Israel was going to be effectively in control of all their borders and all of their land, that you go from one Palestinian city to another, you have to go through an Israeli checkpoint or a method of control. That's not freedom and that's not statehood. That is effectively a pretense of a state that is living under effective Israeli control.
Sure.
Now,
so the my understanding is, so the population in the settlements might have continued to grow from 93 to 2000, but there were no new settlements started, and then construction within the settlements slowed significantly, such that prior to 93, I think it was on average 13,000 to 14,000 new housing units were constructed every single year. And then I think it was from 94 or 93 to, I think it was to 97, that number was less than 5,000. It was only new housing units that were being constructed, and there were no new settlements created. So
the settler population expanded from over 100,000.
I understand. So when we say settler population, that's different than new settlements, right?
Yes, and expanding settlements. I mean, just for clarity's sake, I feel like we can get into the weeds on this. I
want to get into the weeds. That's where I want to go. Yeah.
Yeah.
We can go very into the weeds. I think it's very important to get into the weeds on this because there's a lot of stuff in the weeds that people seem to miss. Yeah. So I think I agree with you that the settlement population basically doubled from 93 to 2000, but there were no new settlements made, and there was only expansion within settlements, and even that expansion within settlements had slowed quite a bit. I think it was cut by about 66%.
The word within the settlements, I think, is a little bit misleading because these settlements expand outwards. Construction. The act of pushing Palestinians out of their land in order to expand settlements is an ongoing process. So Palestinians were losing land in the West Bank while Israel was expanding settlements at a time when the entire idea was that Israel was going to withdraw from the occupied territories from the West Bank to allow a Palestinian state to exist. So Israel was doing the exact opposite of what it was obligated to do.
Well, yeah. I agree that there's expansion, but one of the big things was after the Oslo Accords was hopefully no new settlements. Now, that wasn't even technically a formal agreement, and there was no formal agreement in place from 93 onwards yet to completely withdraw from the West Bank because they hadn't set that deal out, right? The Oslo Accords was really only establishing the Palestinian Authority government and starting to hand over basically security arrangements to the Palestinians in the West Bank and hopefully the Gaza Strip. And then hopefully that would lead to, I think the goal was originally 5 years. It got pushed to 7, and then that fell apart, and then the Second Intifada happened. But the goal was that hopefully after 5 years of this transitional government, there would be a new enduring peace process that would be negotiated. But for the Oslo Accords, very specifically, there were no actual agreements made about what it would look like in 5 years because they just weren't ready to negotiate that.
Yeah, I think we're missing the forest for the trees here. The idea is Israel's presence in the West Bank is illegal. They have to leave.
Whether something is legal or illegal is not really at issue here. Everything here, the legality of all of this is illegal under whose jurisdiction?
International law is very clear.
International law is not clear. International law is incredibly ambiguous. Israel and plenty of the surrounding states aren't signatories to the ICC. In order for the ICJ to make a ruling on something, you've got to submit yourself to the authority of the ICJ and say they even can. So I mean, to say that international law is clear here, people have opinions, sure, but all of this is incredibly murky. There are some readings of international law that would say technically the only people that own any land here is an emerging state from a conflict in which Israel was the only emerging state post 48. So there's an argument to be made that Israel owns all the land technically. So I mean, to say international law is clear here is
anybody can say whatever they want. That is true. However, the consensus is the International Court of Justice, the UN Security Council, the UN General Assembly, and every major human rights organization in the world. If you want to take all of those and say their opinion matters as much as bumfuck whatever somebody sitting in their basement and spouting about what legality means, you can do that. But I think we are pretty damn clear about the fact that international law, UN Resolution 242 that came immediately after Israel took over the West Bank, said the acquisition of territory by war is illegal under international law. That's what the resolution said, and said based on that, Israel is obligated to withdraw from the occupied territories. Israel did not want to withdraw from the occupied territories. There was a thing there about how first you need reciprocation of Palestinians recognizing Israel. That came at the beginning of the so-called peace process. So the Palestinians fulfilled the first half of that, if you want to insist on that being a condition, and Israel responded by expanding its occupation. And so the International Court of Justice in 2004 weighed in on Israel building a wall throughout the West Bank. And they said, frankly, their explanation for building that wall, they're building it within occupied territories, they're building it to protect illegal settlements that are built on top of Palestinian land. All of that is illegal, and so that wall is also illegal. So this is really straightforward, and I think that we do the audience a disservice by pretending that there's a lot of kind of murky, this talk of disputed territories in the Palestinian territories, I think, is extremely unhelpful, because the dispute is between Israel on the one hand and the rest of the world on the other. There's been a short exception to that, which is when Trump came into office, he joined Israel into declaring that the occupation and the settlements are not illegal. But again, I would not want to be on the side of Trump and Netanyahu. I would rather be on the side of the entire international human rights consensus and international law consensus on this, which is that Israel's occupation and settlements and wall in the West Bank are absolutely and categorically illegal. I would like to touch on a couple of other
I mean, like, again, like the legality question here. First of all, when we're citing like human rights organizations or UN General Assembly, like all the UN General Assembly resolutions are non-binding. When you look at like a resolution like 242, it doesn't even really make sense. And I like the advisory opinions or opinions given by like UN General Assembly bodies just doesn't really mean much. And again, like the legality, like the opinions of the ICJ that's being asked to give an opinion on something where neither territory is actually submitting themselves to the jurisdiction or rulings of the ICJ, turns out insofar as international law goes, it's kind of pointless. I mean, they're nice arguments and we can use them, I guess, if we feel like they're bolstering something, but they don't really address any of the issues on the ground and they don't really get us any closer to an actual peace process. I think even you would agree that screaming at Israel over and over again, hey, there are some people that think that what you're doing is illegal, doesn't really get us anywhere. It's not.
No. I think when one country steals land from another people against international law and is ethnically cleansing them in slow motion, pushing them out of their homes, driving them out of their home to the condemnation of every human rights organization in the world, I think screaming at them about that is the right thing to do. And
sure,
it comes down to the governments that are supplying and enabling that. The United States government should not be sending weapons to a country that is engaging in human rights violations and land theft on this scale. That's the fundamental reality. Look,
when we say, okay, so like let's we can go into this as deep as you want to. I'd love to. When we say steals land from another people, when we say Israel steals land from another people, what does that mean?
It means Palestinians have Israeli soldiers. I can send you videos if you have not seen them.
Okay.
Who knock on their doors in a place like occupied East Jerusalem, which again, under international law, which you don't seem to care so much about. I mean, by the way, if you want to go down that line of dismissing international law, then by all means, Russia invading Ukraine is just fine. And if China wants to take over part of the United States, that's also okay. Who's to say it's all disputed? I don't think that's a useful frame of reference.
Well, I don't think China invading countries or Russia invading countries is a lot different, because you have internationally recognized sovereign states with borders that even those countries had recognized that are being invaded. That's a lot different than whatever the situation is right now in Israel and Palestine. When we when we say Israel stealing land from people, who did Israel steal land from? When you pointed back to Resolution 242, what is that referring to? Who did they steal land from?
Resolution 242 says that Israel taking over the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem violates international law because those are not part of Israel. At the time, the West Bank was under Jordanian control and Gaza was under Egyptian control.
Wait. They were part of those countries, right?
No,
they didn't belong to Palestine. Of course, Jordan literally made. Why do you think Jordan today is 2/3 Palestinians? They literally gave citizenship and made citizens every single person living in the West Bank.
No. You're confused. Jordan was not part of Jordan officially. Jordan right now, by the way. Well, Jordan is not. Yeah, the West Bank is not part of Jordan. So when Israel was founded in 1948, they took over 78% of historic Palestine. The parts they did not take over were the West Bank and Gaza, and that's when those areas fell under Jordanian control and Egyptian control.
Correct. Jordan annexed the West Bank, 1950. They literally annexed it. They gave citizenship. Yes, literally. They literally did. It was yes. That's why it was called. Sorry, go.
No. The impression that I'm under right now is that you want to debate semantics about all of this and refusing, again, insisting on getting into a level of weeds here that is designed specifically to miss the overarching picture.
Okay.
The overarching picture, again, for simplicity's sake, the entire world agrees that the West Bank is not part of Israel and Israel is obligated to withdraw from it. Israel entered a peace process in 1993 that is premised on withdrawing from the occupied territories.
No, they're not.
They did the
No, it
opposite.
wasn't. The Oslo Accords were not premised on that. They were the
They
Oslo
were premised on
Accords.
that.
No, they weren't.
They were premised on the idea of creating a Palestinian state within 5 years in the occupied territory.
There were no concrete resolutions set on the Oslo Accords. That's why in 5 years they needed to revisit to do an actual peace process. The Oslo Accords did not make any actual commitments. Also, it's very annoying that people accuse me of not knowing anything about this topic, but then I understand when you're debating things like this, you don't know anything about the topic, and that's why you get upset when you talk about like getting in the weeds. Even that quote that you gave earlier from the Israeli foreign minister about how like I wouldn't have accepted the deal if I was a Palestinian at the time. That's not what he said. That's not what that quote says. And if you actually go to the book and you actually read the passage where he talks about it, what he said was that conditions were not right at the time for Palestinians to feel like they could accept that deal. But he was talking about the conditions that existed throughout the country, not that it was a bad deal. Universally, every other person in the Arab world, the Egyptian leadership, Saudi foreign ambassador said that these deals were amazing, that what was coming after Camp David, what was being negotiated at the Tabla Summit, these were unbelievable deals, that Arafat went into these things expecting 91% of the land, and by the end, with land swaps, he was getting 95 to 97% of the original land that the Palestinians had. The idea that these were horrible deals that were being put before them is not true. And the idea that the Oslo Accords were some permanently negotiated peace status is also not true. That's why there was going to be another meeting in 5 years, ideally, to figure out what the permanent arrangements would be. I don't agree that any of this is getting lost in the weeds. I think it's really important to know the specifics.
No, I'm catching on to your style about this. I think you're less interested in the actual topic and more interested in winning an arguments based on kind of like silly and manufactured points. It's quite transparently what is happening here.
Wait, what is, don't you think it's important to understand like what Jordan's goal was when they invaded the West Bank, or what Egypt was doing when they invaded the Gaza Strip, rather than just screaming apartheid over and over again?
I think it's important to engage in good faith and to know what you're talking about and to not say things that you don't understand. I've watched that debate with Israel's foreign minister on more than one occasion. What he was saying is that the deal that was offered to Palestinians at the end of Camp David was a bad deal, and if he were Palestinian, he would not have accepted it. And
that's literally not what he said. If you watched the debate, and I watched that debate, it was literally hosted on Democracy Now!, and he's quoting his own book. And if you go back and read the book instead of just watching a YouTube video, you'll see the context of what was given. And what was given was that
we'll make that available. I'm glad you're saying that. I think we're going to be able to clip this up. I'm going to clip up that part of the debate. We'll put it up there with the quotes of the book, which I have sitting on my shelf. I'm happy to do all of this.
Okay. I hope they're your quotes and not quotes from a Finkelstein book about what the interview was.
No, don't worry. It'll be a clip of Shlomo Ben Ami speaking in his own words. I'm happy to put that together. Now, would you like to move on to the current situation, or would you like to still debate the peace process specifically? I'm happy to do either way.
Well, the problem is in the current situation, people make so many bad allusions to history that is not true that it makes it hard to understand
history is rather straightforward. Palestinians are being denied freedom because Palestinians is not allowing them to be free. That is all there is to say about it. It literally is documented bit by bit. Palestinians are living under Israeli control. By the way, this apartheid claim that you seem to be so dismissive of, from the river to the sea, the only government that is in charge in any meaningful sense is the Israeli government. There is limited self-governance in the West Bank under the Palestinian Authority. There is limited self-governance in Gaza under Hamas, but Israel controls the borders of everyone. Nobody can visit Gaza or the West Bank without going through an Israeli border. Gaza does not have an airport. This is before October 7th.
Wait, you can't get into Gaza without going through an Israeli border?
Without Israeli permission, or on the Egyptian side,
there you go.
Effectively the Egyptian government is working in collaboration with the Israeli government. However, this idea that Gaza's occupation ended when Israel withdrew settlers in 2005 is a complete and total lie. And the simple evidence of it is there was an airport in Gaza that Israel bombed, and Gaza was never allowed to rebuild an airport. There is a seaport, in theory, that you could have in Gaza, but Israel does not allow anyone to visit Gaza without going through Israeli checks. And in some cases...
When we're looking at these restrictions here, why does Egypt restrict access to the Gaza Strip if it's so horrible what Israel's doing? Why does Jordan restrict access to the West Bank if it's so horrible what Israel is doing?
Yeah, and in the case of the West Bank, it's an Israeli border control that you're going through, not a Jordanian one. So Israel is in control of the West Bank. In the case of Gaza and Egypt, the Egyptian government effectively is on the U.S.-Israeli team. That is really effectively all there is to say about that. So they work in collaboration to advance a shared interests of Egypt, of the United States, and
that's
of Israel.
The only reason why Egypt doesn't want Palestinians that come from the Gaza Strip into the Sinai Peninsula. There's no history of terrorist attacks or illegal shipment of weapons or anything like that.
Egypt does not like the Muslim Brotherhood, and Hamas is an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood.
Okay.
No. But still, again, well, thank you for the 1,000 deviations. I get what you're attempting to do.
They're not thousands of deviations. They're important to understand the history because, again, you misrepresent this as just Israel, the big bad bully, oppressing the Palestinians.
No,
right?
Here's what you don't understand. I don't care if Egypt wants to close its border with Gaza. They're welcome to do that. I don't care if Israel wants to close its border with Gaza. By all means, do that. But when Israel imposes a blockade on Gaza and doesn't allow them to have an airport and doesn't allow ships to come into Gaza, that is not ending the occupation. That is Israel very much being in charge.
Sure.
And
why does the blockade exist?
And, well, let me ask you this question in relation to that. Why does that blockade exist? Did you know that at the beginning of the blockade, potato chips were not allowed in? Sodas were not allowed in? Cookies were not allowed in? Can you explain to me what threat cookies pose to Israel from your perspective?
Well, if they're the Keebler Elf ones, it's like 200 calories a cookie, so maybe they just didn't want people getting fat. Why does the blockade exist for the Gaza Strip? Why is there a blockade at all?
So because the blockade included food items, and I will tell you what the Israeli officials said at the time when they imposed the blockade.
Okay.
They said they want to put the people of Gaza on a diet and restrict their caloric intake as a means of making life uncomfortable for the civilian population so that they would put pressure on the Hamas government.
Okay.
That is an act of collective punishment that violates international law, which I know you don't care much about international law. Clearly, you think it's a dispute that anybody can just pull out of their ass and think whatever they want about. But punishing civilian populations in order to produce a political change is practically the definition of terrorism. So you have a population that is that is experiencing humanitarian hardship by design by a country that dominates their lives.
Gotcha. Wait, so why does the blockade exist?
Because Hamas does not want to play ball with Israel. That's why. Israel.
What does that mean? Hamas doesn't want to play ball with Israel. That's like the fourth time I've asked you. I'm just curious. Why would Israel put up a blockade? Was it just to starve those poor people? Why don't they have a blockade in the West Bank?
Because Hamas does not have a peace agreement with Israel. Hamas
That's it? That's the only reason? Just because they don't have a peace agreement?
Well, Israel had 3 conditions for Hamas in order for them to establish normal relations and for there not to be a blockade. They wanted them to be a replica of the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. They said you have to recognize Israel, you have to renounce violence, and you have to abide by all previous agreements that Israel had made with the Palestinian Authority. Now, what's ironic about that is that Israel does not recognize Palestine. Israel does not renounce violence. It engages in military attacks on Palestinians all the time. And Israel clearly does not abide by the previous agreements because they violated them over and over and over again by undermining the prospect of an emerging Palestinian state. So Israel wanted to hold Hamas to a standard that Israel itself was not being held to. And that brings us back to a fundamental relationship of dominance between Israel and the Palestinians. Israel believes and feels as if it can order Palestinians to do whatever Israel wants, and they have to obey, and the opposite relationship is not required, that Israel can take whatever lands it wants, can control whatever borders it wants, and Palestinians have to obey. If, let me ask you this and flip it around, if Hamas had put a blockade on all of Israel and said we're going to cut off certain foods from the Israeli population to make them uncomfortable and lower their caloric intake until the Israeli government agrees to A, B, and C, what would your reaction to that be?
Well, first, I would really want to know, why does Israel blockade the Gaza Strip? I think it's the 5th time I asked this question.
I've answered you already. It's because Hamas took over the Gaza Strip, and Israel does not like Hamas. They see them as a hostile entity, and they said you have to meet certain requirements in order for us to end the blockade. And to reiterate once more, the blockade cannot be justified on security grounds because part of what was not being allowed in were things that were explicitly meant to harm the civilian population within Gaza.
Okay.
It is not a military blockade that is done for security purposes if you're restricting people from being able to eat cookies and chips and sodas in Gaza.
So one of the things that's frustrating about the Israel-Palestine debate is, like Ben Shapiro, on the other end, you just have people that are blindly partisan. We can't acknowledge at all why Israel would blockade the Gaza Strip. You're going to tell me it was to install these harsh humanitarian conditions that are somehow putting the whole population on a diet and starving them when their population is like tripled? Like, it doesn't even make sense. Why can't we at least acknowledge, like, okay, sure. Why can't we say, okay, sure, Israel put the blockade up because people like Iran and Turkey were shipping in weapons to the Gaza Strip in submersibles that were used throughout all of Israel during the Second Intifada of 2000-2004. And then once Hamas took over and then essentially ejected Fatah from the region, Israel felt like, Hamas was going to continue to engage in attacks against Israel, so they wanted to blockade to prevent weapons from going in. Now, you can say that and still say you feel like Hamas can fight, but why not be honest about why the blockade exists? And even when you say things like they were blocking things like sugar related items, like cookies and everything, isn't that literally one of the big fields that they used for their early Qassam rockets was literally like fertilizer and sugar that they would mix to shoot rockets continuously over into Israel?
Again, do I call you Steven or Destiny? I'm not sure.
Steven is fine.
Steven is fine. Steven, I feel like we're playing a game, and I really am doing my best to have this.
Hold on, I don't appreciate it playing a game because you're not aware of the underlying facts. If there's something that I said was incorrect or irrelevant, wait, can you point to me exactly what I said was incorrect or irrelevant to what my argument I just made? No, wait, don't. You just tell me what for what I just said. What part of that was either incorrect or irrelevant?
Here, let me point it out to you. Please listen very, very carefully. I'm going to be as clear as I can be.
I feel like you're just going to do another talking point. You're not actually going to address anything I just said, but okay.
When I tell you, I'm going to address it extremely directly.
Okay.
Let me see how directly I can. I'm going to do my best to state this in a way that everybody can be very clear about what I'm saying.
Okay.
When I tell you that Israel prevented food items from going into Gaza, including potato chips, and that Israeli officials said they want to put people in Gaza on a diet and lower their caloric intake, and you respond by saying sugar can be used for Qassam rockets, you're playing a game. You're not engaging with this seriously. I am pointing out to you that Israeli officials restricted food going into Gaza, and they explicitly said it is for the purpose of making civilians uncomfortable. Can you engage honestly in this point that I just made right now?
I am aware that there are quotes from Israeli leadership that are definitely unhinged when it comes to people in the Gaza Strip sometimes, or Palestinians in general. But when I try to look at like what is the ultimate outcome, what's actually happening, are the people in Gaza being starved? When that population has exploded, one of the highest birth rates in the past 2 decades, I don't understand how they could sustain it if they didn't have food.
If you want to judge it exclusively by that people are still able to have children when they're being treated like utter garbage, that means they're not being treated so bad.
We weren't talking about being treated like utter garbage. Your implication was that they're being starved.
Yeah, the Israeli officials said, by the way, and you know why that blockade ended up, why they started letting food into Gaza after that? Because a series of humanitarian ships known as the Turkish flotilla at the time tried to break through that siege to deliver food and medicine to Gaza in protest of Israel's unlawful
First of all, those ships weren't trying to deliver food and aid. Those ships were just there as protest. No, they weren't. 3 of the 5 ships were empty. I'm very familiar with the flotilla incident. If you're not, I would not go here because this was clearly a political stunt that was done. There's video footage of the people on the boats fighting the IDF. There were firearms and everything collected from the boat. They were literally trying.
This is not a good faith conversation. It really
is
not.
How is it not? Because you're not familiar with any of the details of what you're talking about? Because you only have talking points?
Who cares about an empty ship?
Because if your goal is to bring humanitarian supplies, why is over half your fleet empty? Because their goal wasn't to bring humanitarian supplies. It was to create propaganda talking points of people like you. They had no desire to actually bring humanitarian supplies there. The Coast Guard, Israel literally said, if you want to bring them in, park here, and we can wheel it in after we inspect the cargo.
Israel wants to control what's being let in and let out.
Of course, because these people have been sending rockets at them for the past 20 years. Yeah, they do. They literally are doing it. Yes.
No, they do not get to do that. They do not get to do that. They don't own the Gaza Strip any more than Hamas gets to control Israel's borders, because Israel receives weapons from the United States and uses them to impose an illegal occupation on Palestinians and destroy their homes and take over their land. Would you accept a Hamas blockade that any ship that is going to Tel Aviv has to stop and Hamas has to inspect it to make sure American weapons are not on it?
No, of course not.
You would not. And that's that you're putting your finger exactly on what the problem is. You're saying Israel gets to act as if it owns the Palestinians.
Because they do. They control all that space. Yes.
No, they don't get to control that space.
They literally do. They literally have been. Yes.
Yes. That's called an illegal occupation. That is what that is. They're controlling other people against their will in violation of international law. That's the whole point. Palestinians are not free. That is the fundamental reality.
What do you think is if Palestinians don't want a 2-state solution, what is Israel supposed to do?
Yeah, Palestinians bent over backwards to try to allow for a Palestinian state to emerge and for a 2-state solution to exist. Again,
what happened in 2000 when Arafat literally walked away from Camp David, when nothing further was solidified in the Taba summit?
Walked away after 7 years of a fake peace process in which Israel claimed that they were going to withdraw from the occupied territories, and what they did instead is expand more and more settlements and entrench their occupation of the West Bank.
No new settlements were created. They didn't claim they were going to fully withdraw because nothing was on the table. That's just not what the Oslo Accords were about. Arafat signed these and he was happy about them, and he went to the negotiating table in 2000. Nobody says that he walked away because
you're repeating talking points that you simply don't know and don't understand. That's the reality. Palestinians wanted.
Yeah. I mean, like, so he didn't walk away. Why did he even start the negotiations in 2000 if he just didn't want to do them?
I'll tell you what the negotiations were about. He started the negotiations because he thought that Israel was going to allow for a Palestinian state to exist. And 7 years later, they realized that Israel was playing a game, that they were not serious about ending the occupation, that they never froze settlement building. That's one of the things you nodded along when Ben Shapiro said it.
Because
Israel
they didn't build new settlements.
Israel did not once freeze settlement building. Every American president had pleaded with them to stop building settlements, and Israel never did. They announced settlement freezes in which East Jerusalem was excluded, even though East Jerusalem is occupied Palestinian territory, in which they can slow it down here and slow it down there. But there was never, ever a serious commitment to end the land theft of Palestinians, to end the expansion of that land theft.
And I think the reason why is because there was never a serious commitment by Palestinians to a two-state solution.
That's nonsense. The Palestinians made the offer quite open. When you look at, they said, when you talk about Arafat walking away, the Palestinian position is end the occupation, go back to the 67 borders, you get to keep 80% of the land, we get 20%. And Israel said,
I don't know what the 80-20% is. You can't. There is no
Israel, as recognized by international law right now, is about 78% of historic Palestine.
We're not. No one is talking about historic Palestine. Right? We're way past that. Now we're at the Palestinians and Arabs already said no to that when in 47 with the initial UN partition. So we already ignored that. So that's gone. That's off the table.
Yeah.
Now we're looking at
this is insufferable. No, it's not gone. I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't get to say you don't get to have an agreement on the table and then say no. Actually, we're going to try to kill all of you. And then when you fail, go okay. Well, let's go back to that agreement. 47 and 48 is off the table.
Let's go over this again. And please, seriously, I'm asking you, I get that you have a dynamic with your followers or whatever, and like you're winning arguments and doing great. Please try to listen genuinely and sincerely for a moment. Palestinians in 1947 were being asked to give up more than half of their country to allow for the creation of a Jewish state. And they said no to that.
What country?
What do you mean what country? It doesn't have to be a sovereign country.
There was no country there. There were a collection of tribes and people that lived there, subsistence farmers. There was no country of Palestine.
They lived there. That's all that matters. This is like saying that white settlers taking over the United States was fine.
You keep bringing up the United States. The United States is a sovereign state with recognized borders. You just said that there was no sovereign state of Palestine in 47.
Native Americans did not have a sovereign state that was recognized by the UN. When European settlers were pushing Native Americans out of their lands here, we recognized that as wrong, even though there was not a sovereign state. When Israel was created, a series of massacres were committed against Palestinian towns and villages. 700,000 people were driven from their homes.
First of all, 700. So it was like 20,000 people. I think were 10 to 20,000 people were driven from their homes. The rest left because they were worried about violence. But not 700,000 people weren't driven from their homes.
Yeah, you can. If that's a distinction that is meaningful to you, you're free to feel that.
That distinction is absolutely. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry. Would you agree then? Would you agree that millions of Jews were driven from their homes across the entirety of all the Arab states after 48, after 67, after 73?
Hundreds of thousands. Yes, and I think that there is a plausible case to make for that being the correct language for it. And frankly, there is admissions of Zionists playing a part in that to try to make Jews feel less safe in other parts of the Middle East in order to drive them to Israel. Again, not history I'm expecting you to be familiar with, and that's okay.
I'm super familiar.
But for the sake of not missing the core argument that you brought up that I want to mention.
Okay.
When Israel was created, more than 500 Palestinian towns and villages were erased. And the reason why they were erased is because they did not want Palestinians to be able to come back. If Palestinians, let's take your argument. Let's say Palestinians packed up and left in 1948 on their own. They went to vacation. They packed up and went to Disneyland. Why are they not allowed to return? What exactly gives Israel the right to say that these refugees don't get to come back home? They don't have that right. So the point is...
Why don't they get to return? It's because they left and then they waged war against Israel to try to destroy them. Why would you want them back after?
Who's the they? The civilian population?
The civilian population, the surrounding Arab states, yes.
Yeah. So Israel imposed itself on Palestinians, engaged in a campaign of ethnic cleansing, drove them out of their homes and took over their land and created a Jewish state.
So and then, Israel in 47, okay. The Brits gave a potential split for who would own what land.
Yeah.
And there was land where...
Just for the record, just to be clear, the Brits being the colonizers of that area at the time. So not exactly the people with the most... in the best moral position to be dictating what.
Sure, as opposed to the Ottomans that had colonized it hundreds of years before.
Yeah, the Ottomans were not the ones trying to create that division. So that point is neither here nor there.
Because the Ottoman Empire collapsed because it was gone. But I'm just saying that regardless, Britain had the territory. They were the ones with the mandate to administer to it. That was the agreement.
The point is importing a Jewish population from Europe and then trying to force the Palestinian population living on the land to leave parts of it in order to allow for a Jewish state to be created is morally wrong. That is.
I mean, it's complicated. I mean, they purchased the land. Yeah, it is. It is complicated.
They did not purchase the land.
They did. A lot of it was purchased. Yeah, the Surstock Parks, they were huge.
Again, you don't know the details, and that's okay. By the time 1948 rolled along, in 1947, when the division of land was coming, the Jewish population made up about 90% of the land, and they owned less. I'm trying to now figure out if I'm mixing up the population and the land ownership. The land ownership was 7 to 9% at the time. And the land division in 1947 that was offered to them gave more than 50% of historic Palestine to a Jewish population that owned 7 to 9% of the land.
That's partially true, but they weren't giving it. That partition plan for the Jewish state wasn't initially given only to Jews. The division of population would have been 55% Jews, 45% Arabs that lived there, which kind of hurts the idea that Jews wanted to expel all the Arabs from the land. That expulsion didn't come until after the surrounding Arab states declared war on the newly emerging state of Israel in an attempt to expel them from the region. What part of what I just said was incorrect? You keep saying no and then not actually.
I'll tell you which part of what you said is incorrect.
Okay.
30% of the population of the 700,000 plus Palestinians who were driven out before 1948. Before the neighboring Arab armies got
yes,
involved.
because there was a civil war that correct, because there was a civil war that started that went from 47 to 49 in that territory. That civil war started because Arabs rejected the partition plan, and then they started to go hard. They wanted to fight. Yes, they rejected the partition plan. They started to fight. Obviously, Israel, not Israel yet, but the Irgun, the Haganah, and the third one, the pre-IDF people started to defend themselves as the Arabs started to fight their villages. There was a civil war that started in 47, and then in 48, all after Israel declares independence, all of the surrounding Arab states decide that they're also going to join and go to war. And unfortunately for them, I guess Israel won that war. And then, a lot of Palestinians fled their villages afterwards because they were worried that their villages were going to get destroyed. And Israel started to grab land, and Jordan grabbed land. That's when they got the West Bank and then annexed it. That's when Egypt came in and they grabbed land. They got the Gaza Strip. That's what happened afterwards. But
No, this is honestly a remarkable attempt at having a conversation.
What did I just say that was incorrect?
The militias that you described pre-1948, before they became the IDF, were considered, many of them, terrorist groups.
Not really. The Irgun was, or Haganah, not as much. It really depends on who you're talking about.
And they've engaged in a campaign of ethnic cleansing. They've gone into Palestinian towns and villages, and they've executed people en masse to drive people out. Those are the actions that they engaged in that you just described as self-defense. It is honestly laughable.
Some of it was self-defense. Some of it was massacres. There are, absolutely. Of course, they were massacring people on both sides. I'm not saying that the pre-IDF force, and even afterwards, Israel's engaged in massacres in towns, horrible ones in Lebanon. I'm not going to say they're totally innocent, of course. But it's not just one side is the aggressor and the other side is this innocent party that is doing nothing. There was Arab violence against Israelis pre-48,
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Just for the sake of trying to salvage whatever could be possibly productive, I would like to move to what is happening now in Gaza from October 7th, what the immediate precedent for October 7th was, and what Israel is currently engaging in Gaza. Can we do that for a little bit?
Sure.
All right. On October 6th, that is one day before the Hamas attack, the people of Gaza had been living under an Israeli blockade for nearly 17 years. During that blockade, half the population of Gaza is unemployed. A greater number of that are considered to be suffering from basically lacking suffering food insecurity. And 97% of the water in Gaza was considered undrinkable. They got about 12 hours a day of electricity, and they could not trade with the outside world, and they could not leave or come. It was essentially what, again, human rights organizations described as an open-air prison. And during that year, just last year, leading up from the beginning of the year until October 6th, Israel had killed more than 250 Palestinians, overwhelmingly in the West Bank, in what human rights organizations have called one of the deadliest years for Palestinian children before October 7th. That was the status quo. Now, the attempts at Palestinian freedom to achieve a situation in which they could live as a free people, they pursued negotiations Israel did not allow for the creation of a viable Palestinian state and insisted on controlling Palestinians. They pursued economic boycotts. The BDS movement emerged. Israel describes this as economic terrorism and puts pressure on the US, by their own admission, to pass laws that restrict the ability of activists, even here in the United States, to boycott Israel, which actually violates the First Amendment. And that's a whole other conversation that I'm happy to get into as well. They have gone to the International Criminal Court. The US puts pressure on the International Criminal Court to keep it from pursuing Israel. Palestinians go to the UN and get their friends to try to pass resolutions at the UN to hold Israel accountable. The US intervenes time after time after time to veto any resolution that tries to hold Israel accountable, to a total of more than 50 UN vetoes from the 1970s until today. And to put that into perspective, that is greater than the number of all vetoes cast by all permanent members of the UN Security Council combined on all issues for that same period. So that's the level of U.S. diplomatic protection that they give to Israel.
It also shows the level of aggression the UN has towards Israel. The UN has done more resolutions condemning Israel than like every other country in the world combined.
I think it's.
I think there's also something to be said that like when we talk about how like the deplorable food insecurity conditions in Palestine, isn't it something like 25 to 30% of that population is literally obese? Okay, I don't think that the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip are suffering from starvation. Okay, now there are issues relating to healthy food. There are issues related to cleanliness of water. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say the conditions in the Gaza Strip are great. They're obviously not. And in some cases, they're
that's really
deplorable.
disgusting, Stephen.
I understand. I know.
Really
I'm sorry. I just wanted to qualify because I know you're about to talk about how October 7th is just the natural outcome of oppressing a people like this, who've also, by the way, as they're starving to death, they're also launching rockets for the past 20 years, trying to kill civilians in Israel as well. But okay.
No, well, I just wish you could reflect a little bit on what you just said and how incredibly offensive and distasteful it is. That you have a population that is suffering a manufactured humanitarian crisis because they're under a blockade, as every major human rights organization in the world concedes, and you're here making jokes about the population.
Maybe we should take, first of all, I don't care, if you're not in the region, I don't even care what your opinion is. I don't care what South Africa's opinion is on Israel. Why don't we ask questions about the surrounding countries? Why is it the case that Egypt, for instance, also stopped supplying electricity to the Gaza Strip? Why is it that Egypt is equally motivated to maintain the blockade against the Gaza Strip? Why is it that Jordan doesn't seem to care about the border controls? Could it have to do with the fact that in 1970, the PLO and Arafat literally tried to kill the Jordanian king? Why is it that like the only allies that Palestinians have are people like Hezbollah and the Houthis? Like, you can paint these broad pictures of how evil BDS is and how evil Israel is, but there are reasons why these conditions exist, and you won't acknowledge any of them. You talk about for 15 years, all they did was suffer these horrible humanitarian conditions. Well, why are they still launching rockets? How can they still launch rockets, thousands of rockets every single year, if there are all these enduring horrible humanitarian conditions?
Yeah, this is hilarious. Yeah, so even in places
I know that you keep saying that. This is hilarious. They don't want to get lost in the weeds. They don't want to deal with the history. You just don't know the facts. And people like you, by the way, are contributing to the enduring bad situations on the ground. Because as long as you continue to think there's only one side here that's doing any wrong, there's never going to be any enduring resolution, any lasting peace.
With all due respect, and I'm not sure how much of it actually is due, we have a reality here where you are not interested in the actual merit of the argument at all. And what you like to do is to try to diffuse the situation. You seem to have this bizarre addiction to the idea that both sides in this issue is the reasonable and sensible thing to do.
Well, to be clear, hold on. I'm sorry. I don't mean to both sides. If I gave you that impression, I don't mean to both sides. I hold the Palestinians more responsible. Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. So that's the fun part here, is that you have these people who think that you want to acknowledge this and you want to acknowledge that. They try to diffuse responsibility here and try to mix things up a little bit as a means of trying to seem more reasonable. And I'm sorry, this does not do you any favors in this case. Throughout history, there are oppressed people and there are oppressors. And even though the oppressed sometimes do things that are wrong and morally indefensible, that does not change the fundamental dynamic of an oppressor and an oppressed population. That is the fundamental reality. And you have a situation right now.
To be clear, what you just said, that wasn't the fundamental reality. That was a very generic, vague, random call out that literally said nothing. There are oppressors and oppressees. Like, what a worthless statement. Like,
yes. Yeah, I know. Yeah, who cares? I tell you that every single major human rights organization in the world says that the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza is imposed by Israel.
And do you also acknowledge that they say that, for instance, like Hamas uses human shields? Yes. Amnesty International says that.
They do not. See, you don't know what you're talking about.
They don't? You don't think in 2014 in a published report, you don't think Amnesty International has acknowledged that?
You don't know what you're talking about. It's just incredible how little you know and
how well, I've actually read the reports. You should try it sometime. You should read the reports for the flotilla stuff, too, that you try to bring up when you're not aware of. I think it's actually really interesting when you read the actual stuff that happens and not just headlines from...
Let me attempt to educate you for the billionth time.
Please, yes, for the billionth, yes.
So What human rights organizations accuse Hamas of, including Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, is the fact that they operate in civilian areas and hide in civilian areas which endanger civilians. They acknowledge that much. That is not the legal definition of human shield.
That is the legal definition. I know what you're... Oh, tell me. Please give me the Finkelstein quote. Go ahead. Tell me what the legal definition is. Yeah.
Okay. The use of human shields is placing civilians by force, forcing them against their will to be held in a place in order to deteriorate.
I'm aware of this. There is absolutely no... There is no... Hold on. To be clear, for people listening, you can go and look at it if you want. Human shields, international... I think the Red Cross has a definition of this. Nobody defines human shields as intentionally placing civilians near objects. That is not true. I don't know where Finkelstein got that. It was a quote that came from a... It was a quote that came... we can give it. I can literally give you from the IHL website. It literally says that if you... Hold on, I'll find it. I'll search it for you if you want. Give me a minute. Go ahead. You can talk while I look for it.
So, while you look for it, let me explain something also to your audience. Do you know who uses human shields in the literal sense?
Oh, Israel does.
IDF does.
So last part, the use of human shields requires an intentional co-location of military objectives and civilians or persons with the specific intent of trying to prevent the targeting of those military objectives. If you station yourself around civilians, you are engaged in using human shields. That's why specifically under international law, the ICC recognizes as well, if you have a civilian location like a hospital that's also housing military targets, that target becomes a military target. You have to do all the collateral assessment and everything, but that's literally how international law is written. Correct. That definition that you gave me for human shields, if you have to force civilians to go to areas, nobody in the international community uses that. Only some pop historians or pop scholars use it because they think it makes their argument sound stronger. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Now let me just squeeze in a few more facts to educate the audience. I'm going to, at this point, try to see if I can just get around the avalanche of nonsense and see if I can
You keep saying avalanche of nonsense. I mean, I can cite you international law. I can cite you historical facts. I can cite you...
Just give me some room to speak. That's wonderful.
Okay.
So the practice of placing civilians in front of you against their will by force was official Israeli policy from the year 2000 until the year 2005. There are literally countless images on videos of Israelis using Palestinian civilians in front of them, putting the gun over their shoulder and walking them into Palestinian homes when they're conducting raids. And the world was naturally outraged. And the Israeli Supreme Court finally came under pressure and issued a law that said that the use of Palestinian civilians as human shields by the Israeli military should not be allowed to continue. They made it illegal.
Gotcha. So to be clear, you're saying before that, you're saying that the Israeli official policy was to use human shields. That was codified in the military doctrine.
That's official
It's so
policy.
crazy that they say that, yet the only image I've ever seen of the human shield is that one boy on the Jeep that gets posted 50 billion times over and over again. But okay.
So let me again, allow me to educate you just a little bit more.
Go ahead, educate away.
The reason why this is official policy, and the reason I can prove that to you, is because when the Israeli Supreme Court said you don't get to do that anymore, the Israeli military went to court and appealed that decision. The Israeli Defense Ministry said, fuck you, we want to keep using Palestinian civilians as human shields. So I'm sorry. I know this is inconvenient. I know it hurts your feelings. I know it messes with your idea that the Israelis are wonderful and they're the good guys and hold the Palestinians more responsible and all that other nonsense. But virtually every accusation made by Israel against Palestinians is an admission of an Israeli policy that pretty much matches it word for word. And the problem is that even though that Supreme Court decision by Israel's Supreme Court held, the Israeli military continued using civilians as human shields on a regular basis, regardless of that. There was an incident recounted in 2008 and 2009 when Israel invaded Gaza during that invasion, where they used a 10-year-old Palestinian boy as a human shield. And when they were caught doing it, Human Rights Watch described Israel's punishment of the soldiers as a slap on the wrist. They demoted those soldiers for using a 10-year-old Palestinian boy as a human shield. That kind of punishment, what it tells you, is that Israel does not take seriously this law and effectively turns a blind eye to it whenever their soldiers engage in it. They've engaged in it multiple times since. There is footage from current raids that are taking place in the West Bank this year where they've used Palestinians as human shields. There are incidents that are recounted by human rights organizations from the past few years. This is an ongoing Israeli practice. It is indisputable. It is factually documented. And the fact that the Israeli Defense Ministry and Israeli military tried to object to the Israeli Supreme Court banning it should tell you everything that you need to know about this. Now, as far as what Hamas does in Gaza, you have a reality is that there is the disparity in power between Palestinian militants who don't have an army, they don't have an air force, they don't have tanks. And so the tactics they use are guerrilla warfare tactics. And anytime you have a force engaging in guerrilla warfare, they can't compete with an army that can just fire a missile from an F-16 and blow you out of existence. So what they do is that they hide in whatever environment they're in. If you're fighting in the jungle, they're hiding in trees. In the case of Gaza, it is almost entirely built from wall to wall.
That's not even close to true. Have you ever seen a map of Gaza before? That's not true. It's not wall-to-wall buildings. There are plenty of open spaces. They just don't operate out of those because they know they would get targeted.
Yeah, they're an extremely urban area, and so when they engage in guerrilla warfare, they do hide in civilian areas. The intention of that is not to hide specifically. By the way, all these Israeli claims about having a command center under a hospital, which turned out to be false, just the list of Israeli lies about the claims that they have made just in the past few weeks. It's absolutely remarkable. They have just repeatedly made claims that turned out to be false. They've directed people to go to so-called safe zones and then drop 2,000 pound bombs on those safe zones. This was documented even by the New York Times, the fact that they've bombed safe zones with indiscriminate weaponry.
Do you also recognize the documenting that Hamas is launching rockets from declared safe zones as well? Or do you think that that's fake news?
Israel declares those as safe zones, says this is where you have to go, and then drops indiscriminate
bombs. And then Hamas also launches... nothing is indiscriminate. Oh, you don't know anything about Hamas launching rockets from those areas. You know every single Israel attack, but not the Hamas ones.
Yeah,
okay.
I know what human rights organizations document.
Well, you don't. You didn't know that in 2014, Amnesty International said that Hamas was using human shields. So
again, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm happy. I will post that report. I'm happy to clip this particular part and post exactly what Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International said during the 2014 war and outline those for you. Now, the point is, when we're talking about what is happening in Gaza, President Joe Biden said Israel is engaging in indiscriminate attacks. Every human rights organization, including now, suddenly you're a fan of Amnesty International, which is great. So Amnesty International accuses Israel of committing war crimes in Gaza, say that they repeatedly, by the way, not just this last onslaught, but repeatedly accused them of engaging in illegal, unlawful violence against Palestinian civilians. So you take that however you want. If you want, frankly, you bringing up Amnesty International, I think is the cherry on top. If your audience wants to know anything about what Israel is doing in Gaza, I highly recommend they read those reports. And there's no denying that Hamas commits war crimes as well. You would have to be blind to miss that part. Nonetheless, Israel's war crimes are of far greater scale. It is not even close. And Israel is ultimately responsible for creating a dynamic in which Palestinians are denied freedom, which forces us into a situation in which violence becomes inevitable. People who are upset about apartheid in South Africa, and by the way, the point you made earlier about the ANC not targeting civilians, I would not broadcast that level of ignorance really out loud. You probably should just try to learn a little bit more before you start talking online, because it's really embarrassing for you to not know that the ANC does and has at the time targeted civilians endlessly.
You think the policy of the ANC was to target civilians?
Nelson Mandela was considered a terrorist and placed in prison.
Hold
and
on,
even the United States
I'm sorry.
government.
Considered a terrorist means that they had an explicit policy of targeting civilians?
Yes,
or was he considered a
blew up
terrorist
civilians
because he
all the
stood in
time.
opposition to the South African government and the apartheid
You don't know
regime?
what you're talking about. It's incredible. The ANC targeted civilians endlessly. They set off bombs endlessly targeting civilians in South Africa. It
Targeting
really is
civilians. Okay.
Yes,
All right.
they have, and you
Gotcha.
should look it up.
Okay,
And
I
at some
have. We
point-
read all of this. That's not true. The ANC explicitly only tried to target infrastructure and tried to avoid civilian deaths because they knew it would make them look bad.
Hilarious.
Yeah, of course.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
The ANC came out against killing civilians in 1988. You know how much longer they've been carrying out military operations during the apartheid era, when they finally saw that there is significant international support for their anti-apartheid movement, and they decided to shift policy in the very, very last few years of it? Again, just given the back of knowledge that we have between us, and given the incredible confidence with which you speak and your insistence on kind of diluting the core of the issue, and bringing up about 18,000 facts a second whenever you have something to say, in order for us to not be able to have a really productive conversation, I think gets in the way of us really getting anywhere.
Well, those pesky historical facts, they really mess with the narratives and the headline reading.
I can't spend 18 hours debunking every single random thing that you bring
when you don't
up.
know any of them, of course not.
Yeah, that's fine. You can take your little jabs and feel good about them. But for anybody who's interested in the actual substance, by all means, human rights organizations are absolutely the source that you should go to. Please go read everything that Amnesty International had to say about the massacre that Israel committed in Gaza in 2014 and the ongoing devastating, indiscriminate massacre where they are absolutely obliterating Gaza, those are the things that your audience should definitely read.
Okay.
On this note, I do have kids that wake up from their nap around this time. So genuinely, even though I did not particularly enjoy this conversation and I did not think that you were engaging in it in good faith, I nonetheless do appreciate you making the time for me to come on. So at least to that much, I am grateful.
Yeah, thanks for chatting. Bye.
Take care.
Okay. Somewhere out there will be a pro-Palestinian that knows anything. The oppressor/oppressed narrative is such a huge part of lefty arguments. It seems to justify almost anything in their eyes. It feels like you need to directly confront that narrative. Yeah, it's just annoying, I guess. I don't know. Why don't you ever steamroll instead of poking holes in their talking points? I feel like I did a combination in that, but just by like the last 20 minutes, it seems like, like if you're just gonna say like, oh, you want to get in the weeds, like every time I challenge you on a fact, or like, oh, like, you know what you're talking about, like, anytime I want to challenge you on a fact, he's just like, yeah, he's just like molding because he just knows like talking points. But yeah, whatever. What is the substantive difference between new settlements versus settlement expansion? It's all land grabs at the end of the day. Am I missing something? No. New settlements are way more scary than expanding settlements. I think that the thing that sucks the most for West Bank Palestinians is I think they usually call them enclave settlements. But like, imagine if you're Israel over here, okay, and then this is like the West Bank, okay. If you have like a settlement here, a settlement here, a settlement here, a settlement here. Like, the scary thing is what you don't want is like a new settlement like here, or like a new settlement like here. I think this is like I think Hebron is like southeast of Jerusalem. I don't know how many enclave settlements there are, but enclave settlements are like annoying as fuck, because what that means is when you finally go to write out like, okay, well now we're finally getting a two-state solution, and now when you're trying to finally write that out or figure out what you want, now your contiguous state is fucked up by these enclave settlements that are in the middle of your fucking territory. And now you need security arrangements for them. You've got to connect them, you know, with highways and shit that's going to be run by the IDF. Like, just enclave settlements are just obnoxious as fuck to deal with. Settlement expansion can theoretically be remedied with, when you go to negotiate, you negotiate with something called land swaps. So let's say Israel's like, well, we don't want to destroy these things because we've got like so much, we've got so many settlements like expanded, built out here. And it's like, okay, well, fine. Well, we'll give you more land here in the, you know, the Negev desert, or we'll give you more land, you know, up here, whatever. We can start to land swap so that we don't have to destroy these settlements near the Green Line. But yeah, when you start making these like new enclave settlements out here, it fucks up the concept of a contiguous state hardcore, and just the connections and everything just make everything a total fucking disaster. Yeah, I think that like the enclave settlements are probably the worst of all the settlement expansions, although most of it is dumb. But that was a rough debate, regardless of the facts of the matter. Destiny kind of just let him make points without refuting them. He didn't make any points. What do you mean? Every time I pushed back on anything, he wanted to drop that whole section of the argument and move on to something different. At Destiny, why do you constantly argue in bad faith? For example, you claim population growth and the ability to launch rockets means the Palestinian people haven't been subjected to food restrictions, despite Israeli officials directly stating they do. There is like a quote-unquote food restriction. Food is restricted going into the country, but you guys don't say there are food restrictions. You guys make it sound like there are like starvation conditions, or that the food is being denied, which is like obviously and clearly not the case. Do you actually hold back when he does the condescending, you don't know anything, let me educate you, or is it easy to ignore these things at this point? I mean, I'll let him do his thing. I feel like it just makes him look bad if I just let him do that over and over. That's not how it looks to people who... Okay, don't... Optics policing is the lamest thing. Please, I don't care about your opinions about, like, this looks bad to other people. Don't. No one cares. Please shut the fuck up. Oh my god, it is the most annoying type of feedback. Holy shit. Nobody cares. Would an attempted starving still be bad if Palestinians managed to get food in anyway? I don't think the Palestinians doubled or tripled their population while being under starvation conditions. And I don't think like 20% of the population being obese is like starvation conditions. It doesn't make any sense. It's just not even good. It's not even good. Like there are good criticisms of the Israeli blockade in Gaza. Just none of them are made because nobody even knows what the fuck they're talking about. It's all just a fucking virtue signal. Nobody actually gives a fuck about the Palestinians. Nobody really cares. I mean, I guess I kind of don't, but at least I like learn the facts, right? At the end of the day, I don't live over there. I don't care about Israelis or Palestinians. Nuke them all, okay? Because I'm a U.S. citizen. All right. But like, especially when you're going to come in and act all indignant and passionate and blah, 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 but you don't even, like, even barely know any of what the fuck you're talking about. It's just like, it's just so retarded. He said food insecurity, not starvation. That was kind of bad faith of you. No, fuck off. The concept of food insecurity is retarded, okay? People use the term food insecurity to try to make it sound like people are starving because that's what food insecurity sounds like to any normal human being. But most people don't know that food insecurity just means that you might not have access to the highest quality of variety of nutrition or whatever is what people think food insecurity. They don't know what food insecurity actually means. So no, fuck that. If people want to define food insecurity in a debate, we can do that. I'll do that if they want. But no, that's bullshit because people will say there's no food insecurity, they're starving in the next sentence. Don't pretend like everybody knows the technical definition of food insecurity. That's bullshit. They don't. Do people use food insecurity during COVID? People use food insecurity in the United States. But then it's annoying again because you get a bunch of middle-class white people talking about food insecurity and how in the United States, if you're working class, you're starving. And it's like, okay. Why didn't you pinpoint him on more questions more? You let him take the conversation wherever he wanted. I mean, I tried asking him a few times, but it was pretty obvious that he is just like a headline regurgitator. So, I mean, like, should I literally like go full, like, answer this, answer this, answer this, answer that? Like, I feel like there was one question I repeated literally 5 times. If he's not going to answer it, let him dance, I guess. The food insecurity argument you're making is terrible. It has no relation to reality or public health. Okay. I also don't like when people want to say that I'm uneducated or uninformed on a topic, and then they complain about getting into the weeds. Why would you not want to get into the weeds if your primary complaint is that I don't know what I'm talking about? But that seems like the best way to prove that I'm a fucking retard is get into specifics then and show me where I'm wrong. Okay, I don't care. Fuck them. Or I'm over it. I'm doing... I think you shouldn't let him get away with saying you don't know anything about the topic. I mean, I feel like I said that to him like 4 times. What else am I supposed to say? Okay. Willie Matt compliment YouTube channel. Oh, cool. If you're looking for a new research topic, why not do Taiwan? Maybe because I think domestic stuff might be more interesting. Now I'm like super roped into like the Middle East. Like I know like I like all the stories and like now it's just like DLCs and it's interesting to read about other parts of the Middle East now that I know other parts of the Middle East because we can like connect all of it too. So it's like, yeah, it's interesting to listen to like Egyptian involvement in Yemen and then see how like it fucked them in the 6-Day War for Israel. I don't know, it's interesting. Although Yemen has been boring. I think Iran would be more interesting. Okay. I need to do one more pass through all these. Can we do South America? Fuck no. The Uyghur stuff would be interesting. Can we take a break with a game? Wow, we're gonna be taking a big break next month and I'm fucking traveling, so. Any updates on the Glenn debate? Supposedly Tuesday night. Is there another example in history where a nation was expected to be as benevolent towards an open hostile nation as Israel? The ultra, if you want the ultra crazy black pill pro-genocide argument is, would have been when Benny Morris said that the biggest mistake the Israelis made was during the Nakba, they should have just expelled all of the Palestinians and actually taken all of the Mandate Palestine, all of the territory, but that leaving them there was a disaster. Because historically, when people genocide and death march people, they get rid of all of them. They don't leave like huge segments around because it just like fucks everything up. That's the super edgy. But there's like an element of truth to that it means less shit to deal with in the future. But I mean, obviously, then you're killing or death marching a whole bunch more people. But looks like all my chats lean Biden. Good job, guys. Oh, no, wait. Yeah. Third time protesters have blocked traffic. Oh, geez. I wonder if something debaters are getting their facts from vastly different sources, which are incorrect. No, if that was the case, that would be interesting. If people had different sources, I'd actually enjoy that. That would be interesting. It was like, oh, well, have you seen this thing by this person or this author, this thing? That would be really interesting. The problem is people aren't getting information from other sources. They're not even getting information from like, what is it, primary and second? They're not even getting their information from secondary sources. They're getting their information from like quotes from secondary sources. So like I think Finkelstein seems to be like a very oft repeated author, like pop historian in this area. And a lot of that argument that he just made about human shields, which some people in chat were accusing me of lying of. We looked for this. I looked really hard for this. The definition that Finkelstein uses of human shields, that it's exclusively putting civilians in front of your guns and then shooting, I couldn't find that on any international definition for ICC, ICJ. I don't know if ICJ makes girls of this. ICC and one other org. I think I couldn't find that definition of human shields. Everything that I saw basically had to do with if you locate military objectives near, if you locate military, or rather, what I just described, that can be a human shield. But locating military objectives near civilians or native civilians, that's also a human shield. But
We'll take it. No, you won't get around. Are you
Wait, this is an old video. Oh, 2022. Why the fuck are we watching this? Okay. What was your main conclusion of the original event? During the time Israel was being created, prepared for, isn't that the only point pro-Palestinians could have is the rest from 1950 to 2024 is a shit show that originated from the original event? What do you mean the original event? Like the original Nakba? My view of Israel is I think Israel are opportunists. That if people fuck around them, they will take the opportunity to further their interests. So I'm pretty sure, I think that Israel would have been okay emerging as a country with like a 45% Arab population. I think Israel, because they agree to the 47 partition, I think so. It seems to be the case. But if everybody else wants to fuck around, then Israel will, not only will they say, oh, well, if you guys want to fight, then you're all getting kicked out. They also, in the 48 war, Israel didn't just take over their 47 partition plan territory. They expanded beyond those lines as well, which is what I think was one of the big calls internationally for other countries to be like, hey, you guys need to stop fighting and chill, because Israel continued to expand their borders past the 47 partition agreement. But it basically seems like that's like the history of like the Arab nations are like, okay, well, we're going to get you this time. And then Israel's like, well, if you're going to try to get us, we're going to get a little bit too. And then they keep expanding that way, basically. Now, Arabs keep saying, or the Arab states, and now broadly speaking, I guess progressives or lefties or whatever, keep saying that Israel was always an expansionist country and they were always going to expand or whatever. And that maybe that is true. I don't think any, from what the little I've read, no, I'm not even going to say that anymore. Fuck you. Most of you people don't fucking read anything. Okay. From what I've read, it doesn't seem like Israel was going to be a super expansionist nation. However, I can't say that in good faith that I know that. It could be the case that if all the surrounding Arab states were super peaceful, maybe Israel would have actually been on like an expansionist bend. Maybe they would have tried to take over other territory regardless. You know, at the very least, like maybe they would have fought over East Jerusalem because they felt like they were entitled to that entire city or something, you know? Yeah. So, you know, but I don't think anyone in good faith can say, absolutely not. Israel would have never taken any other land if the Arabs would have just chilled. I don't know if anybody can say that in good faith. But I also don't think you can say in good faith, the plan was expansionism the entire time. They were always going to do it and blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh, okay. You sympathize with the Palestinians people during the Nakba. Sure, they didn't have a country, but couldn't you understand their frustration of being pushed out and shit? Yeah, of course. That's why I said, I think that I'd say for the first 20 years, I could understand people in the surrounding area wanting to fight back against Israel. I get it. I get it. I don't think it's wholly unjustifiable. Was the IDF actually using Palestinians as literally human shields? The biggest claims that I've heard of that are, I think, I don't know if they have done this in the past 15 years, but I think early on what they would do is when they were clearing blocks, if they had a Palestinian civilian, they would force them to go into the house first to make sure it wasn't booby trapped or would explode or something, which is a human shield. I'm pretty sure definitionally speaking, having a civilian, commandeering a civilian and then telling them to take part in combat operations is a human shield. So I don't think anybody credible would say Israel's never used human shields. I'm pretty sure they have before. But I don't think it's as big a part of their... And if you think about it logically, it makes sense why it's not even that Israel is good and that Hamas is bad. It's just if you think of the objectives of both sides, you can understand what they're trying to min-max for. I don't think Israel wants to use human shields as much because if they get caught doing it, it's horrible, and the international pressure just makes them look fucking terrible. In 2000, I'm trying to think if this is the first or second Intifada. It might have been the first Intifada where the IDF, there's a video of a father and a son behind a barricade, and the son ends up getting shot by the IDF. Now, the IDF contests that they didn't shoot the son. I think most people agree that it was most likely the IDF. Was this the first Intifada or the second? No, it was the second. It started the second Intifada, I think. Because it says 2000. But videos like this make Israel look fucking horrible. So it's not really even in their interest to use human shields unless they really think they can get away with it, or there's no camera evidence or something around. Maybe. I'm not saying that. I don't think they're above it. I don't think that morally the IDF's we would never use human shields. It just doesn't serve their interest as much. But for Hamas, it does. The more dead Palestinians, the stronger their international cause, basically. Hamas doesn't care about civilian casualties on either side. That is not true. Hamas does care. They want more. It strengthens their cause. The more dead civilians, the stronger their cause. And you know that because think about it. What's the number? What is the only thing anybody knows about this conflict? What is the most quoted thing about this conflict? What's the only thing that anybody talks about? It's the death count. It's the body count. 20,000, 25,000, 50% dead children, 20,000, 10,000 dead civilians, 15,000, 20,000, 300 a day, 500 a day, 1,000 a day, 200 a day. Like that's the only thing that people talk about. Yeah. Why do people say the Oslo Accords failed? I think people say the Oslo Accords failed because there was kind of like... Do people say the Oslo Accords failed? I didn't get that impression from 93 to 2000. It feels like there was like a general unrest or unease. Israel didn't fully stop building new homes and settlements. I think Hamas did a terrorist attack in 94. Fuck, I'm not going to find this. I don't think I got to a point I wasn't writing down every single fucking massacre. There were still attacks. It wasn't like perfect. But I think the major failing of the Oslo Accords was that there wasn't a long-term peace negotiated afterwards, because that's what was supposed to happen. The Oslo Accords were supposed to be a transition for 5 years, and in 5 years, a new second state ideally would emerge. That wasn't penned out exactly, but ideally that was the goal. List of major terrorist attacks since the Oslo agreements. Victims include citizens of the United States, Israel. Well, 100 suicide bombings were carried out. I don't know if this includes any of the IDF retaliations. No, it doesn't. This is just a record of Islamic or Hamas terrorist attacks. Oh, it might have been this bus bombing in Tel Aviv, but there were still terrorist attacks going on even after the Oslo Accords. I think this might be the big one I was thinking of. Hamas, terrorism, Tel Aviv, 1994. This killed 22 people and injured 50 more. But... would you also hold Ukrainians more accountable if they kept fighting for like Crimea 30 years later? Yeah, I mean, if they agreed to peace and then 30 years later they started terrorist attacking Crimea or whatever, yeah. You mentioned a 20% obesity rate among the Palestinian population, which seems to contradict the reported food insecurity. I would argue that it's not really a good argument for contradiction. For example, Yemen has a 17% obesity rate despite being in the midst of one of the world's worst humanitarian... So, hold on. Okay, I'm glad you brought this up, okay? Food insecurity means... that let me look this up for you, okay? Food insecurity means that you don't have access. Well, I think the FDA might have 4 different levels of food insecurity, but okay, so this term, it's when people don't have enough to eat and don't know where their next meal comes from. This is the most extreme form of food insecurity, but the most common one is this one. When people mention food insecurity, they want to use this definition where people don't have enough to eat, but they're including all of this up to marginal food security, which is households have problems at times accessing food, quality and quantity were not substantially reduced, meaning that they're not getting a balanced diet, right? This is the one that people cite the number of because it's the biggest number, but then they want to make it sound like it's like starvation conditions, which is not true. Also, just from the little bit that I know, the Gaza problem with food insecurity, I don't think is anywhere remotely like the Yemen problem with, I don't even like to say food insecurity for Yemen. In Yemen, a lot of those people are under starvation conditions, meaning you've got hospitals full of women who, one, can't feed their babies because when a woman's body is stressed, a whole bunch of bad shit happens with her hormones, and one of those things is you no longer lactate. So women can't even feed their fucking babies because they're starving. Not because they don't have enough high-quality greens and spinach. They're starving. And 2, the babies are starving. Okay, they've got the huge bloated bellies. They have to get like IV. They've got to get like, you know, proper nourishment to bring them back to even being like okay. Like, yeah, in Yemen, my understanding of the little scene in Yemen, the people are actually starving. Like, there's starvation. Like, people are dying of starvation, and their children are malnourished. Malnourished meaning not getting adequate calories. Like, they're not going to grow up with the proper height. They're going to have long-term, long-lasting conditions for their health. My understanding is that is not the case at all in the Gaza Strip. I could be wrong on that. If someone wants to link me that or something, I would be interested in that because it would update my understanding of the Gaza Strip. But like, for instance, and I'm going to go super anecdotal here. Fuck it, I'll Google it actually. If I like so I'm Googling starving people Gaza Strip. I haven't seen the videos or the pictures of like starving, like the bloated bellies, the horrible shit in the Gaza Strip. I just haven't seen it. Maybe it is there and I just haven't looked for it though. So I'll do a little bit of digging now. But like, fuck. Also, starving people, food insecurity is bad no matter what, okay? So I'm not trying to like, I don't want to like make it sound like, oh, like you're food insecure, fuck you or whatever, right? But like, Jesus Christ. Okay, fuck. It's like, so if I look for starving, okay, and I admit they're just Google searches. Christ, I looked at my other computer. If I look for starving children, Gaza Strip, okay, like this is sad, okay, and it's bad, okay, but like here are my starving children in the Gaza Strip, okay, and it's sad having to wait around for food like this is tragic, okay, it is sad, okay, but if I look for like starving children Yemen. Okay, this is not the same thing, okay? We are absolutely not even remotely talking about the same type of thing in these two areas, okay? That's just what I want to, because when people say food insecure, or they say that they're putting the Gazans on a diet, or they're trying to starve them out, this is what you're bringing to mind. These are the actual conditions in Yemen, okay? Yeah. It's a different thing. It's not good. I'm not saying I support it or that food insecurity or whatever is good, but they're not the same thing. Not even remotely comparable, in my opinion. If you're saying that some percentage of the Yemenis population is obese, I would believe you. But it's because Yemen is a country, is a region, I don't even know what you would call it, that has been plagued with corruption for long periods of time. I think Yemen is not food insecure. They're in a famine. That's beyond just insecurity. Yeah, sure. Yeah, Yemen is in a famine. And the food that they do get gets commandeered by other groups, one being the Houthis, where it's not even sent to the people that are starving. Who was it? I think the UN and I think Norway and their food council said that they were going to stop sending food to Yemen because they can't even guarantee that any of it gets to any of the people that need it. They feel like the Houthis just commandeer all of it. Hey, was wondering, when someone says they want to debate in good faith and they say stuff like you're confused or you're out of your depth on an issue, isn't that a green light to go super hard on them in a debate? Kind of. I'll go super hard if I feel like I need to, but if I feel like the other person is making themselves look dumb, then I will, then I'll just let them do their thing. Isn't Gaza also corrupt? The corruption in Gaza doesn't seem to me to be as bad as the corruption in Yemen. The problem in Yemen is it's not just corruption in Yemen. It's also the fact that like Yemen isn't like a real state at all. It's like always been it seems like it's always been like a collection of like tribes, and then people have tried to impose like some broader government. So it's the fact that there's not really a cohesive state in Yemen, and that now the controlling power of the Houthis they're not really like a government. They never wanted to be. I think they didn't. I think they were uncomfortable with how much into the controlling power they've been thrust into. Yeah, it's just that's just not really ran like a country ever. So Gaza is administered like as a country or as a state or whatever. Like it is, regardless if they do good or bad, regardless if you feel like Hamas steals shit, they do. But like it's not Hamas and the Gaza Strip is not quite as fucked as Yemen is, which is just a fucked place and has been fucked for a long time. You say this tribal thing, but all the Gulf is tribal. It's not really unique to Yemen. Is that true? I don't know how true that is. I feel like the royal families, this is all purely feelings based, so I could be totally wrong. But I feel like the royal families in Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, and Bahrain, I feel like they command enough respect and prestige and power and seem to be able to run a country effectively. As opposed in Yemen, the tribes felt far more scattered and far less cohesive and capable of governing a whole state. Seems to be the case. I don't know the history of all the other Gulf states, so I can't say that 100%, but that's the feeling I get. It feels like the Jordanian king, feels like the Saudi Arabian king, crown prince, and all these other people can administer. But I don't think Yemen has ever had stable rulership, at least in modern history. I don't know before like 1850 or whatever, maybe they did, but. The entire Middle East has tribes that control areas, but it's like local militias, not state governments. I mean, kind of, but like some of them have, like, I think Jordan has like a whole ass government and runs their shit. I think that Saudi Arabia has a whole ass government that seems to run their shit, you know? Bahrain is only kept afloat by Saudi Arabia. Yeah, but people can't even keep Yemen afloat, right? Like, to even be able to keep afloat a place shows that there's some level of stability there, you know? Yeah. More countries pause funds for UN Palestinian Agency. Oh, I saw this, that some people were saying that there were members of the of this UN agency that were probably involved in the October 7th attack stuff, but I haven't dug into this enough to know how strongly I feel about this. Our good friends, the UNRWA. Do you think that guy made any good points at all? No, he didn't know enough to make any good points. The agency said on Friday it had opened an investigation into several employees, severed ties with those people, encouraging more donor suspensions. Israeli Foreign Minister Israel Katz said that UNRWA should be replaced once fighting the enclave dies down, and accused it of ties to Islamist militants in Gaza. In Gaza's rebuilding, UNRWA must be replaced with agencies dedicated to genuine peace and development, he added on X. Yeah, the UNRWA just seems like wacky as fuck. Do you believe some countries rewrite history for their own interests? Related to primary and secondary sources. A bit confused in your stance. A country rewriting their history, the only way, I think that it depends. I think that, I'm going to be a huge Western cuck here. I think that if you're a democracy, I think that you're kind of letting people audit your history, which I think is good. I think that's one strength of democracies. Like, I think it's good that we can be very critical of Israel for some of the things that they've done in relation to the Palestinian people and their own history, and in relation to attacks in other countries around them. But part of the reason why we can do that is because Israel's a democracy that opened their archives and published some previously classified material that allows, like the new Israeli historians to go through and audit some of Israeli history. I don't think like Saudi Arabia would ever do that, right? I don't think Egypt would ever do that. I don't think, other types of regimes like just don't do that as much. So can they rewrite history? I mean, it's hard because everybody else around them can analyze their history and have their takes, but yeah. So you agree there are vastly different sources that specific nationalities believe and subject that population to it? It's kind of, I mean, it's going to depend on the topic. Like, I think a broad general problem with Arabs in the Middle East is they genuinely believe, like, Jewish conspiracies are like the underpinning of their entire understanding of the world. That Jews control all of the West, all of the banks, all the countries, and that's a thing that a lot of them believe. I don't know how relevant that is to their day-to-day life or how much it matters, but yeah. It's probably a problem. Do you think allowing states like Iran and North Korea into the UN was bad because they weaken the ability of the UN to do anything, or is it better to have these bad states in the UN because at least you can try to make deals? There's like this fundamental principle of government. It's a hard balance, but like it's the idea that slow, more representative governments are better than smaller, less representative governments. So like the U.S. system, for instance, it's criticized a lot for being very slow and not responsive. But like founding fathers would argue that slowness is good. These things should take a long time. You should need to build big consensuses to do major changes. Otherwise, people revolt and you get like a lot of violence. The UN is similar. You know, people look at the Security Council and permanent members on the Security Council, and they'd be like, oh, wow, like, why the fuck is Russia and China here? Like, congratulations, now you guys can't do anything. And it's like, okay, well, what about the alternative where major countries are deciding to do things and Russia and China isn't happy with that? Well, in the UN, at least they can give it a big old, read it down vote and say, fuck you. But, if they weren't involved in it, well, now what? Military options, massive sanctions, or, territorial control or invasions? Like, so sometimes it's annoying that like, wow, why is this country even part of the UN, blah, blah, blah. But like, you want everybody in the UN. You really want everybody involved. You really want everybody invested in the outcomes of everything that's happening, I'm from a Muslim country, and Jews controlling everything isn't even a conspiracy. It's considered a fact. Yeah, I think that's just like taken as, yeah. Remember how you used to say that censorship would result in Westerners not knowing how to properly argue against Nazis, Jew hate, and then it happened like a year later? Yeah, but what are you going to do? But I also said that Republicans have become increasingly untethered from reality, and that is also a huge problem. That's probably the biggest problem in the United States right now. Maybe the biggest problem in the world, depending on how important you think the U.S.'s place is in the world. Actually, it even affects, it does affect the rest of the world too. What is it? A country divided against itself cannot stand? Like, imagine how different our support or our condemnation could be for things related to Ukraine or Israel if we weren't like literally on the verge of civil war in our own fucking country, But this is exactly how Republicans feel about leftists. That's fine, but one side is right and one side is wrong. I'm sorry. Like, Republicans have become untethered from reality. Leftists are untethered from reality, but leftists are like 2% of the Democratic Party, and Republicans that are, MAGA ride or dies are like 80% of the Republican Party. Did I say Democrat or Republican? Sorry, I think I mixed that up. But leftists are like 2% of like the Democratic Party. Republicans are like ride or die MAGAers are like 80% of the Republican Party. It's like, it's fucked. It's not even remotely the same, What is this? Hold on.
Trump. But Congressman,
CNN, major news network, one of the largest media companies in the world, is only speaking to my left ear. Why?
One thing that you have said,
and that, but look, Donald Trump has been successful. He can say what he wants, and you're not going to change him. I'll tell you that.
Well, he calls her bird brain. I think people would say that that's classic Trump. But Congressman, one thing that you have said on the campaign trail for Nikki Haley repeatedly, when questioned about what is her path to victory, is you talk about the voters, and you say the voters should be the ones to decide. Obviously, everyone agrees with that. But when you talk about what the voters decide, I have to ask.
DEI hiring practices. Like the idea that in your conservative mind, DEI hiring practices and critical race theory and trans healthcare for children and ESG scores in like the conservative eye, these are the things that are bringing the world on the verge of collapse. Okay, and then meanwhile, things like climate change, worldwide instability, due to countries warring each other, the United States not being a strong leader. Like don't care, like any of like the actual huge issues that we need to talk about, like COVID and vaccines. Boring. DEI. Oh my God. Well, let me tell you about this one video I saw where Joe Rogan said that a black retard got hired to fly the next fucking spaceship to Mars. By the way, he crashed it into one of Elon's houses trying to kill him because he was literally hired by George Soros. Like, these are like the things that occupy the conservative brain, and it is unhinged. It is absolutely fucking unhinged. The average conservative today, I'm sorry, fuck, I know I rail on you guys a lot. I don't rail on you guys a lot, but the average conservative today is a fucking schizophrenic, fucking insane totally disconnected from reality, psychotic, crazy person. I'm sorry, but like.
Ask you, because you and I have never say the voters should be the ones to decide. Obviously, everyone agrees with that. But when you talk about what the voters decide, I have to ask you, because you and I have never spoken before.
Fuck, hold on, wait. Just so I want to watch this, and I keep cucking him. My uncle was a high-ranking judge in Pakistan, and I watched him argue with his friends about how the Jewish lobby controls American policies based. You know what would be more interesting? If you called Mr. Moot, booted up some lol, and shut the yapping and get some ranks. True. That's because the Constitution is what supposedly we care about. DI is anti-Constitution. You can't make racial considerations as a company or governmental body. If you want to get rid of civil rights in the private sector, I'm fine with that. The conservatives don't give a fuck about the Constitution. You shut the fuck up. You guys have no respect or care whatsoever for rule of law. You guys have never cared about the Constitution. You guys literally think we're a Christian country, okay? Fuck off. Fucking
voters decide. I have to ask you, because you and I have never spoken before in an interview, about a text message that you sent to Mark Meadows. It was 3 days before President Biden was inaugurated, and you were urging the White House to use the U.S. military to prevent the peaceful transfer of power. Do you regret sending that
Wait, what were the
message?
texts that he sent?
Urging the White House to use the U.S. military to...
Fuck. Ralph Norman, text messages, Mark Meadows. Martial law text. One message identified as coming from Representative Ralph Norman, Republicans from South Carolina, to Meadows on January 17th, 2021, 3 days before Joe Biden was set to take office, is a raw distillation of the various themes in the congressional correspondence. In the text, despite a typo, Norman seemed to be proposing a dramatic last-ditch plan, having Trump impose martial law during his final hours in office. Mark, in seeing what's happening so quickly and reading about the Dominion lawsuits attempting to stop any meaningful investigation, we are at a point of no return in saving our republic. Our last hope is invoking martial law. Please urge to President to do so. Jesus Christ. This is like a... Would this be a coup if he would have done it? That's unhinged. My God. Okay, so that's what we're talking about. Okay, so this guy should be thrown out of office. He shouldn't be allowed to hold office. Fucking lunatic.
Inaugurated, and you were urging the White House to use the U.S. military to prevent the peaceful transfer of power. Do you regret sending that message?
The only thing I regret, I misspelled martial law. I misspelled that. No, I didn't. Look. Everything happened so quick in that election. The time that was given to see if the ballots were real, see if, you've seen 2,000 Mules. Most people have. There's a lot of questions. What's wrong with...
What? The worst film? You're citing this 3 years later? What a dog shit film. Imagine trusting anything at all that dipshit Sousa guy would ever fucking put his fingers on. Oh my God.
Created by a guy that Trump pardoned.
Created by who?
Wasn't that created by a guy that Trump pardoned? I mean, the point of it is that movie is not based in reality. There is no election fraud, and courts have proven that. Republican judges that were appointed by Republican presidents have noted that. I mean, there was no evidence of that by the time January 17th rolled around, Congressman.
Well, there were questions, as you know. There were questions throughout the election process. What happened in Georgia was unusual. What happened in Arizona was unusual. Look, I talked to the Congress people. that serve those particular states. But no, I don't regret that at all. And it's still questions that linger today. But we
Sir,
have got to get our
questions are there
voting
that
right.
linger today? Because this is really important. We are approaching another election, and when you talk to Republican voters in CNN exit polls, half of them don't believe that Joe Biden legitimately won the election, which he did. And calling for martial law because you have questions about the election, I think most people would agree is subverting the will of voters that you often talk about that are so important.
No, look, to keep this system honest, photo voter ID, which the Democrats tried to circumvent. They've been trying to circumvent that. What they're doing with illegal aliens, with the vote.
Don't most states have some form of voter ID anyway? I feel like it's like the majority of them at this point. How many states have some form of voter ID? As of January 2024, 34 states required voters to present identification in order to vote at the polls. Of these, 23 states required voters to present identification containing a photograph, 11 accepted other forms of identification, the remaining 16 did not require voters to present identification. Oh, so what is this, like a utility bill or something?
Registered to vote is not right. That's what I'm talking about.
What does that have to do
making
with
sure
that's you
every
you're
vote,
calling for martial law,
Kaylin,
Congressman.
Look, I texted Mark Meadows. That's the only person. He didn't have the power. I asked him. Donald Trump
He was the
shocked
chief
too.
of staff at the White House. Did he respond
Did
to
he just say he doesn't have power?
Look, I texted Mark Meadows. That's the only person. He didn't have the power. I asked him.
The White House chief of staff was like probably one of the most important people in like the presidential like outfit, but okay.
Donald Trump
He was the
shocked
chief
too.
of staff at the White House. Did he respond to your message that day? I don't think you've ever made clear what his acknowledgement of your message was.
I don't think everything was going on, everything was so fast, I don't think he did. But the bottom line is we got to have secure elections, and whatever that takes. There are a lot of questions that still exist. You've seen the lawsuits that were there. But no, I wouldn't take it back. I misspelled it. I should have taken the time. I was in a hurry, but no, I would not. I don't regret that.
Those lawsuits were all thrown out. None of them amounted to anything. The only place where they found they miscounted, Biden actually had a bigger margin than he initially did. Congressman, it is striking to hear you say that you stand by asking for martial law to be declared 3 days before Biden was elected. I just wanted to make sure we talked to you about that. So thank you, Congressman Ralph.
I think he meant he doesn't have the power to enact martial law. He's literally a direct ear to Trump, though, right?
We've been here.
Fascinating. Fuck. What are your takes on state power, federal power stuff? It seems that Republicans attempt to leverage state power more than libs, or am I delusional? It just depends on whenever it's convenient for them, they do, and then when it's not, they don't. Hey, quick question. Who is Justical blaming for the border here?
Why don't you just negotiate with it? Like,
yeah, but what are illegal immigrants doing specifically to Texas? Are they going in there and like shooting people up? Like, what are they defending themselves from?
taking up houses, jobs, resources.
How can you do that if you're illegal?
Being sent in by cartels, being a cover for fentanyl imports and shit like that.
I mean, dealing with crime is part of your government, right?
Sounds like Biden caved. So this is the thing, is I don't understand why Biden didn't just make, like, why wouldn't you just negotiate with it, like, with the Texas government and say, like, okay, here's what we can do to deter people from crossing that isn't quite razor wire. Like, why didn't they negotiate? That seemed to be Abbott's main contention, was Biden wouldn't return his phone calls. So he just started saying, fuck it, we'll just put up mines. Or, sorry, not mines, razor wire.
can't get an abortion in Texas, but you can fight the illegal immigrants at the border, I guess. At least you can kill one of them, I suppose.
Just to go, what's your thoughts on abortion?
Abortion? I don't know, probably fine up until like 18 to 20 weeks.
18 to
I think-
20?
I think first trimester, no, yes, abortion.
Is this like are we on a different? You can turn it off now. I don't know. What are you asking me? Jessica will always blame Biden. Okay.
Hey, you know, got your mans. They got your mans on sex assault charges. Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with. Oh, yeah, sex offender. And it was your mans. He was your boy. How you grew up with him. That's crazy, man. You ain't know what he was doing? You ain't feel bad at all? Like, no guilt, none of that shit fucking with you? Cause never mind. That's Kels. That's your man. Kels. Bump and grind. Hey, I'm gonna get with you, man. Hey, you know, got your mans.
Don't care. Damn, Amaranth clocking her 57th ban. Nice job. Point of view, I recommend testing after Darius IRL attends the camera. Wait, what happened? What? Oh, also, hold on. Apparently Darius said on that stream that I gave him permission to make that tweet for the honor person. I don't think I ever did that, did I? I didn't say that on stream, did I? Uh-oh, who joined?
Dog, don't you think it's like retarded that like someone's asking me if I have permission from you to like talk to a girl? It's just retarded. I'm not being serious, Steve.
Oh,
like,
I don't know. Damn.
It's just fucking autistic. Like this fucking retard ass P is like, you said you weren't gonna talk to girls. Did you get permission from daddy? And like, nigga, I'm not gonna fucking give a serious answer there. Like, why are you even taking it seriously and responding? It's like,
well,
it's
I think the weird issue is that it's just like every single person that I even remotely interact with, you're literally like tweeting and DMing them like 5 seconds after they've been on my stream.
It's funny. It's funny. People say, do the bit, Darius. Go do the thing.
Well, but it's not funny. You're not doing a bit. You're legitimately trying to like, smash, right?
Dude, I have had sex with 3 women that you've had sex with. Actually, I don't know if it's 3. Melina.
Stop! Whoa! Stop! Don't leak people's names. Damn. Okay. Chill.
This has been known, nigga. You know this.
No,
Everyone knows
sure
this.
I do, but I don't know if other people want their fucking sexual histories being like fucking outed.
Dude, we literally had a whole. Dude, you cannot be serious right now. There's 2 people I have had sex with that have been. Actually, no, sorry, 1 more person. And
Yeah, no one is. We're not. No, the issue isn't us sharing sexual partners or whatever. The issue is just if you're DMing every single person that has ever been on my stream, which is a little bit.
Okay, watch your words, because DMing. I'm not DMing every single girl. I've DM'd.
Wait, when you tweet at them, you don't also send them DMs and stuff too?
Yes, unironically. Ask any. Dude,
wait, did you say ironically or on our? Wait, what?
No, unironically. Yes, I don't DM. I just do my little tweets, and that's about it. That's all they goes to. If anyone messages me, it's because they messaged me first. I'm not even trolling. Dude, ask the Honor girl. Honor girl even said that she just thought it was funny. I didn't like try to get into her DMs.
Yeah, but I'm not retarded, okay? Right? The goal is you meme about it on Twitter, and then you hope they DM you, and then you pursue like a sexual relationship from there. It's just kind of weird if it's like every single girl that's ever passed through my stream. It's kind of weird.
You cannot say you hope. It's just what happens. People think I'm funny. And
Yeah, but then it's not a bit though. It's like a legitimate like bid for.
If it gets to that point, yes. But it's only gone to that point with.
Sure, with that, you don't have to name people.
I think like 1 person, literally 1 person that I've done this bit to. And I can like message her the name, but that's like about the extent.
Sure, but I'm just saying this isn't a bit, right? It's not a bit then. It's like trying to smash.
No, if I was trying to smash, when I actually find a girl attractive, I will go and reach out to them privately and I will try to smash. What has happened is there's been like 1 or 2 girls that have thought I was funny through my Twitter antics and they've messaged me, but it's not a genuine way. I get what you're saying, where you're like, okay, like you actually are trying, or this is a way for you to get into their pants. I'm just doing what people tell me the fuck to do because they think it's funny, and then if turns into being like a stream thing, sure. But it's like if I was just like having a conversation with them on stream, and then they were like, "Oh, let's talk afterwards." Yeah, I do my bit and see what happens, and then if something happens,
Do my
whatever,
bit and see what happens means it's not a bit.
But I'm not trying. I'm not trying to see what happens. I'm just trying to see if like someone, I guess, engages in a way that's like for stream. I guess I'm not trying to like get into their pants. I have like, dude. I wish you could just see my DMs with women. I have autism. I don't know how to. I do know how to flirt in real life for sure, but like these e-girls, I don't know how to talk to them. They start telling me about, like, they send me nudes, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. I don't send nudes back. I've never once sent nude. I like on Discord or any sort of like fucking shit, except for this one time. I don't know how to explain this, but I get what you're saying, but I think it's fucking weird for people to be like, oh, you need daddy's permission to do this. I'm like, dude, listen, Steven, you can think it's weird, it's fine, but going ahead and asking me like, oh, did you inquire Steven about this before you did? It's just like,
Just real quick, Darius, did you not say you're gonna stop doing this because you didn't get invited to shit at Twitch?
Who gives a dude? I did not get invited because of the fucking Twitter stuff. If you actually think I'm not being invited to the Twitter stuff,
I'm just gonna ask you the question again. I'll just do the Destiny thing. Did you or did you not say you were going to stop doing this because it creeped Destiny out and he didn't invite you to TwitchCon shit?
Yes, and I did a Twitter thing again.
And then you did it. That's why I asked you if you had permission,
you.
because I thought maybe something had changed, and I tried to give you the benefit of the
Yeah,
doubt.
but you
and then
asking
you
me
kind
if
of
I
half
did, like,
lied, half
message
joked,
Steven for
and said that he
permission
did give you
or to
permission.
troll on Twitter. It's fucking weird. It's a weird concept. I don't care if I said it. It's a weird thing to ask. Like, that's unironically what Mr. Girl says. Like you're having me do the exact thing where I'm asking Daddy if I can interact with this woman. It's a weird thing to ask.
No, I'm saying you said you weren't going to do it because it creeped him out.
No.
You said you weren't going to do it.
Did you ask permission?
And then, so
That's
I asked,
weird.
did something
Dude,
change? Did you ask for permission to go back to doing this again?
This is what you're so impassioned about, by the way. Steven was roasting your ass earlier and tried to get, like, I think like 3 or 4 days ago, and you did not come into this fucking call as empowered as you are right now, you little bitch. But, and then second off, like, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but if Steven's going to...
Yeah, I respect Destiny. You don't get the same courtesy, okay? I've watched you fuck up too many times.
What?
I just said I come in here and I speak with an even tone to Destiny because I have some level of respect for him. You do not command that level of respect, okay?
What is your level? Sorry, what is the? I don't understand what you think you're doing right now. You came to this call to be like,
I came in to point out that you're just making shit up. And now I'm starting to wonder, have you done the same shit to Xena where you come in and completely misrepresent what actually happened in another room?
I'm not doing this with you because it's not funny, and I know what you're getting at. All I'm trying to say is that you asked me if I asked Destiny's permission, and it's fucking weird.
Why did I ask you that, Darius?
Because of the context of me saying I wouldn't do that to Steve. I wouldn't like do it because it made Steve.
So I was asking you if something changed.
I don't know why me asking Steven would be the way. Like, how do you want that conversation to go?
You're just being literal. When all I was asking you is if something changed with that scenario.
No. How do you want that conversation to go? That's not.
You are just trying to take it completely literally when it wasn't meant that way at all.
Dude, just respond to what I'm saying. How do you want the conversation? How do you imagine that conversation goes with me and Steven, where I can ask him if I can do a troll tweet?
The weird Twitter shit is kind of a part of my content, and I want to start doing it again. Can we be okay? Can we work out some way of doing that?
I've already talked to him about this, and his whole thing is literally that he thinks that, like, I like what he just said. He thinks that there's a way for me to get in with girls. There's no way of me changing that besides not actually messaging girls, which is what Anna even said. I didn't try to, like, actually go and flirt with her or get into her DMs after that. I just did my little tweet, and then I moved on.
Okay.
So I don't know what you want me. Before, like, again, do you want me to, like, draft up the tweet, show it to Steven, and be like, hey man, should I like...
No, you're trying to make this sound absurd. I asked you if something changed because you said you weren't going to do this anymore, and I don't want you to get kicked out of canvassing for being a fucking retard on Twitter.
I'm not going to get kicked out. Dude, I've done my whole... that's literally what I am. I've done this whole thing for the entirety of my whole streaming stuff, and I've been invited to...
And then you said you were going to stop because it was fucking up your professional relationships, so I asked you, had something changed?
This isn't fucking up my professional relationship. Steven, do you think this is tearing our relationship apart?
It might be. Wasn't this why you didn't get invited to stuff at TwitchCon, or that I don't want to like share?
No, you didn't invite me to TwitchCon because you literally said because of Xena stuff, because we were like having a whole bunch of drama.
Yeah, but that's like part of it, right? It's like I guess it's not directly related, but it's also...
It's always been a thing with me, dude. Like, it's always been a thing with me where it's like, Darius talks to the girl, da-da-da-da-da-da. It's like, it's not like it's something that's like...
You lost, Darius.
I don't think there's any issue. Okay, listen. I don't think there's any. Okay, what an awkward conversation. There's no issue with you talking to people. Nobody needs my permission to speak to anybody. But that's not what's being talked about here. What's being talked about is every single time I talk to a girl, literally every single time. And I know because my little autism squad watches. Every time I talk to a girl, even if it's like for 2 minutes on Kick, you're in her chat, you're tweeting, and you're following her on Twitter afterwards. This almost always happens.
And I mean, and I would like you, if I was like legit not a streamer, if I didn't do stuff, I'd be like, okay, sure, it's weird. But the fact that like I am a streamer inside of your community and everyone does the thing, anytime there's a girl on and it's like a relatively attractive girl, like Darius comes in, Farah gets on screen. I've never talked to Farah. I did the thing with Farah too. Never messaged that girl in fucking privately ever in my fucking life. Fucking like every time there's a somewhat attractive girl on stream, people are like, Darius, do the bit. I'm like, okay, I'll do the bit. I'll do the fucking bit. But I think what matters, and I get how you would be uncomfortable and you would think there's something more nefarious there, but I think my track record has shown that I'm not like trying to actually get into these women's DMs. It's just.
Well, why? So what happened? What happened with Anna?
Anna, I just messaged her, but apparently Xena thought that I was trying to fuck her, so Xena went ahead and messaged her and made her uncomfortable.
Wait, so why would Xena messaging her? Why would that make her uncomfortable?
Well, sorry, because Xena told her. I don't know what Xena told her. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. But Xena has been like doing this like weird shit where she like messages people and tries to like warn them, and then talks about how I'm just like trying to like do shit to women, and I don't know what's going. I don't know exactly what's going on.
Okay, but if everything you're doing is just a bit, and now this other girl gets made feeling weird, and then she pops up in Discord, and you say, "Oh, well, actually, it's okay because Destiny gave me his blessing to hit on you."
No, okay, I'm not telling her that verbatim. I'm like, it's so absurd that I'm just like, what the fuck am I supposed to say? Like, someone's asking me like, hey, what did Destiny give you permission? I'm like, dude, yeah, he gave me yeah, dude, he said like, go fuck her, Darius. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to say?
Well, but you're not just bringing this up randomly. It's like in opposition to Xena trying to like, blow up your spot, right?
Say it again one more time, sorry.
You're not just bringing this up randomly as like a meme or a response to a meme. You're doing it because Xena was trying to blow up your spot.
Well, no, I was responding to that because JSTOK was talking about, the initial conversation was like about me in the tweet or something like that. And then I came in and then JSTOK was on my ass because he's like, from what he said, he's trying to protect me from myself or something. So he was like trying to clarify.
I just want you to not fuck up your life every fucking second you're on the internet.
Dude, if you really think that I'm not going to do that actually. I'm going to ego the fuck out of you.
Yeah, don't do it.
Yeah,
by the way, nice comparison to Mr. Girl with me earlier, by the way, when you're the one, just like Mr. Girl, who's in the DMs of every girl this dude fucks.
No, it's not talks to on stream, not fucks. Talks. I do not fuck every single person on fucking stream.
Talks to on stream.
Yeah, I know you like to obsess over my cock and you imagine that, but it's not the case, but okay.
It's like, at most, 80%, okay?
That's not even remotely true, although I'm flattered that you think so.
I don't remember my point. We didn't talk about the Xena. I didn't even know that girl talked to Xena until later in the conversation after we talked about this. And then it was mentioned by her. So it wasn't a response. I wasn't like saying that as a response to like, oh, like because she talked about Xena, I was like, oh, well, actually I have someone backing me up. We were having a conversation and then that came up and then Xena followed because that was like, that's actually where now my life is, where I have to now talk about Xena after like 3 minutes, everybody.
But weren't you literally like texting her while you were on Gisticle stream? Like telling her to finish the job?
I told her to kill herself. She should kill herself. Yes.
But,
I'll tell you right now. I told her to kill herself because she goes around in her Discord. She goes around to other people, and she's been like trying to get me kicked off stuff. And I'm like, dude, it's so frustrating for me because I've got a restraining order on her. I've done everything I need to do, and this bitch still tries to fuck with my life. She texted my roommate.
Your own restraining order?
My roommate like a couple days ago. What?
Are you violating your own restraining order by like continuously texting her and instigating and like continuing the situation? Like if you got a restraining order, just leave it alone.
I'm not gonna defend myself. I got fucking frustrated. I'm not instigating the situation. She's instigating. I'm getting fucking triggered the fuck out, and then I'm rage doing stuff. I shouldn't be doing it. I do genuinely. I 100% agree. I should not be doing that. But like, dude, I'm fucking human, dude. When I have this woman like actually like fucking up opportunities for me, like it's just like it's frustrating.
Wait. What opportunities?
What opportunities?
I was supposed to be on this Ice Beside thing, but because I got a restraining order on her, she's like trying to like talk to Steve. She talked to Ice, and now like everyone fucking hates me. They don't want to fucking talk to me anymore. And then like when she's they're like a whole thing with like all these other fucking like she's just like talking to like about
from what
me.
I heard, Ice
And,
just
and
doesn't
then
want
also
you around
with the, no,
because.
sorry, because no, here's the thing. Listen, and also with like this girl I matched with on Tinder. I matched with this girl on Tinder, and she like put her location to where I lived in Tinder, and then like she like matched with the girl, and then posted her like her shit on all over her Discord, and then messaged the girl saying that she's my baby mama or something. So the girl that I was supposed to hang out with and do content stream stuff with just like unmatched me on Tinder, didn't want to interact with me anymore because Xena went out of her way to fucking like stalk people in my IRL life. That's not even related to fucking stream. It's just like it's not just like opportunity. Like the Ice Poseidon thing is whatever. Like it's it's like what it's like whatever. Like fuck, dude. Like if this person wants to interact with Xena and wants to just like hang out with Xena, it's fine. But then it's like when I'm like in real life, people are just like she's like looking for people that are just around me. I'm interacting with and then fucking with it. It's just like it's I don't know what the fuck to do. And yeah, I get fucking frustrated when I see her trying to talk like, I don't fuck with this Indian nigga or whatever on her Discord, and people send me fucking images or whatever fucking shit. It's frustrating to see that shit, and then see her also like going through my likes and like mentioning stuff on my likes, but then acting like she doesn't like interact with any of my stuff. It's just frustrating. And then while I'm actively getting kept out of like opportunities, and then she's like trying to like fuck with my roommate and like feed him lies about me. It's just like it's just weird, dude. It's just frustrating.
Wait, who invited you to that ice thing?
Oh my god, dude.
Xena said that she invited him, and Ice doesn't want
the way this
to.
works verbatim is Xena was on some Jack Doherty stream where Ice Poseidon was there. Xena talked to Ice Poseidon about getting me on or something along those lines, and I went ahead, I messaged Ice afterwards and was like, yo, what's up? And he didn't know why the fuck I was messaging him. And then I was like, okay, so like, do you want me to, are we gonna do this? Are you doing this like, this fucking Fear Factor thing? And he's like, oh yeah. Then he goes and explains the situation to me, and I'm like, okay, cool. And then he's like, you can be on or whatever, blah, 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 blah. After that, Xena does the weird shit with Tinder and like harassing the fucking people that are around me or whatever. So I go ahead, I get my restraining order, and then after that, she's like, she messages my roommates and to tell them like, oh, by the way, tell Darius he's not alone on Ice Poseidon's stream because he got the restraining order on me and he's trying to start drama. And I'm like, what, dude? I had to get a restraining order on you because you're ironically like you're fucking with people like not even related to stream now. You're just like you're posting the Tinder accounts and the Instagrams of people that aren't even related to fucking like real life like stream stuff. You're just like harassing me at this point. Like I don't know what else to fucking do. And that's what happened with Ice. That's almost like I think pretty much verbatim. And then her argument is that she got me on the Ice Poseidon show, and because we're no longer a thing, she has the ability to get me off the show or something. I don't know. But I told Ice even the restraining order, like, listen, it doesn't matter for this situation because apparently Xena said she's going to go to Ice Poseidon's thing and compete. So I said, because it's a good opportunity for me to stream, I don't mind not, I don't mind tolerating it. But she's already like been messaging like Ice Poseidon and his girlfriend just about like stuff related to me. That's already like tainted everything. Even if I wanted to. If that makes sense.
I just feel like you're constantly like, even if everything you're saying is true, you're constantly like talking about her and messaging her to like kill herself and stuff. So you're not in a position.
I'm being harassed. It's hard not to, dude. Like I don't know what you want me to do when like my shit. Like I moved to Texas because I wanted to interact in this space as well. And then like I'm also like being like every single person I talk to, she's messaging. Every single person I'm trying to involve myself with that's a streamer, she's trying to get involved with. It's frustrating. Ginger Amoth girl, some fucking random ass girl, doesn't know this bitch at all, but now she's suddenly really interested because I did like a joke tweet at her or she's in like our chats. Fucking my roommate, like her like talking to my roommate after after I told her like, hey, just like leave me the fuck alone, and like messaging my roommate about like fucking random shit related to my life. It just doesn't make any it's just like why am I have to be encapsulated by this person?
Well, if you're right and she's crazy, just go through with your restraining order thing. But you going onto streams and saying that she should kill herself and stuff, regardless of whether you're right or not, it just makes you look unhinged.
I will continue to say she should kill herself. I hope I go to jail for it. She actually does, dude. I don't. This woman is what the worst I'm doing is telling her to kill herself. The worst she is doing is harassing people in my personal life. Like, yeah, I'll keep telling her to kill herself. She should end it. dude, and if that's the worst thing ever, and that's so hard, yeah, dude, I swear to God, reverse the roles, dude. Like, make me a woman for like a day, and have a fucking nigga sitting there, like, contacting my whole family, threatening to kill me, sending them cutting themselves, like, threatening to jump off a fucking, sending videos of her trying to jump off a bridge. Do that for like a day, dog, and you niggas are gonna go crazy. But because I tell this bitch to kill herself, you're like, oh, dog, no, you're doing it, no, you're instigating, no, fuck you, bitch. Actually, unironically, fuck you. I fuck Kelly G too, that dumb broad. She's like, dude, I'm in the fucking JSTOK shit court, and this bitch is like, oh yeah, I know your girlfriend. Dude, this bitch is just like, oh no, Darius, it's because you keep instigating. This bitch will not leave me alone, dog. And dude, I will tell her to kill herself every day of the week. It does not justify her interacting with people, like bothering people around me.
No
like,
one's saying that it justifies it, but just.
But you're telling me to stop, and it's like, dude, you have to understand. I'm like literally getting choked. I'm getting choked, and I'm punching the bitch in the face by telling her to kill herself, and you're like, no, you. This bitch gets on, and you literally are sucking her cock. You suck her cock. I saw your DMs. You're like, girl. Darius is talking all about you. I saw your shit, dog. Like,
literally, that's not even what I said. I said,
you said verbatim, girl. He's talking about you. You know,
no,
Darius
I
talking about
didn't,
you.
fucking
I was
dumbass.
like, nigga, what the fuck are you doing that for?
Darius is talking about you because her and I were friendly. I'm new here. I don't know if she's fucking crazy or not. All I know is that she was friendly to me, and it felt slimy for me to be on a screen talking about her and not let her know ahead of time. I would do it for anyone.
It felt slimy for you guys brought it up. I didn't think dude, I wish I had the VOD right now. I'm pretty sure I didn't even bring that bitch up. You told me that you saw she was saying this shit about me, and I was like, oh my fucking God. This is like unironically Session and Sushi. Like, I come in, this bitch knows information about me you shouldn't fucking know. But then this bitch has been going around, dude, dude, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind! How am I fucked here? How does this happen to me every fucking other month?
How does this happen to me?
Every month, dog! Every month! I'm done! I'm getting Adderall! I'm getting Adderall, and I'm getting the fuck out of here! I'm gonna work at Costco my whole life! I can't do this shit anymore! Dude, you bitches are crazy! I hate all of you!
Do we have a Darius fan somewhere? Because I'm not like a big fan of dog piles, right? We got to have someone like bat for him because he's losing his mind.
No, in a real sense, like not even doing a bit. If I understand that I need to chill the fuck out, I need to just ignore it. But you're asking me to endure. You're asking me to endure, and 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 I can't endure any longer.
I never said that she was in the right. All I said was, if you're already in the process of going through with the restraining order and stuff, just go through with that. But you going on and like,
I know, I get that. But then because I got a restraining order, now I deal with getting exiled from like specific groups, and I get that. That's the trade-off I have to have, and I need to understand that and accept it and come to peace with that. I do genuinely understand. But you cannot, like, you can be like, nigga, grow the fuck up, whatever. Okay, cool, whatever. I'm asking for a slither of the same empathy you're giving to Xena to give to me in my situation.
Yeah, Darius, I think you deserve everything that's happening to you and way worse. And stop saying the N-word. You're brown. You're Indian. Stop.
I'm Blarker. Fuck, dude, I'm so fucking triggered, dude. Oh, I fucking fumbled, dude.
well, I'm sorry if you think I was being uncharitable to you. I don't know the situation enough. I was just speaking based off of what I
You're just doing the girls thing, and it's like, it's fine. Do the girls thing. It's cool. It's whatever. It's just like, don't pretend it's anything outside of what it is. It's a girls moment, and that's
what I said. That's what I said. I said she was friendly to me, so when her name came up on stream, I DM'd her and I told her that we were talking about her because it would feel slimy for me to not let someone who I was friendly know, and I would do that to anyone who I'm friendly with. And I never said that you were in the wrong or anything because I don't know the situation.
I just would love. I just wanted. I just like if I was like your friend or any of your friends, I would love to just see how many times you message your friends when you talk about them to other people. I'm pretty sure what you wanted was her little reaction because she's a little spicy Latina that loves to talk about tea, and you're a bored 20-year-old that needs excitement in your life. So as soon as you saw that there was drama going on, you were like, okay, I'm gonna go message this bitch, and I'm going to hopefully get some excitement out of my life. That's what happened. Just say that. It's fun.
No, it's literally not. It's
Weird.
because she was on her Instagram
You
story
think you're
saying
that
that
girls with Zena to where you had to after 2
she was
days
on
of
her
mentioning the
Instagram story
messengers, you
talking
felt like it
about
was
how people were
slimy?
accusing her of faking an abortion and like a miscarriage and stuff.
Because she
And
did.
I
Oh, also, I forgot about that. I even mentioned that, dude. She faked being pregnant by me. Who does that? Why? Why?
well,
What's
when
the
I
point?
messaged her and I asked her what happened, she like sent me some pictures and it compelled me to believe her. And I'm sorry if that wasn't the
You
truth,
sent me the
but it
pictures,
just
but then
seemed sucked up to me. It wasn't a thing.
that's the crazy part. Why
May I
even
talk?
say
Can
like,
I
oh, I
talk?
believe
Can I
you now?
fucking talk?
Why not say why does Darius even believe that she faked the pregnancy? Why not just why even say, oh, I believe her 100%? Like I get it, like she's a girls and it's like girl moment, but like why even like take why be like, oh shoot, this is fact now. Darius is a bad person. And this is the problem I have with Kelly Jean. Same thing. Says shit, whatever, not true, doesn't fact check it, doesn't care to like
What have I said that isn't true, Darius?
You call me a rapist.
I didn't say that.
Okay, cool.
Destiny.
I'm
did
sorry.
that.
I'm genuinely sorry. I don't really know you guys, but
But
like
you
when
know
I saw
her enough
your
to
Instagram
take her
story,
side and assume that I
can
was
I
lying
finish fucking
about
speaking, please?
say something that makes sense, dude. Because you
Let
can't
me
just stop
fucking
this
finish
thing.
a sentence, you fucking retard.
You can't do this thing where you're like, oh, I'm sorry, I just don't really know you guys. But you know her enough to take her side, and then like
Because she was literally sending me.
Yeah, and I can send you pictures
I'll
of
just
her
wait till
taking
you're
a
done
picture.
having
I
your
can
little
send you
meltdown,
pictures.
then I'll speak.
Dude, we can do it. I can do a 3-way call with you and Women's Health Clinic of Hialeah, or we can call any of the women's health clinics in Florida and Miami, Florida. None of them are gonna tell you what Zena told me how she had her abortion.
Darius, do you realistically think that this is helping your case right now, mate?
Wait, so did Xena actually have an abortion?
She sent me a picture of
her proof of having an abortion is images from 6 months ago when she had an abortion to I think Enzo's baby or something. I don't know, some other nigga. And then she's like she did this thing where she has this channel called like Love of My Life, and it's dedicated to me. It's a weird fucking shrine thing. She posted a pregnancy test
This is
when we
not gonna help, is it?
when we did
Can
that
I
troll
speak?
pregnancy on
Darius,
Twitter.
may I speak?
Going out of your way to trigger
I'm
Xena.
in the middle of telling you why you should have just like asked me a question. 6
Oh
months
my
ago.
god, you fucking retard! Just let me say my piece.
What do you have to say? I believed her. Cool, we get it. You're dumb. All right, let's move on.
You fucking retard! No, she literally sent me a picture of the miscarriage. I am new here. How the fuck was I supposed to know that she was lying?
Oh my god. Yes, she had a miscarriage. That happened. That did happen. It did not happen with me. And her sending you her nasty doo-doo draws with her nasty fucking period blood in it doesn't prove that. Also, was that weird? How do you not think how that's weird? I'm sorry. Like, do you not think that's weird? Why did she send you a picture of her nasty doo-doo draws? Why do you have that? What is that? So how does that help you prove anything?
She was just talking
her
on her
nasty
story
period
about.
and you saw that. You hate me so much. You hate me so much that you
What
saw
is this high-pitched voice? Jesus
and
Christ.
you said, "Fuck you, nigga. Fuck you. I hate you. I hate you. Why are you trolling me?
What? Hello?
How do you, as a woman, see nasty doo-doo draws with period stains in it and say, "Yup, this is believable." It's like this. How does this like? I understand. It's like maybe actually, you know what? I changed my mind because it's so retarded. Why would someone lie about that?
That's what I'm saying. Why would anyone lie about that? So
and
why
no,
would
dude.
I assume that she was lying? All I said was,
right there with you. Why?
I said was, hey
But
girl,
you would
I'm
find-
sorry that
but you
people
would-
are
but you
accusing
would
you of
know
lying
why?
because I'm not gonna assume that someone's lying because I don't fucking know you people. I don't know if she has a
Yeah, but
history
I'm
of
just
lying or
saying,
not.
but you have enough information to make to just be like, okay, this is what happened. Instead of like, if you give a fuck, which you did enough to have a long conversation where she felt comfortable enough to send you her nasty ass period panties.
It wasn't a long conversation. It was literally just, hey girl, I'm sorry this happened to you.
Consuming information.
Oh my gosh, you.
No, all I'm saying is if you cared enough to continue the conversation with her, you maybe should have cared enough to like maybe just like have like a basic like do any sort of like not even just research. You could just say like Darius, maybe this happened, maybe this happened. I don't know this nigga. This girl's giving me a lot of information. I haven't heard the other side, and then just leave it at that. But instead,
I've never talked to you before. Was I supposed to slide
you're
into
not
your
supposed to
DMs and
talk
be
to
like,
me, but you're not
"Hey,
supposed to make
Zena said that she got pregnant by you and she got an abortion. Like, is this true?" No, like I'm not a part of it. I was just being friendly because she was posting on some sad stuff on her story. So I slid up. I was like, "Hey, girl, I'm sorry that you're going through this. I've had a miscarriage before. I know that it's like really hard and traumatic, and it can be like really hard on you emotionally. So I wanted to offer support to another girl. I don't know if she's wrong. I don't fucking know you people. And so I'm sorry if you misinterpreted that, but I don't think that that means that I should have slid into your DMs and started asking you if like the whole thing was a lie.
I'm not even saying that you should slide into my DMs. I'm just saying you shouldn't cast judgment just based off someone's one-sided story. And then it causes like literally if you just even and you don't have to slide into my DMs, just ask Destiny, what the fuck is this? You'll probably be like, what the fuck? And then I'll probably just leave it at that. I don't think I've ever talked to Destiny about something and he's been like, you know what, Darius, you're actually 100% right. Even in this situation, he was asking me about the Ice Poseidon thing because it sounds like I was just like getting vetoed from everything when she like has a pre-existing condition with like these people. So it makes sense that it's happening. It's just like frustrating for me or whatever. But it's like just casting judgment. It's just like it's just
I realized if you had gone into the stream calmly and you would have started explaining your side to me, like I would have listened 100%, but you just went in there screaming that she should kill herself. Like it's very, very hard to.
Yes,
like,
and I think all I ask is for so here's the thing: if Xena would have raped me, and I came to you and I was like, "This bitch raped me. This bitch raped me. I just got fucking raped." You would have been like, "Oh wow, you actually didn't come to me cool and collected. So you're kind of a retard."
What's she supposed to do? A DNA test, bro? Like, why does it matter if she had an abortion or not?
What she's supposed to do is
about this for no reason.
you're supposed to do this. Exactly what you did with Xena. A woman is speaking. Sit back and listen. I'm the woman there. I'm not a. Here's the problem. That's why I wish I was a woman. I wish you could sit back and listen. I'm black. I'm a black woman. Sit back and listen. Just listen to what I'm saying. I understand I'm saying some things like kill yourself. I hate you. This girl's a bitch. But listen to what I'm saying in between the anger, which is this bitch is a liar. She's lied multiple times.
Darius, I'm so sorry. My whole point was just to say I don't know who's in the right or wrong.
But you did act like that.
It's just the way that you were conducting yourself was really unhinged, and you were just going and screaming and yelling, and it's very hard.
When you're a nasty period doo-doo draws isn't unhinged at all. It's actually very factual. Like, do you not like if I asked a girl for proof that they were pregnant to a specific guy, and they sent me a fetus, what the fuck does that prove to me?
Was I supposed to like ask her for more? I don't understand what more I could have done in this situation.
I'd be like,
just let me ask you.
I'd be like, okay, interesting.
Should I have gone to you and like showed you the picture and been like, hey, is this real? Or should I have asked her for more proof?
Steven, do you want to see the doo-doo draws? She posted publicly. It's on her Discord. She actively has it in the Discord dedicated to me, where it says Darius, love of my life. You can check it in her Discord if you want to join. It's a picture of her nasty period doo-doo draws right there for everyone to see, and it correlates exactly to her saying that she had an abortion by me.
It's like a clot.
Yes,
I'm just asking you.
Yes,
Darius, what should I have done differently?
I'm not saying that
what
it's not.
What should I have done differently? I'm asking you so that I know, because you're saying that I'm being biased, and I'm just genuinely asking, what should I have done differently? What could I have done?
Nothing. You shouldn't have casted judgment. It sounds like you casted judgment. It sounds like you had already a preconceived notion of who I was and what I was about prior to me even coming in there frustrated. You already listened to her. You already unfollowed me as soon as she told you to. So yeah, I mean, I think it's very reasonable for me to make the claim that you didn't just listen to Xena and then move the fuck on, because that's easier, or you wanted to do it for whatever fucking.
Is it possible that maybe this girl and I were friendly in DMs, and then she messaged me? She was like, "Hey, girl, just so you know, you follow my ex."
Okay, actually, no. Let me ask you this: was she friends with you prior to following me?
Yeah, she messaged me after the
yeah,
Kelly
when?
Jean thing. What?
When did she message you?
We became mutuals after the Kelly Jean fallout, and we had just like talked. She was like, "Hey, like,
Wait,
welcome."
wasn't in that? Wait, are you talking about when I was in that call like a week ago?
When I was there in person with Steven and Kelly
Like a
Jean
week
and I
ago
were
when I was
arguing.
in that. What do you mean the Kelly Jean fallout? What do you mean when I was in the call as well?
What?
Was I not in that call?
What?
No, I didn't actually. No, I forgot. I came in to ask Destiny a question, and people were telling me to raise you up, and I didn't do it because I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. No, I wasn't in that call. I remember. My bad. I'm confused. My bad. Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah, that same day, by the way, you did follow me. By the way, just so we're clear.
Yeah, and then she just messaged
And
me and
then
she was like,
she
"Hey, girl,
immediately was very
hi,
interested in
my
you
ex."
after that. And then immediately you became much more interesting in her eyes. And then she talked to you, and then that's how it went. That's how it went. So it's fine. It's all good. It's not. There's no correlation at all. She actually thought you were really cool prior to following me.
I don't understand what I could have done differently. I was friendly with this girl. She was like, "Hey, girl, just so you know, this guy's my ex."
A girl messaged you. Schizo posted about me. You unfollowed me because you listened to her Schizo post because girl vomit.
She didn't
And
even
then
go
she went
into
ahead and
detail.
posted her
She was
nasty
just like,
shitty
"Hey, this
porn.
is my
And then
ex."
you accepted everything she said, and then we moved on. Listen, that's fine. It's okay. You can just say that's what happened. You could say you just trusted her more because she has a bigger follower count than me, maybe, or maybe maybe it's like a girl's thing. Maybe it's a girl's. Maybe it's just like you just felt more comfortable around the girl, and then that's fine. It's fine. I don't know why would you do this thing where you're like, oh, like I could have just done so much different. Like I could have just like what could I have done differently? Like what you could do, there's nothing else I could have done here. There is other stuff you could have done here, which is just like not engaging with a psychopath that's schizo posting to you about random shit.
She didn't even schizo. She just said, "Hey, this is my ex-boyfriend." I felt like
So why would
slimy
she
following
even
some.
message you that? Why would she even message you that? Okay, what's the point there?
We were mutual. I don't. Okay,
You're
maybe I'm
mutuals
wrong,
for
and
the
this
same
doesn't
thing that
happen
follow
often
each
in like the
other.
streamer
You're
community. But like
no,
in
you're
real
mutuals.
life, if I was friendly with a girl and then she saw that I followed her ex-boyfriend and she messaged me saying,
It
"Hey,
was
this is my
within the
ex," I would
first
unfollow
24
you.
hours of her
That
knowing
doesn't seem
you.
weird to me.
It was within the first 24 hours of you following me, her knowing you, and everything happening at once. You finding out who she is. This all happened within 24 hours, and within those 24 hours, she's messaging you about me. Do you not think there's maybe like an ulterior motive there? Or maybe when she's messaging you, you're like, why the fuck is this random girl messaging me about her fucking ex-boyfriend?
She had
Dude, no,
She
you
had
guys had
already
this
messaged
conversation
me
already.
before. We had already had a conversation, Darius, not about you, just we were becoming friendly. Then she saw that I followed you somehow. She was like, "Hey girl, just so you know, this is my ex-boyfriend." I unfollowed you because me personally, I would feel a little weird if my new friend was following my ex-boyfriend. And maybe it's just like that in like IRL situations and it's not like that in the streaming world, and I'm sorry if it came off as shady, but there wasn't any like wrong intention with it. Like I don't like I don't understand what you like what?
I don't know how you just don't get it. I generally don't. What are you missing?
Oh, okay. Caught up.
I-
We're done. Let me get a Red Bull real quick, and then I don't know what we're doing, but we'll do something.
I mean I don't know. I just thought that she was like being friendly to me, and I don't know.
Probably was.
Well,
What?
She picked Cena, Darius. Is it really worth all of this just for that, right?
All I want is for her to. I like right now in this exact moment. I don't know why you keep doing this thing where you're acting like there's just no other thing that could have existed where you could have done where you don't try to just like pick sides after 24 hours of interacting with somebody. And I don't know why not.
Some people do. Everyone's
Nothing to do with the
different.
streamer. It has nothing to do with the streamer world. It has nothing to do with any sort of world. This is just like life. Like someone starts messaging me randomly, like this girl I met like let's say 48 hours ago, and starts saying like, oh my ex, you work at the Starbucks and my ex comes by all the fucking time. Just know there. I'm like, okay, what am I supposed to do about that? Like what do you want me to you want me to like ban him from the Starbucks? What the fuck do you want me to do? You acted because you were like, oh, I want to be cool with you, girl, and like you don't fucking know this bitch. You've known her for 48 hours. You didn't know if she was crazy. You didn't know what was going on. You don't need to message me. You don't need to ask me about anything. You could just be like, I don't know why the fuck I'm being forced to do stuff that I don't really know this chick, and I'm just not gonna like. I'm after like 48 hours, she's trying to pretty much like strong arm me into like either unfollowing her ex, or I don't know what the fuck I'm trying to say. I'm fucking losing focus. I'm retarded, dude. You get what I'm saying? People get what I'm saying.
I'm
making sense.
sorry if I hurt your feelings, or if
Nigga,
you know,
okay,
you-
stop.
or if you misinterpreted my.
Stop. You just come or your apology is not an apology. You're just like trolling me, and it's getting annoying
Because-
now. Now I'm frustrated.
Can someone else maybe explain this to me and like articulate his words better? Because like I'm
You
not
didn't do anything wrong. You thought he was unhinged and you unfollowed him on Twitter. He's just fucking coping.
You thought I was unhinged based off some other person's like.
I never thought you were unhinged.
Because okay, yeah, because I'm. Let me just, dude. Okay.
With people my age, it's very common to like not want to follow like your friends' exes. I don't know. I don't know if it's not like that in like
Zena's like, what is your age? Are you like 19? What do you mean your age?
But then look, in the case that like Zena was like manipulating me and stuff, like I don't like what did you want me to do?
Okay, I'm don't know. I've said it like 16 times. I just wanted you not to cast judgment or not do actions or listen to negotiate with terrorists. Some random person just started messaging you. I would have like took like 5 minutes to just go ahead and like maybe not just like make actions, just like see what the fuck is going on before you went ahead and did things. Like you
But
follow me.
Darius, have you ever considered that maybe if you and I would have had like a regular interaction?
I don't give a fuck if you unfollow me or not. The issue right now, the problem where it went more is where like I'm now on a call with you and you're like, oh, I'm hearing all this stuff about Xena, and you feel like you have to message Xena, and you're doing this weird thing where you're like fibbing and you're like, oh, I just felt like I was being shady. No, you were just bored and you just wanted drama. You just wanted like some weird like entertainment for the next 30 minutes. I just wish you just were being honest with the situation. You're like, oh, I just feel really close to Xena. I feel like I just had to message her because Darius
You're
was
whining about her judging you whilst you're judging her. Like,
because that's look, I'm talking about her exact actions and what happened. She doesn't even know who the fuck I was and cast judgment on me.
So you don't know who the fuck she is, and you're doing it right now. You genius.
If I was on any stream and anyone that I was friendly like came up and they were the topic of discussion, I would message them. It's not a Xena exclusive thing. It's just like a me thing. It would feel slimy for me to be on a stream talking about someone and not let them know, because what if they want to hop in and defend themselves and they want to know? It's not anything shady. I don't understand why you're looking so.
Girl,
not everyone is content framed like you are.
Like you fucking have a bag of hot chips on you. Like, why are you acting like it was just like some weird like alert? Like, what is this? Why? I get what you're saying, but it wasn't like the way you. I'm pretty sure if you leak her messages with her, it's not like, oh, I just wanted to let you know because Darius is like doing this, and I really just don't want to like betray you for real. I'm pretty sure your messages are literally just her schizo posting about me, you going like, yeah, he seemed a little crazy, and then sucking that clit. And I'm like, I'm 1000% sure what's happened. That's what happened.
Okay.
You can post them if you want. Like, you can prove me wrong. Like, you can just tell her, like, hey, yeah. Like, you could have shown after that message where you say, girl, he talking about you. Obviously, your messages.
Girl, Darius.
Your messages afterwards should be, yeah, I just wanted to figure out what was happening. I was, like, super confused by the situation. And I'm sure it's not a mutual shitting on me fest. You can post them. It's fine.
I'm not sure if she wants like that leaked, but if she
what's the problem though? It shouldn't be anything though. It should just be you literally just like not trying to be involved because you're just not involved. You just want to make sure like,
leaking private messages is not doing that, is it?
Dog. Okay, you know what? I deserve everything that I've ever done because I interact with these women. There's a
Darius, but then okay, if Xena's like this, if Xena's this horrible person and she's lying and she's manipulative and she knows that, and like you know that she is, like why aren't you like extending any charitability to me and thinking like, oh, like if she's manipulative, maybe she's manipulating her. Like, why do you think that
Because
I'm
I
being
just wish you would
malicious?
just say. I wish you would just say. I'm just getting frustrated because I wish you would just say that. Just say like, "Hey, I am being manipulated." I was like,
Well,
not even say
I
I'm being.
don't know
I'm sorry,
that.
don't say I'm being manipulated. Sorry, because that sounds like that makes you cast judgment on her. Just be like, listen, I just wanted fucking entertainment. This is fucking funny as fuck, and then move on.
But it wasn't for entertainment. That's the thing. I
What else
don't.
is it for? What? Why would you like?
I've
You're like
already
you're acting like
explained
you're so
it.
close to this bitch. You don't know her.
I was just trying to be friendly. Like I'm not content brained. It wasn't
And you
fueled
think
by
being
that.
friendly is warning this girl about her ex-boyfriend talking about her?
What?
Like you think being friendly is warning her ex? Sorry, warning her that her ex is talking about her.
Yeah, because I've known
What?
to me.
Dude, it's fine. It's fine. It's like you're. It's like the whole thing is like it's fine. It's fine to like want to have some funs. Like it's fine. It's like it's just like it's.
But I don't like the mischaracterization that you're giving me that I was like doing it for entertainment when it wasn't like that, and I've explained it to you like many times.
The mischaracterization that I'm having. Okay. If you're just saying you're just trying to be friendly to her, that's cool. Whatever. Awesome. Okay. It just doesn't rub that way at all.
I just like, but I asked you like what, like
What
could
could
I
you have
have?
done better? Which was to just do nothing, literally. If some person just starts messaging you about that stuff, just be like, "Oh, okay, interesting. I'm listening and I'm learning, but I'm not gonna. I don't know anything about this, so just like either ask somebody else, a third party that's not involved, like Steven, talk to him. There's no problem. Probably like saying something or just saying like, "Hey, like they're fucking crazy. Stay out of that shit." And then you would just follow suit and stay out of the shit, and then you're fine. But
Okay,
instead,
well,
someone told you, "Hey, this is my ex." You wanted to be friends with them, so you went ahead and listened to what they said, and then you then believed everything else they said, and then that's just it. You picked a side, which is fine. It's just like just say that that's what you did. You didn't like you weren't some like non-acting person.
okay, well, I'm sorry, and I'll try to do better next time. But I don't like the I don't know. I don't yeah. I don't know.
It's totally fine and understandable. Like, basically, you barely knew Xena or Darius, but Darius came in and was talking mad amounts of shit about Xena, saying she should kill herself and stuff, and you gave Xena a heads up. It's not even weird.
Yeah,
It's literally like normal.
Darius, if the roles were reversed and you and I had become friendly first and then Xena jumped in a call and was talking about you, I would have messaged you too. It was not a personal thing. It was just like a moral thing for me. I would have done that for anyone, but I'm really sorry if it came off as shady, and I will try to be more mindful about the way that I conduct myself in the future in situations like this.
You are not punky, man. What is this? What is this? Like just, I'm sorry. I'm getting like triggered, dude. I'm sorry. Listen. I accept I accept it. I accept it for real. It's good. This sounds like this sounds like malarkey right now. I'm not even trolling, but yeah, sure.
Wow,
so, glad we got that resolved.
Just curious because I'm trying to understand everything. Because there's so much going on here. Why? Wait, why would you even give a fuck if some random girl that you're doing a bit with removes you or stops talking to you?
I didn't care, which is why I didn't engage with it or do the whole thing. What I got frustrated by is when I got onto the call, and then immediately we were talking about how she was messaging Xena, and that just like that triggered like I had like a Sejin moment, unironically, and like I got heated, and I was like, dude, this bitch needs to kill herself, because it's not just Anna that I've heard her messaging about privately. It's even with my roommate. My roommate shows me his phone sometimes, and I see that like, oh, like she's like sitting in there saying all these like weird random lines about like random situations that he has no business lying about, and it just frustrates me. I hear
Was I
about
supposed to just assume that she was lying? She's like telling me about her crazy ex, and then her and I have been
No,
friendly.
okay,
So
I don't know
when
why
you,
we're going back onto
when you
this.
start talking
No,
about her,
you're not supposed to assume anything. You just hear that this woman's crazy. She's telling you a whole bunch of stuff. Just chill.
But I hadn't heard that she's
Just sit back and wait. That's all I'm asking. And well, I was in the middle of a fucking thought. Dude, why the fuck am I going back? Dude, all I think that you should have done is just not like cast judgment. But you already did cast judgment. That's it. That's what happened. You cast
You're
judgment.
whining that like Xena privately like says shit about your character, but you just publicly say it to thousands of people. So like, what's the difference at this point?
Have you like been missing? Like I've been having to deal with this woman talking about me on all other.
You both talk shit about each other. That's the fucking point, and you both won't stop speaking to each other because you're both retarded. So like nobody really cares.
It's one thing if I'm saying Xena is crazy, she's a crazy psycho bitch. It's another thing if Xena's going. Dude, this is why I cannot stand your annoying ass. It's one thing if she's going out of her way to message people around me, do self-harm related suicide things to people around me, message my fucking random girls that I have on Tinder in my area to like prematurely do stuff with them about it, or like she's trying to like exile me from other people. I'm not like messaging other people about Xena so that way they can exile her. I'm not messaging Anna.
You
like,
don't have anything to exile her from.
Girl that's been nice to me. She was like, "Hey, this is my ex. I just didn't want to be a bad friend. Like I genuinely just unfollowed you. If you and I had any interaction and we became friends, I would probably follow you back. I don't understand. Was I supposed to assume that she's lying or like being bad?
Dude,
Like
how are you not getting it through your fucking skull? All I'm asking you to do is just I think you should do. In these situations where you don't know the fucking bitch, it's just like not interact, not like start doing immediately what she tells you to do. You're her friend now, and now she's telling you to like do fucking random shit, and you're just like, okay, yeah, and you're believing everything she fucking says. It's just weird. It's like not like it's not weird. I guess it's just like normal what girls do.
Can I clarify what is like the worst thing that Anna did? Did she unadd you and like just like took
she didn't do anything bad. She just wants to keep talking about what she could have done better. And I'm like,
why do you
I'm
think?
Because you keep saying that I was like being bad faith, so I
hold on, Darius. Hold on, Darius. Why do you think when I came in, I assumed that Anna had done something bad?
Because she keeps wanting to talk about what the fuck she could have done better. And I already told her, listen, you just decided to do girls. You want to do anything better? Just don't do anything. And then she wants to keep talking about this conversation about
the reason that I assumed that Anna had done something really bad
I'm in trouble
because of the type of like energy that you're bringing to this. When she's like apologized for unadding you, I mean, like, you're right, I guess I should have paused rather than you being like okay and moving on. You like keep circling around, which is like I can't help but wonder if some of this anger that you're taking out on Anna has more to do with your frustration about Xena. And I'm not dismissing your frustration about Xena.
Okay, I'm not gonna do I'm not trying to like be negative to you right now, like in any way, but like no shit, Sherlock. Like, yeah, I'm frustrated in general about the situation. I'm barely not even remotely mad at Anna or whatever. I'm just like, bro, you just like you could have like not have just like interacted. Like you could just not have like tried like started like believing things that this woman's saying to you off the get-go, and then just like then now saying like, oh, I didn't want to have any part of it, I didn't want to take any sides. Like,
isn't Anna like brand new to the internet space though? Like, has she really been a part of like this? Like,
she is not new to the internet space, bro. She deleted her Twitter. I'm pretty sure you.
So what I'm saying is that I think it's reasonable for a girl to get notified about some like weird stuff and just try to pull back in general, especially if like you and Anna weren't super close to begin with.
Pulling back is not acting, but you're involving yourself in it. Now she's unfollowed me. Now she's going on the thing and on streams and talking about how Xena's talking to her about me. Now it's like now you are picking a side. You're not pulling back. You're involving yourself. If she would have just didn't do anything, it was just like, okay, crazy, that would have been fine. But instead, she that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. Like Sejin, the situation with Sejin happened because that was like, oh, now Sejin's talking about how he knows more private information than me that he should know. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Why are you even doing this? That's the issue. And like, this is all resolved if people just like don't just like sit there and do shit. Don't like sit there and start pulling triggers.
Did you privately DM Anna about any of this before?
No, because here's the other thing too. I can't DM girls. Or I'm being weird. So like, even if I was like, hey, I want to talk. Also, I'm not gonna do that. Here's the thing. This is the difference between me and Xena. I'm not gonna message people so I can sway their opinion, because I'm not trying to sway anybody's opinion. I just get frustrated that I have to deal with it. That's it. I don't want to.
Yeah, I understand that, but the moment you start hearing her talking about you on stream, couldn't you just DM and be like, hey, I just wanted to check in. It seemed like we had a friendly relationship.
I didn't know what happened. And once I found out it happened, I got fucking frustrated, because on top of this, I'm dealing with the random, like, the suicide shit, where she's, like, sending my roommates her cutting her wrist, and, like, sending it to my roommates and me through email, because I blocked her ass. And then also, on top of that, I'm dealing with the fucking ice Poseidon shit. And then she's going on other fucking streams. And then also, I'm dealing with the abortion shit, where I have to, like, where she's fucking lying about aborting my child, like, aborting a child. Like, for no fucking reason. So yeah, I'm mentally breaking, because I'm getting frustrated. So yeah, I understand, like, I didn't handle it the best. I probably could have been like, interesting, and maybe DM'd her. Same thing I could have done with Sejin. Probably could have been like, Sejin, sounds like you have some things wrong. Problem is, he was being kind of snarky, so I kind of went off on him. But like, and Anna was not being snarky about it. She was just like, oh, okay, like, I'm hearing some things. So,
yeah. I think so. Like a lot of this stuff, I think is super fair. Like, I'm not dismissing like your frustration with like the X situation at all. Like, at all. Just to be clear, that I'm not in any way wanting to question that. The part that I'm coming in kind of questioning is like, I don't know how much it's benefiting your situation right now by coming at Anna. And like, yeah, I guess Anna could have not unfollowed you, and I guess Anna could have like waited longer before she like weighed in. But like, to be honest, that's like small nothing potatoes compared to the actual stuff that it sounds like you're dealing with. And so I'm worried that by you doing this, you're like digging yourself a deeper hole.
The conversation just keeps going though, because she wants to know what she could have done better, and I'm like, dude, it's like I get why you did what you did. I'm not even like fucking mad at you. I'm not mad at all. We ended up having this conversation. Well, I sound mad because I'm like really mad about the fucking the situation in general, that I have to like even like hear this from other people. But like, I'm not like it sounds like I'm more angry at. I guess I can just just chill the fuck out. But it's like, again,
it sounds like you're really, really, really. That was my read coming into it and like listening on stream, is that you're really pissed at.
Well, I'm getting frustrated with Anna as time's going on, and she's doing this because she's not just like everything. Dude, no one's backing me the fuck up, dude.
Because you want me to admit that I was doing.
Every time you apologize, you're doing this thing where you're like, I'm sorry that I made you feel some type of way. I'm like, bruh, like. I feel like
your reaction. I'm not dismissing that you're frustrated with the situation. I think it's fair. To be honest, as somebody who's been like somewhat more involved, you and Xena have both done a lot of fucked up shit to each other constantly. And months ago, we talked about you guys like cutting it off and taking space, and both of you keep breaking this, right? So like, I understand that you're super frustrated, but also like the solution to this isn't kind of disproportionately taking it out on Anna, even though like, yeah, I guess Anna couldn't have been like as much of a girl's girl as maybe she was. She could have like been more objective. Like, sure, fair, but that's like, that really doesn't matter in the scheme of things, in the scope of like what you're talking about, right?
Darius, if you had sent me screenshots of her telling you to look at yourself and stuff like the way that she did, I would have taken your side too, and I'm sorry for not being more objective.
I don't want to be like I what you're asking me for is like to do something that I don't want to have to message people privately about situations like this. I don't want to
just do it publicly to 10,000 people
okay,
instead.
And I'm sorry.
I should. Unironically, that's what I have to do, because I don't want to be the one to message people privately. If I have something to say about somebody, or if I need to go out and talk about the shit, I'm just gonna, dude. Kelly Jean, why have you killed yourself? You're like 30 fucking something years old, done nothing productive in your life besides be JS2K's fuck toy. Fuck off. Kill yourself. Kill yourself, please. Fucking holy shit, dude. Fuck you, retard.
Okay, let's chill and kill ourselves. We like everybody to survive in here. Okay.
Fuck me, dude. Like, yeah, I would rather publicly post stuff and let people know, hey, this is what's happening, this is the situation, and then go from it there. Yes, then be fucking snaky or weird and try to, like, hide the lies and the shit that I'm trying to manipulate in the fucking shadows. Everything I talk about, I will talk about.
Once considered that his unhinged behavior might be why people want to unfollow him.
The problem with doing all of this publicly is now you have, like, so many, like, any drama that moves to public there are times and places where like you do need to clear the record and you do need to address that. And I understand that as streamers in this space, as people who are very unhinged about me, right? I understand that. The issue is that as soon as you do that, you are necessarily inviting in almost infinite amount of like chaos and uncontrollable factors, which is going to make the problem 99 out of 100 times way, way worse. So I'm not saying that you can't be public about any of this. I'm saying coming on here and kind of being disproportionately upset with Anna, to be honest, makes you look like super unfair and unhinged. And if I'm being honest, it also makes people like nervous about like whether they should collab with you and like wanting to support you and stuff, which I don't want to see happen.
Yeah, so is Darius going to get a babysitter for the canvassing event then?
I do. An anvil needs to drop on you. You need to die in a cartoon. I'm not even trolling.
Don't
You
take,
run into a wall like
take
a
the
road
bait.
I would fucking die in the most funny way possible because you are giving me fucking nothing ever, dude.
I will outlive you, Darius. Don't worry about that.
What?
She said she's gonna just ignore her. She said she's gonna outlive you. She's just baiting him. Okay, well, be good, kids. I'm off.
Thanks,
Wow.
Back me up, nigga.
No, you're inviting all this shit on yourself. You keep getting involved with all these crazy fucking people. The drama spills over, and then you message every fucking person on my stream, and then you roll it over to them. This is all self-serving.
I don't even mean, dog. I don't even mean. Do you know I don't? Dude, I didn't even come in here like that, though. Like, come on, like, dude, like, I'm not even trying to be. Listen. I know that I get involved with the people, but like, and I involve myself with these people, and then the shit happens, and then shit goes fucking wild.
I'm just saying that you're like screaming at this person to be like, oh, why don't you admit what you're doing or whatever. But then you're also saying like, oh, this is all just a bit. But it's not a bit. If it's a bit until it's not a bit, then it was never a bit. It's just.
What the fuck are you talking about? It's a bit, dude. I don't give a fuck if she unfollowed me or not over the Xena stuff.
You clearly do. You care.
No, because she's trying to have a dialogue with me on how she could do stuff better. I'm like, yeah, if you want to do stuff better, just don't fucking sit there and suck the dick of other people. Like, what do you want to say?
But
like,
I don't think you are invested in whether or not she handles drama better in the future. I don't think you give a fuck about that. You're upset because.
About it.
Okay. I don't think that's
true. I don't
true.
give a fuck how she does it. But she's talking to me. She have a conversation with me. That's the conversation we're having for some reason. So yeah, I'm gonna respond. Like, yeah, if you want me to talk to you about how you could deal with psycho people better, yeah, just maybe don't be involved at all, or don't interact, or don't do what they say. I don't know what I'm supposed to say.
Was I supposed to know that she's psych? Like I don't know.
Honestly, yes.
I was supposed to psychically know that she is like quote unquote crazy. I was supposed to know that.
Here's the deal. I can't talk shit because listen, I had unprotected sex with this woman. I was in a relationship with that woman. So like, and I obviously didn't take the fucking advice, and I didn't fucking listen. So I'm not really the one to fucking talk because I'm a fucking retard. But like, I'm just saying, whenever someone's like, even when she tells me about her exes when we got into a relationship, I took everything with a grain of salt. I was like, listen, she's talking to me about this. I'm just gonna let her actions show me what it's all about or what's happening here. And within 3 months. The situation found out that these niggas are blessed to not have to deal with this currently. So
wait, what's happening in 3 months?
I said within the 3 months of my relationship with her, I figured out that.
Oh, why not just like completely cut off like all contact and just stop ever talking about or talking to or.
Yeah. Enough people have asked him to do that.
Hey, that's what I did, Steven. This is what I've done. But the problem is that when I've blocked her, perma-blocked, not mention her fucking name, what ends up happening is she gets mad about offhanded comments and kick chats that I don't even care about or see. She messages my roommates or random people or her mods to go message me. Then she will self-harm and talk about how she's going to like kill herself to other people in my house who are now telling me.
Wait, why do you think she does that though?
Huh?
Why do you think she does that?
Because she gets a reaction. I take the bait.
Yeah, but then like why not just stop? Just ignore her. Just tell people like, hey, I don't care about message from Xena. Like we're done with our shit. Like and then be done.
Well, that's where I've gone to now. Then now the problem is just that it's with her now. Now her strat is just to talk to people privately about things and then try to like make it so that way people are exiling me from certain situations. And that's just like. Or
what have you gotten like exiled from, like meaningfully?
I mean, the IP2 dice Poseidon thing is pretty. I think that's pretty bad.
Yeah, but wasn't that a thing that she originally even got you the connect for? Like.
I guess, but like the thing is, like I can interact.
Like, you're
Here's the thing,
uninvited.
I'm not even trolling. With or without her, I would have been in that. I could have been that sphere regardless. I'm like, I live right in the area, and I could have just like, I have the. Okay, this is gonna sound so bad. It sounds so autistic, but like I have like, I have the a way to contact him already. So if I wanted to go, if he's doing an event in here, which he posted a tweet about, I could just contact him. So it's like I like even if I wanted to have that ability to do it myself, I
Wait, then why not
do
just
it.
contact him now? Why isn't it happening?
Because she's already tainted. Because she's already tainted it.
Does that?
I did do it until now. Until now, the thing has gotten to the point where now it's like bad. I can't like recover.
But you're saying you have all this compelling evidence of her being crazy and like you being in the right. So wouldn't you just logically be able to show that to them?
For me to just message someone and be like, "Hey, dude, here's all the things that Zena has done to me. That's why I had to get a restraining order, and this is why I really don't think people should interact with her." Like, it's just schizophrenic.
You want to be in an event that
this is why I do it publicly, because I'm like, if somebody wants to know, they can just go look. Well, you're asking me to fucking like message someone randomly about Xena.
Well, isn't that kind of what happened though? Like what? Like when Anna unfollowed you on Twitter, why not just like you were clearly upset afterwards? No.
No, I didn't give a fuck. I was like, oh, okay, interesting, and I made like a joke meme tweet, and then like that was like.
Okay, hold on, wait. I'm sorry. When you said you didn't give a fuck, so after she unfollowed you and you tweeted in all caps, she unfollowed me before I was able to make a banger. Please give me one more chance. I was sick, please.
Wait, I'm sorry. Do you think I'm sitting there like in like, dude, I can't believe it, dude. Like, be serious, dude. Like for like a minute. Do you think I give? I was like, oh, I noticed she unfollowed me, and I was like, I didn't even get a chance to like, do my bit. And then I was like, extended. I'm not like mad, nigga. Although I did put the pieces together, I was like, okay, probably it's because of Xena. Which I here's the thing, I'm right, and I'm like, oh wow, why am I right? Why do I have to be right about this? But it's not like I'm like fucking like, are you trolling? Just because I typed in caps doesn't mean I'm fucking mad.
But I don't understand why then you wouldn't just like message me or say something to me like, hey, like I don't know what you heard from Xena, but this is a situation.
I didn't know. I didn't fucking know. I didn't fucking sit there and like look it up. I didn't want to fucking sit there and message you about my ex. That's fucking schizophrenic. When someone else does that, I don't like it. So I'm
Why
not
couldn't
gonna
you just say that maybe the messaging about the ex, maybe that's all part of the bit?
Bro, you're gonna get fucking flat, dude. What is? Are you trolling me? Are you doing a bit?
What, couldn't it just be part of the bit?
Yeah, you want my bit to be that I'm like stalking. Now I'm stalking Xena with all these other random people and schizo posting about it. Like, here's the thing: I'm now I'm not even schizo posting because I confirm. I think about it for a second. I'm like, this could have been a reason, and then I find out later. Oh well, okay. Well, I'm not doing any actions. I'm not trying to make any steps towards it. I'm not making judgment. But then I find out. I'm like, okay, well, that sucks. That fucking sucks. Dude. Yeah, I'll make it part of my bit where I message every single woman that I interact with about Xena going forward.
Well, that's pretty close to the current bit you're doing, right? I mean, it's like not that wild. If the current bit is like spam any girl who's on streams like chat room with weird messages and then tweet in all caps like flirty, provocative messages, like isn't it all what?
Steven.
How is it what?
How am I spamming?
Well, I've seen like anytime even if I just like host a random girl, if we're on Kick and somebody's like, oh, you should host this person, I host them. Bro, I've literally watched this happen where you show up in their chat, you start typing, and then you follow them on Twitter, and then you send unhinged tweets in the hopes that they like respond to you.
Can you name one?
Oh, let me look through my history. I don't remember all the people. Yeah, damn.
What?
Wait, did it happen with Merc or whatever?
Nigga, do you think what the dude?
Wait, did you type messages in Merc's chat?
I probably have.
Okay, was there any in the Cassie Catnips chat?
Bro, are you doing a fucking bit?
Was there any in the Bellarama girls chat?
Trolling.
Okay.
She was talking about irrelevant. I literally was in her chat saying, "Oh yeah, you could totally beat Relly in a debate." Look at my messages. It's not like, "Damn girl, you're kind of fine." Let's like fucking It's like Relly messages.
Somebody said were you talking in Wood Babe's chat too? I don't even know who this person is.
Who the fuck is Wood Babe?
The hot girl that does like woodworking.
Steven.
What?
Can you see where I was coming from? Where it's like this girl's being friendly with me. She messages me.
Oh wait,
that
hold on.
her-
I'm sorry. You're unfamiliar with this part of my stream. I don't give a fuck. I don't know about any of this. I'm just here to
Okay.
shit stir. So I don't know what happened. I don't even care what happened. So.
Okay.
He's on my side, by the way. Look you. Okay, yeah, there's one tweet where I at like a bunch of girls. Yeah, extra Emily, you fuck with extra Emily. Emily, okay, Emia, let's be honest.
There was
like,
a tweet with me in it after I asked you not to tweet about me before with a tweet
dude,
in it.
dude, if fuck you, I'll tweet you right now. Get a fucking lawsuit against me. I don't care.
Brilliant. Darius, really helped me a case there, aren't you?
Jenna Lynn Meowery, yeah, there's a tweet with a bunch of girls. I just like told like fucking random shit. Maya Higa?
People are saying that I hosted Wood Babe randomly one day and that you were in her chat immediately after. Do you think that happened?
Bruh, I don't know who the fuck a Wood Babe is, and I would love to see what messages is. It's probably something troll. Probably something not even like a harassment troll. It's like probably just nothing. I don't know who this person is.
So you don't think that you're putting any of these girls in harm's way?
What the fuck are you talking? Who the fuck are you? And then what the fuck are you talking? What harm am I doing? The harm's actually I'm doing. I'm putting girls in harm's way.
Darius, calm the fuck down. First of all, you're not going to yell at me like that.
I'm putting girls. First off, I know you dick suck the fuck out of Xena, by the way. And then two, also I fucking the only harm's way I'm putting people in, unironically, right now in this very moment, is because Xena will message them and she will like suicide bait the fuck out of every single person she talks to.
Okay, but you say that. Who Darius? Who edits your videos?
Nobody.
So you do it then.
No, there's some guy that did. I just don't edit.
What? You just said nobody edits your videos, and then you said that you did.
I haven't edited my last video post was like 2 months ago, and I had an editor. I've never edited one of my videos.
Okay, so what is the point of hitting on every woman that comes into your chat room, making sure that you put every girl on Tinder, their profile information out there, their area information out there, their DMs that you haven't explained that they're on screen yet?
Wait, real quick. Do you think it's the same thing?
So you're upset that a sneaky ex-girlfriend that you have decided to look up the information that you put online for everybody to look up, and you're confused that she's going back and talking to these people?
So
that's super unhinged, by the way, to watch your ex's streams so that you can see his Tinder contacts and then contact those women. That's fucking insane.
Yeah, no, it's
no one's saying it's not.
Nobody's saying it's not
insane. That was heavily fucking implied right there.
Him putting those girls' information out there for anybody to look up.
God. Dude, my content has been Tinder. I don't know why you're even coming at me for this. I just what I've done my whole stuff. I didn't expect that there was going to be one crazy person that was going to buy Tinder Gold just to switch their location.
Was going to be one crazy person. You knew that Xena was like this. You hit on Xena when she was going through this exact thing with Sneeko. So we can't pretend that you didn't know how psychotic Xena was.
When I did my thing to Xena told me that she didn't give a fuck about all that stuff, and it was all just like troll. I've been told, like I said, I fucked up by not waiting months to talk to this person. But like the situation that ended, like I understand that. Like now I understand. Now it's like okay, now I fucking get it. But during that time, I was led to believe a lot of that stuff was like troll stuff, and I was just
whoa, hold on. Would you have ever come in and said to a woman, hey, why don't you hold yourself hostage and change your behavior because you have a crazy male ex?
True, Lycan. Thank you.
Oh, no, ironically, dude, I wish I was a fucking female, because I don't even know why you're fucking coming at me with this stuff. And I know you sit in her Discords, and I know you talk to her, and you sit there and do this little chat shit with her, and you do this buddy stuff, but I don't know why you're coming.
I literally joined her Discord. First of all, I joined her Discord like maybe a week ago. Second of all, I didn't know who you were before Xena.
I met you I think literally 3 months ago.
Yeah, I know. I knew about Xena before I knew about you.
What does that mean?
So I'm saying that it's not like you're putting her on the map here. Like the reason why. I just think that you're acting like a fool because you're not taking any accountability for the shit that
You're
you've put
the
into this
accountability you're
relationship.
asking me to take is to stop publicly showing that I'm talking to girls. You're asking me to hide my life. You're unironically
You are unironically a lol cow,
stop.
Darius. People only watch your Tinder shit because you actually suck at hitting on women. It's a lol cow situation. Nobody is laughing with you on that. Everybody is laughing at you. You have no riz. You have no riz.
I don't think you watched his streams. If
I'm
that's
sorry,
your take.
I'm sorry, what the fuck are you getting at? Like, are you right now just trying to like?
Because you're saying that she's killing.
You're
You're saying no. You're saying that she's killing your content, but your content sucks.
No, what I'm saying is that she's actively fucking with people. She's not killing my content. She's actively fucking with the people around me.
You already said that she did, so don't walk it back, Darius. You already said she killed your content.
She is actively harassing the people to where I don't feel comfortable doing my content because they are getting harassed by her. If I had proof that other people that I talked to on Tinder were getting DM'd by people on my stream, weird shit like suicide bitch shit, stuff to like make them like think that I had a baby mama, it'd be a completely different thing. But instead, I have somebody who is actively harassing and stalking people that I interact with. Anytime I like a girl's post, she's in their DMs. Other people do not do that. And if it did happen, I would stop. But it has not happened. It has only happened now because she is doing that. And I'm trying to have that stop.
Look, no one is saying that Xena is innocent in this. No one is saying that she's not batshit crazy.
You're coming in here going, oh, you do all this stuff, you invite all this stuff. Dude, never happened. I've been streaming for like 4 years. This has never happened before her.
First of all, I went into your stream once after the party, right? I went in, you decided to tell everybody that we met at the party. You were, low-key hitting on me just as a joke, right? But then whoever makes your videos decided to do a Darius finds a new victim at Ginger Ramoth. Like, how are you not throwing me into the lion's den when you know your ex is like that?
Retard editor does. I don't have an editor right now. I don't know what they do. I don't know what. I don't fucking care. You are now bringing this up for whatever reason.
He shouldn't have to change his content or his actions just because he has an ex that's unhinged. That's like victim blaming, and we shouldn't do that.
But his content is putting women out there and using them as content, even though he hasn't told them it's for content. So if he was maybe a good person doing all this,
Darius has doxed people himself as well. So
do the girls not know that they're being used for content?
What are you talking about? How am I using you for content? You're in my chat talking to me, and we have interactions on stream because you're in my chat talking to me. What are you talking about? Some guy made a YouTube video. I don't fucking touch my editor stuff. I literally say, listen, editor, do it. I don't do whatever the fuck you want. Make YouTube videos. I don't look at that shit. Don't know.
So maybe you should take accountability for the fact that you don't have any say in the editing of your videos.
You never brought this to my attention until just now because you want to own. Like you're trying to like own me.
No.
I didn't know that.
I'm not trying to own you.
Video.
How did you not know that you posted
Because
a video about me?
I don't look at my own
You're fucking insane. You're
Why was that insane? I make money off streaming. I'm a fucking streamer. I don't fucking sit there and like try to research my own stuff. I make content and then I go on my day. It's not insane. Just because you don't understand this situation, like this, I guess this job, doesn't mean it's fucking insane. I don't watch my videos. So this guy posts like, just like a fucking 100 videos on there, dude. I don't know what the fuck you think I post.
Ginger, do you think he would have not taken it down if you just messaged him and say, hey, this wasn't okay?
Oh, no, it wasn't that. I'm just saying he can't say that, oh, well, my crazy ex is messaging all these women when he's literally putting the women out there for her to know exactly who they are, where they live. Like, it's ridiculous.
Well, then why did you bring the video up then, if it wasn't a problem?
Agree with that line of thinking. I don't agree with that line of thinking. I don't think that he should have to change anything that he's doing because of someone else's actions. That's not.
I just think it's silly. He's not taking accountability for any of his actions.
Dude, oh, you're literally just telling me if you want me to take accountability for this, all I have to do is stop. I have to stop doing Tinder stuff. And that's
no. You just block her and don't respond. Dude, every time I tuned into Danny's stream last night, you were bringing Xena up.
Because I'm frustrated. I already said this. I'm frustrated. I am very frustrated right now. Yes, I'm going to bring her up. I'm angry. I'm annoyed.
You have
what do you-
Xena and Grace's name in your fucking stream shit. Like, you're like a loading
Fizzy
screen,
Longstalking's
right? It
made
was
it-
premeditated, bro.
Dude, Fizzy Longstalking made an image that says, "I'm tired of Xena, I'm tired of Grace. I'm moving on to Tinder." What do you like? I don't understand. Like, do you think I'm like trying to get their attention through that? It's just a fucking meme image,
Obviously, yes.
I don't
you
give a
know
fuck
that's
about
what
this
would
picture.
happen.
Dude, okay.
Yeah, I can tell you don't care when you go on your stream and talk about wanting to kill her.
I care
and
that I'm
having
getting
her killed
harassed.
up.
I care that I'm getting, dude. I wish I was a dude. I actually don't get it. I actually don't get how you do not have any sort of empathy towards me. You're just like, you're obviously frustrated when you do this, dude. Yeah, I'm frustrated because I can't live. I'm like, I have to be constantly interacting with this fucking woman. Even if I stop, I already told you, I'm getting death threats. I'm getting suicide threats. I'm getting people in my fucking house, like, getting random fucking like harassed. Like, I'm getting women around me harassed. I'm getting people that I don't even interact with having preconceived opinions of me. So yeah, I'm getting fucking annoyed, dude. How the fuck are you gonna sit there and just victim blame me for like being like, oh, dude, I'm just venting, literally venting.
Dude. Nobody is saying that you haven't been a victim of Xena. She's also been a victim of you. Like you both knew what the relationship was going to be like getting into
not
it.
giving a fuck about her existence. The victim I am is that other people around me are fucking her. She's harassing people around me and fucking with and trying to make me feel guilty about her cutting her wrist. She literally in the last, she sent me multiple cut videos. This last one, she like did some fake thing where she like was trying to go down the street instead of across the sideways. And so I cried instead of across the street, down the street instead of across the street to fucking make me think she's actually gonna kill herself this time. I'm not, dude, it's not comparable. The shit I've done is not comparable, dude. Me telling her, I don't want to be with you, I don't fucking like you, go fucking kill yourself and get the fuck away from me, is not comparable to her actually like cutting herself, messaging people around me, calling the police. Also, sorry, swatting my house. I fucking forgot about that, dude.
You're
Dude,
in the process of getting a restraining order right now, right?
I've already got a restraining order on her.
So then why don't you, if she's breaking the restraining order, why don't you report that?
2 days ago. This was 2 days ago. She doesn't have the restraining order, so she can do whatever the fuck she wants. Until she served papers, nothing fucking matters. And she has her address. She literally, not ironically, when Sneeko got a restraining order on her, she dodged the fucking houses she was going to get it. I can't do anything until she fucking gets served the papers. So she can do whatever the fuck she wants, and she knows that because she's fucking insane.
I just want to circle it back to where the original claim was, Darius, you are at fault for all of this because you continue to do things publicly while this person is there, and you have yet to defend that, Ginger. Because again, I cannot see you doing this to anyone else.
I did not say that he was the only one at fault. He was at complete fault.
No, that is the big claim we've moved on from, and I don't want you to get away from that. So I want you to say, would you be doing this to other people? And I'm going to say the both sides card and say, would you do this to a woman who's saying, I'm trying to talk about what I've been through. I'm trying to talk to other people and not have to deal with this.
Yes, I did this exact same thing to Xena. It just wasn't just wasn't live.
No, wait. Was there anything that Xena was doing where you're saying, hey, you actually have to change your content and change who you interact with because it is going to affect them because Darius is doing something wrong?
I told her that by drinking every night and going out and making herself a spectacle for everybody, that it's just not good for her. Yeah, I've definitely.
Wait, there's a difference between making yourself. No, wait, well, hold on, Darius, I'm trying to help you. Fuck, shit, calm down. No, there's a difference between saying you're drinking too much, you're making yourself a spectacle and going out and all this, and saying you're doing the stuff you normally would do anyway, but there's someone else who's kind of crazy in your life, and so you can't really be doing that stuff and being yourself, and you can't talk about your issues. You also said he can't talk about his issues. So I'm saying there's a difference between telling someone your behavior is hurting yourself and your behavior that's normal is, well, you can't really do that anymore. You got to be held hostage.
That
is what you said.
I said. No, it's not. It's literally not what I said. What I said was that he's causing some of his own problems by continuing to talk about her and giving her ammunition and the people to contact. Like, she didn't know to contact me until that video dropped of Darius saying, oh, or not Darius, but apparently his editor being like, Ginger Ramos, his new victim. Like, and I'm not saying that that's an issue, but I'm saying he knows how Xena is. And instead of like maybe hiding the girls' names and going a step above and making sure that like those T's are crossed.
I agree. Why was that woman dressed so slutty when she got raped?
How
I totally agree with you.
No, how is Darius being held hostage? What does that mean? Hostage how, Lycan?
I'm sorry, what?
You said he's being held hostage. How?
Oh, because she's saying that he can't go out and do the content he's been doing. He can't make anyone like publicly connected with him because it's
No,
going to
she's already pre-existing friendship with Ice Poseidon and his girlfriend, right? She was already going to be going to this event. She has the right to say, I don't want him to come to that event.
That's not what we're talking about.
So what are you talking about then?
Dude, Kelly, when we're talking about other women that are not related to Ice Poseidon that she's messaging, when we're talking about other girls that are involved that she's messaging and going out and talking to, it's not just Ice Poseidon, dog.
Ginger's talking about everyone. Ginger's comment was relevant
well, you
to everyone
could just
in
not
interaction.
show these Tinder's girl all their information on your stream, right? Then she
Now,
would be
granted,
able to find them.
hold on. Now, I'll say
That
I
puts
have
the
a
responsibility on Darius, and like if Xena is messaging these girls, it should be on her, and it's her responsibility to not do
Yeah,
that. Like,
she does need to
it's
not
put
do
on-
that. Like I've told her not to, and that it's unhealthy that she's
He
like
can't be
messaging
walking
girls,
on
right?
eggshells. He
Like
can't
everyone
be
has.
his life walking on eggshells because he's not sure what Xena's going to do. That's like
But
unfair.
he also shouldn't be putting all their details online, and he's also not very like careful with this in general, right? Like he did like leak Xena's phone number and a bunch of other stupid shit. So he just needs to be more careful and stop spurging.
I'm not even saying that, okay? I'm literally just saying he try not to feed the fire. Like I understand that he's upset.
I'm just existing, and she's
But
interacting with
I
my
want you
stuff.
to know, like,
Like,
I'm
she
not
wants
here
to
to
exist,
attack
and then
you.
just
I'm
do her
just
thing.
trying to explain to you that there is some accountability that you have to
The
take.
accountability that you want me to do is change my life and my
No,
lifestyle.
I'm
that
not
has no
asking that,
existence to
Darius.
her.
I'm saying that if you want to continue with the Tinder stream,
I'm
consider
sorry,
maybe
you know what?
blocking their
My social
information.
security number, dude. I didn't talk to this bitch, and she leaked my social security number, dude. Like I don't know how. I'm sorry. I don't know how the fuck you think that just because I'm like I dude, I forgot about this shit, dude. You're just like, dude. If you just like do things and she won't interact, dude. This bitch catches a whiff that I'm doing anything. She tries. I have to literally just I have to sit in my fucking chair and play video games. If I talk to I do Tinder content. That's my thing. If I do go out and like, I do even with fucking Danny, dude. She like messages Danny just to like talk shit about me and like randomly like bring stuff up about me. If I have to sit there and literally sit in my chair and play fucking video games, and that's what you're asking me to. You're asking me to not do anything.
I promise that's not what I'm asking you to do.
She is also friends with Danny, right? She has every right to talk to her. If Danny was going to set a boundary to not speak about you, then that's on Danny, isn't it?
She is my roommate that she is trying to manipulate about me, dude. I understand that they're friends or whatever, but like, dude, I already told Danny, like, dude, I can't fucking interact with you, dude, because I feel like anything I tell you is going to go straight to her in some way or about. Even Irrelevant said this, that like, dude, she literally asked questions that makes it seem like it's harmless little things that she's just trying to like be a friend, but she's really just trying to siphon information about me. Like, I can't like exist with this guy around. And unfortunately, he's my roommate. If I thought about it, even I was like, dude, maybe I should just like move out or something because I don't want to fucking be involved with this person in any way, shape, or form. But I don't know what the fuck to do. And like, yeah, she can be friends with this person, but like sending him suicide threats that she knows he's going to message me about, because the only way she stops doing the suicidal things is if I call her. Is what the problem is.
Right.
Right. Really.
Hello.
It's not just like, oh, well, like, she's friends with Danny and that makes me mad. And she does things to Danny where Danny will react and tell me. And she knows that happens. And I have to deal with that. I have to just be like, dude, stop telling me about her. But then when it gets to the point of suicide, that's like, it's like you're asking for a lot from me and you're asking for a lot from Danny.
Yep, I don't think either of you should really be talking about each other to Danny. And I said that to Xena myself earlier today, literally.
Yeah, I don't think that's right either.
I think both of you should just have a complete disengagement. Don't talk to anyone about anything, like unless it's a real life person that has no involvement in streaming. Or it's irrelevant because you can trust him. But otherwise, both of you guys should just not mention each other, not talk about each other. Both of you should block each other, and that should be the end of it. It should literally be the easiest thing in the world for you guys to disengage from each other.
Ironically, yes, but I'm telling you, dude. Here's the thing. I get that, and like, I'll be honest. Like, I might talk to Danny, I might talk to Relly about stuff or whatever. Or maybe sometimes there'll be somebody in my chat that'll like make a comment, and I'll be like, no, fuck that, and maybe I'll respond to it. You know, maybe that's gonna happen. Is
Xena a band word in your chat?
There's a band name in my chat. People get around it. They're like Xena or fucking Cena Xena or some fucking dude. Like I have people ban terms or do whatever the fuck it is. People or even like yeah, whatever. I have people ban terms or whatever, but like still like stuff slips up sometimes. But those moments it slips up. It's like nuclear. Like it's like everything's like fucked for like months, and it's not just like ending there. And it's I don't know. I don't know how to explain this. I'm fucking retarded, dude. I'm just like I understand that, but like you're asking me to like completely like watch everything I do, and I'm an idiot. I'm a fucking retard, dude. I don't know how I fucking speak before I talk. I'm sorry. I speak before I think. I fucking do dumb shit. I need to work on it.
But that's like, that's just like
But,
an
like,
excuse of being like, well, I'm Darius, so what do you expect? Like, just like, oh, well, she's Xena, she's crazy. What do you
No,
expect?
I'm not saying there's like a what do you expect thing. It's more of just like, dude, like the reactions. Like I think what I have to go through my messages. I keep forgetting, dude. I keep forgetting all the fucked up shit, dude. Like one time, I think somebody like someone said like Xena's like a cloud chasing bitch, and I said like okay, nigga, and I didn't defend her or something, and then like she just like blew up my fucking phone, and then she was like. Because I didn't defend her, even though like she defends me. She's like, I talk to all these people and I network you with so many people and I defend you all the time. And I'm like,
I want it noted she shouldn't be able to blow up your phone at all because she should be blocked.
Yeah, exactly.
Or you have you tried changing your Darius? Try changing your number.
Block, I unironically only keep her on block just to keep the fucking like when she sends me like these fucking death threat messages, just so I have them so I can send it to her PO officer. I have no other reason to fucking keep her.
I'll try to make the debate versus Norm Finkelstein happen. Should be a good one.
Responsibility.
Thanks, Lex Friedman. Thanks for dropping by, buddy.
That should be enough. Dude, I'm being threatened. My life is being threatened.
No, but you're
Bro,
threatening her life now too.
You were on
She deserves to go to jail. She threatened me. Yes, I will continue to do that.
Look, I understand where, like, I get it, but you playing the same games that she isn't going to help your situation.
No, it's not the same. How do you not get how it's not the same game? How do you not get that? I'm sorry, I just don't know how you don't get it. Self-harming to get me to respond is not the same thing as me reacting and then saying I'm just gonna send this to your parole officer because I don't want you to fuck because you're threatening me like. You're how is that? I'm sorry. How is this the same?
But she's gonna keep doing it
if she can't reach you.
Yeah, like she's doing it so she gets a response out of you, bro.
Yeah, but dude, we've already talked about this. Her mod was threatening to kill. Like, he said, "I'm gonna come after you if Xena kills herself because I wouldn't call her back." Like, dude, it's not just like it's not, dude. I don't. How are we all forgetting this? Like, maybe I'm just forgetting it. Like people. It's not just like I can ignore her, but she gets other people when I don't respond. When I don't respond and I don't engage with it, she will get my roommate. She will get her mod. She will get some random streamer. Starlene fucking messaged me, called me while I was like just babysitting my friends on Molly, and she was like, "Oh, Darius, I really think you should do more about your chat about Xena." And I'm like, what the fuck? Why am I getting called by this random girl about Xena wanting to kill herself?
Even if you're 100% in the right everything that you're saying, you engaging with it and saying, oh, like, she needs to die, I'm gonna kill her, just optically looks bad for you. And so you should just
Wait,
block
when the
her.
fuck did he say that?
On your stream.
Ain't no way, bro.
Okay, I'll be for real. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, I'm at my wit's end, dude. I don't. I'm getting like I can just like chill and do nothing. I feel like I genuinely have to just quit streaming and get a fucking job because
if you are 100% in the right and you have all of this evidence of her doing all these terrible things to you, that should be enough. So just block her, make sure she has no way of contacting you, end it right there. You don't need to keep her unblocked to keep compiling evidence.
To be fair,
sounds like you already have enough.
To be fair to Darius, she gets people to contact him around the block. That's usually what ends up happening, is she'll get people to do that. Now, the solution to this isn't going live and talking about how much she's ruining your life or whatever, because that's what she wants. She wants a response out of you. So, like, the solution, the thing that you're doing, Darius, is not helping you at all. It's just making the problem worse. Now, if you want to say I'm doing it for content because I want to farm her, if she's going to ruin my life, then I'm going to farm her, I'm going to get views, then that's one thing. But, okay, but I don't think you can act like the victim of this situation when you're actively stoking the flames in that way. Like, you have to, when she tries to subvert and get around the block, do things to be able to poke at you and get at you that everybody knows is trying to poke at you and get at you. The last thing you should be doing is going live and complaining about it, because that's her getting a win and she's just going to do it more.
Yeah, it's dude. When my whole stream, my whole start of what my stuff has been my dysfunctional life. Yeah, I've spent time like talk whenever something fucking crazy happens. I'm like, oh, time to talk about it on stream. I need to like adjust my whole like philosophy on streaming and actually like keep things secret. I'm fucking bad at keeping things secret. But I did like fucking just like change how I interact with things just because like this one person just can't leave me the fuck alone. And that's
But
just, like,
even the other day when we were on Gisticle stream, you texted her on like before she even
Because I was
texted you
fucking- I
first.
was
You
thinking-
texted
yeah,
her
and I-
first, telling her to kill herself.
Yes, I hope she does it. Dude, that's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm like, dude. It gets so frustrating when I have to hear this shit. And yeah, I lose my fucking shit. I'm like, dog, just I did, and I acknowledge that was bad. I should not do that. But like, dude, it's like, what I'm getting so fucked with. Like, what do you expect for me to? Like, I don't like. You expect me to just endure. You're just asking me to endure. But dude, it's just so fucking
No,
annoying.
you don't have to endure. It's just that if you don't endure, she's going to continuously do this. Like that's just
You
how
need
it
to get-
works. You can
need to
tell
get
her
a
to kill
system.
herself. That's fine. But then
Yeah.
she's gonna actually like do crazy shit to you over and over again.
Destiny.
You just need to make a decision.
Hi, what's up?
Destiny, you had to deal with a similar situation to this at some point. What was the best way for you to get it resolved?
You're just too quiet.
Well, I mean, like the best way, yeah, is you just have to block everything and wait and see what happens. I don't know if that would actually solve it or not, though. But I mean, that's really all you can do.
A super hard line about like the suicide threats. Like, you know personally that I have dealt with it multiple times for you, and I almost never contact you about any of this because I know that that's part of like the situation. So if people contact you about her suicide threats, you still need to be not engaging, and you need to have a very copy paste response being like, I'm really sorry, these are some of the resources in town, but unfortunately there's nothing more than I can do, and I have a hard line about not responding to these things because I'm trying to fully disengage. The issue in your whole relationship, since I have been involved since like September, is that both of you never stop engaging. You will never stop engaging. And this problem will
I have a really hard time. I think I said I'm a fucking bitch. I'm not that nigga. I'm not that nigga. When someone tells me they're like killing themselves and shit like that, I'm not being that nigga like I should be. Listen, I'm a pussy. I'm a fucking pussy. I need to learn to be able to be like, oh, do it.
And you
It's
can't
hard, it's hard,
come on
dog.
stream and complain about it. I hear that, but if you aren't willing to do the necessary steps to stop this cycle, the reality is that you're going to continue to live in it, and the reality is like nobody's really gonna want to hear it. I'm not saying that what she's doing is okay, and I'm not saying that what you have done is okay, but the reality is that both of you need to fully disengage, and if one of you is constantly re-triggering it, you need to block her everywhere. If you're texting her, if you're saying things publicly about her to like off herself, of course she's going to respond, just like you would probably respond, because you guys are both being impulsive and responding. You guys need to fully
still
disengage.
texting her?
Just like being a complete outsider in the situation. When we were on Gisticle stream the other day, and I got the screenshot of you texting her to finish the job and like kill herself, that makes you look unhinged no matter how right you are in the situation, and so you just have to accept that and completely disengage.
Unironically, here's the thing: I could send this girl a gun right now to kill herself with, and with all the fucking proof I have of her being a crazy.
Don't say this. Don't say
I come
this.
out,
What are you doing?
I come out in the right, and I know I do. I just hasn't got to that point where I have to fucking prove it yet, and I think it's gone to that point where I have to like make a manifesto for this bitch, because this is gone. It's just like it's ridiculous. Yeah.
Well, then compile all your evidence, make your manifesto, whatever, but block her. Stop engaging with her. Stop texting her. Stop.
I have a question. If you did say that you stopped engaging with her, but why are you still texting her?
I just said I got fucking. Are you like retarded? I just said I shouldn't. I messaged her, kill yourself, because I fucking got frustrated, dude. I'm tired of having to
times though.
Huh?
Multiple times though.
I texted her twice to kill herself in the last 24 hours.
Jesus Christ!
In the last 24
In the last
hours?
24 hours. Jeez.
Jesus Christ!
This was yesterday when I got frustrated over the honest stuff. I
And
told her to
she
kill
didn't
herself.
respond, did she?
She didn't. Nope. She responded. Okay, so here's dude. You're so manipulated. It's like you're.
And
stupid.
that's what she was telling
Here's the
me.
thing.
She
She
was
doesn't
like, I'm not
respond. What she
engaging
does
with him.
instead is she goes on her Discord. She goes into other people's DMs, and then she starts yapping. She doesn't respond publicly because she's
You
a pussy.
literally
She knows she's wrong. She
texted
knows
her
that
to kill herself. She has every right to go into other people's DMs and talk about it. Like
Dog. But okay, so cool. Here's the thing. If I right now posted pictures of her cutting herself to your DMs, on its DMs, irrelevant,
I have them in my DMs.
like it, not so erudite. If I just start sending you her
Please
cutting
don't.
herself,
Please
videos of
don't.
her cutting herself, like is that just like right? Should I just randomly start doing that?
I
Should
have
just
them in my DMs. I don't know what you mean.
random shit? Because
Hey,
Zena
hold on.
seemed like
Of
a
course
crazy
not.
bitch.
Of course not. We're not going to yes man emotional abuse in this conversation from either party right now. No, being
What the fuck is
emotional.
she saying? I was just bitch talking.
I know. That's why I'm saying we're not doing that in this conversation because unfortunately, for a lot of people, this is content, but for other people, this is your real fucking life. The reality is that if you want this to stop, you should probably get off stream as soon as possible. You need to block her on everything. You need to go forward with your restraining order and deal with all of this privately and off stream. And you need to set boundaries on your friends to kindly ask them not to continue engaging in this so that it can slowly die down and you can just save receipts over time and make your case to the court. That's what you should really be doing if you want it to end. And if you're saying I'm too weak to not engage, then it's unfortunately time that you have to grow up. You just have to figure out how to not. You need to talk to a relevant who I'm sure would be more than happy to tell you to fuck off and stop doing these things. And you need to actually listen to your friends even when you're emotional, because that's really when like the pedal to the metal comes and our character gets tested. Like that's your reality.
Because the last few
do whatever
days
you want.
you have looked bad because you're the one that's engaging with her and she's been ignoring it.
Bad because I have not sent you anything. If I send you everything, you literally feel my frustration, even with the context of me saying this stuff. Like you just that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I look bad to you because you don't have anything. Because I'm not her. I don't need to go ahead and make people have a side. I feel like I have to at this point though, and that's why I go public with stuff. And I'm like, okay, you know what, dude? I don't want to have to message people privately and play these weird like autism games. But like, wait, that's what like I said. That's why I'm like, I just go public about this, post it somewhere. If I do a manifesto, I post it somewhere, and I don't interact with this woman ever again in my life. I have no reason to. If anyone wants to ask me anything, they refer to this, thread of just things that are harassment that she's done to me. That's caused my reaction to X, Y, Z.
So then why won't you just post it and make it public and then just have that be the end of it? So then people can just go to that.
I didn't think that this woman was going to start doing this. I'm fucking retarded. That's my problem.
To be fair, it's not just that he's retarded. He doesn't listen to some of the people around him because he's been given this advice more than probably a dozen
I was told
times.
by Danny legit, like, to just like manipulate her so that way we could do content. Like, people around me tell me shit, but people tell me also retarded shit. People tell me to just endure because it could benefit me in my career.
You just said that
I
Danny
don't
told
even
you
think
to.
that's true.
Did you
Is
just
that
say
true?
that Danny's the reason why?
No,
Did you just drop that on him?
Dude, I'm just saying, people always give me great advice. Some people tell me to just like endure with it. Not everybody's giving me like this great, fantastic fucking advice on how to deal with Xena. Not everyone's like, dude, like do this. I hear multiple things from multiple avenues on how to go about doing stuff. I'm hearing from other streamers to do fucking like, oh, it's a good opportunity if I did like a counseling session with her, and I'm like, okay, like that would be good for my, I guess, view count or whatever. And like that shit fucks with my head, dude.
Well,
like,
then you need to stop being content brain. You need to stop being content brain and think about your well-being.
You're offering me money. You're offering me specific things, and then you're like, Darius, why can't you just make the best decision? Like you're putting shit in front of me, and then you're just like,
Darius, the only thing you can control in your life is yourself. That is all you have. I know what Relevant told you 3 months ago. Well, it's not about him not being an adult. Getting really bad advice and getting assorted advice, figuring out which criticisms are valid and which advice to take is actually a really difficult skill to figure out, right? It does take time, especially in the streaming space that can be super high pressure. So what I would say is all you can control is yourself. You know that me and Relevant 3 months ago in October, you and I had a conversation about you and her both stopping talking to each other, and I'm pretty sure that broke down within less than a week, right? I don't remember which of you.
Erudite, you know the games. Erudite, Kyla, you know the games that were played to make it break down. Though she puts things in front of my face, and I'm a fucking bitch, dude. Like I don't know what the fuck. Like I don't know, dude. I get it. I need to stop. I get it.
You need to have the wherewithal to know what is good for you and what is not good for you. Clearly, having her unblocked is not good for you. You need to stop being content brain. You need to stop thinking about, oh, this would be good content. No, just see that having her in your life in any capacity is not good, and take the proper steps and precautions to have her out of your life as much as possible. You need to be an adult. You need to take those steps. Yes, it would suck to be in your situation. I sympathize with you, but there comes a time where you need to take the steps and just cut contact with her. You need to stop engaging with her. No matter how frustrated you get a fucking journal. Whenever you feel like telling her to kill herself, write it in the fucking journal, burn the pages, whatever. You need to take steps to prevent this from happening. If it's this unhealthy for you.
There's also stipulations, I believe, that go along with getting a restraining order on somebody. Like you have to keep her name out of your mouth type situation too, right?
I'm assuming that's true.
I don't know.
Pisco, we need more people in this chat. Let's go.
I was gonna say, Danny, I think wants to address the slander that you're putting their
I
way,
would too.
Darius.
Where's Danny at?
Danny can get inside of a.
Tell him to join off topic.
I can leave. I can leave. I mean, I'm not interested.
No, erudite. I'll leave because I don't really have anything more to say.
I'm at the gym. I'm trying to work
okay.
out, so I'm gonna.
Let's go, erudite. Let's go.
Yeah. GHD time. Okay, Darius, if you actually ever want to like not be messaging people, you and I can chat again and talk about the boundary line and we can figure it out. But if you don't want that, that's fine. I'm only offering. Anyways, have a good day. Enjoy your content.
Anyways, is Pisco in here?
Nope. Why?
Oh, I was gonna say because he could answer the is he allowed to talk about Xena if he has her under.
Why would Pisco know every single? Just look it up. Restraining order. Can you talk to person?
I'm pretty sure it goes both ways, restraining orders.
Yeah, I
but
thought so
we'll
too.
find out.
Darius, it would just be so much better for your case and like not even just optically, but just like in every way if you take all the precautions to make sure that like she can't contact you directly, and then you compile up all your evidence, you do your thing, and you stop engaging with her, because then if she still keeps trying to contact you, you can compile that as evidence and then be like, hey, look, like she's not leaving me alone, I'm not engaging with her. But when people see you actively adding to the flames and like fueling the whole conflict, like it's hard to be charitable to you.
It's very difficult. But also, Danny RXD is inside of Off Topic, and I believe wants to address the allegations.
Sure, he's gonna look really fucking stupid. I don't know why you do this.
Wow.
Okay, where at? Who?
Off Topic and voice chat. Danny RXD.
Got it. Good luck.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Yep.
I never told you.
No, verbatim.
You
You
should
said
manipulate Xena to do content with her.
Dude, verbatim.
Ever.
Okay, you have verbatim. You said it'd be really smart.
I have verbatim said sometimes that
she has access to Action Man and all these other people, and we could just do it, get clout off of her, and then move the fuck on. You've said this multiple times.
I've not said it like that.
Now that you've made an issue, now I have.
I've not said it like that. I have told you though. I have told you though. When Xena, she's like sad and she's crying and shit, the worst thing you can do is tell her like, I hate you, bitch. I hate you, bitch. You literally should just be like.
Sorry. You also told me verbatim that I should go.
You gotta calm down this situation,
I should call her and console her when she's like freaking the fuck out at me about me. You told
One time when she was not responding to anyone, her mom was calling her, sister was calling her, dude. Everyone was damn me. This shit was off the fucking dude. It was like, just call her and just say like, hey, people are worried about you. Like, please, like, take care of yourself and just hang up, dude. Just like have contact with her.
I told you that's abusive, and you shouldn't have me do that. It's retarded. You shouldn't be telling me to go call someone to check.
It's not abusive, dude.
It is abusive.
She's done multiple times where she says she's gonna do shit. She says she's gonna do shit, and I honestly don't believe it. This was the one time I was like, Jesus fucking Christ! I was scared for my. I don't know, dude. I was like, I normally don't fucking like stutter. Like, oh, she's gonna do all this shit. I don't believe her. I don't believe her.
Okay,
and
wrap it up. You got 1 minute. Say your piece. Was there anything else you wanted to get square away with Darius?
I don't know, dude. I think it's like Xena. If you think of Xena as like a guy with like a gun, right? And he's like angry and shit. He has a fucking gun. You don't piss off the guy with the gun, and you keep getting shot by the guy with the gun, and you keep pissing off the guy with the gun. Just stop talking with the guy with the gun, and just like move. Like the fact that you're even talking about her right now, dude. She does like.
You're literally asking me to just.
I don't think
the person with the gun, dude. You fucking. Dude,
no, I'm not telling you to. Ironically, if you don't want to get shot, dude, you gotta distance yourself from the person with the gun, dude. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You just keep telling her to kill herself. You keep telling her to like kill herself. You're on here talking about her. Oh my god, bro. It's like it's like you do. I don't know, dude. You just gotta distance yourself. Like, why are you even talking about this? Like, in front of like thousands of people that she's obviously gonna see this. You're gonna piss her off. Like, you gotta. I don't know. You should try and make peace and just move on. You keep messaging her and shit. You guys message back and forth. She's like trying to move on, and then you poke the bear again. I don't know. The shit she does is like not okay, but it's. Alright, he's just muting himself now.
Thanks for that piece.
Dude.
I mean, it's kind of a pretty similar thing to what a lot of other people are saying. Just like she does shitty things. I've never denied that she's
No, they're not a
shitty
dude.
things. It's just if you want her to stop doing shitty things, a part of that means you're gonna have to stop responding to her when she does shitty things, because that's what she feeds off of. It's kind of a simple thing.
I'm not saying just like do every single thing that she wants from you. It's more of like a don't like scream at her and tell her to kill herself like as much as you do.
Okay,
Like,
all right.
Public.
We're at the end of this, okay? Because now I'm bored because you guys are leaving. Okay, Darius, you have to never talk to her again, okay? And never message her and never reference her. And if other people message you about her, then all you say is like, hey, listen, me and Zena don't talk anymore. And that's it. You can't, even if she says she's suicidal, because obviously she'll do whatever she can to get attention from you. She'll continue to do things, right? You just have to do that. You got to lay down the law, and that's it, right?
Yeah.
Huh?
I said yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
All right.
That's it. Good luck. Yeah.
Are you stealing JSTLK's bit by just playing Minecraft hopping videos in the background of your stream?
Yep.
Hi, Steven.
Damn.
Hi.
Super based.
Shut up,
See you
losers.
guys.
We're probably gonna like fight right now, so
Good luck.
Good
luck.
Well, I told you I wouldn't join while he's in the call, specifically.
Well, I told you I wouldn't join while he's in the call.
Wait, you're echoing.
Still echoing.
You got something you want to say?
Oh.
Why would you come back, you dumb bitch? Why
That's
the
what he
fuck
wants
are you
to
coming
do.
back? You dumbass motherfucker!
Stop. Steven, kick him. Steven, kick him. Steven, kick him.
Get him the fuck out of here, man! Why the fuck would he come
Oh
back?
my god.
Oh, wait, I have the power. I forgot.
No, let them fight.
No.
No, I don't
No,
want to
you're
fight.
being a piece of shit now, Steve.
No, there's
Now
legal
you're
real life
being-
shit involved.
If it's their life, okay? Listen, if they want to fuck it up.
I'm not here to fight. That's why I didn't join the call. I specifically didn't respond to those text messages. He's been online speaking about me for days. I'm not interacting with him. Danny knows. I'm not responding. I'm not interacting. That's why I joined the call when he left. He's doing this for content. He's doing this for clout. He wants to keep speaking on my name because that's what gets him attention. This has always been content like your chat warned me.
I could give
That's
two
all it
fucks
ever
whether
has
you
been.
live or die.
Christ.
So I don't respond to those messages. He says he called my probation officer. I spoke to my probation officer. He has no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. That's one. Obviously, that's why I'm not in any legal trouble. So all of it's fucking stupid. He keeps going on about an abortion. Whether or not he wants to believe it, that doesn't fucking matter. It's stupid. It doesn't matter. That's my thing to live with for the rest of my life. That's for me. I had an abortion. I've had 3. I've had 3 fucking abortions. That's my fucking business. I had 1 miscarriage. Whatever. He's talking about 6 months ago I had an abortion. I was
No,
with
post a receipt. Post a receipt. Post
I was
any
with
proof that you had an
Sneeko 6
abortion.
months ago. Here he goes again. I was with Sneeko before I was with Darius. Enzo and me ended the beginning of 2022. So what abortion was 6 months ago? His lies are not adding up at all.
Okay, question.
And that's
Xena,
just-
why
there
DM
is no
anybody?
loop. Listen,
Xena,
let me just
wait,
say this.
why DM
He's in
anybody
a cycle by himself now. I
Wait.
have moved on. He is in this
Why-
cycle by himself.
why
I have
DM
I don't hate this man, and I don't hate him.
Why
I don't have any.
Why DM anybody that he's like talking to or associating with?
I posted the bitch's Tinder. Yes, my bad. That was fucking weeks ago now. Yeah, I did.
Well, wait,
and
how long ago was
chat
the
did big
how long
thing.
ago was the Anna stuff?
I spoke to Anna after me, you, Anna, and Kelly were in Discord call chatting, and me and her were talking. And yeah, we got friendly, like she literally contested. And then yeah, I did say, well, and Anna, did I not say he's not a bad guy per se? But yeah, his thing is he does rizz up the girls for clout, and Destiny gets annoyed.
Hold on, wait, whoa, hold on, wait. Firstly, don't ever invoke my stuff. Yeah, I can speak for myself. Number one, number two, why? But there is a goal for telling Anna these things about Darius, right?
Yeah, a girl that I'm getting friendly with and we were talking to, like we were talking about hanging out and everything like that. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like she said, no girl wants to have girls sitting there talking to their ex. Okay, that's facts. I'm not
The
gonna.
way that I
no.
interpreted it was just like, hey, we're friends. You're following my
Yeah.
ex. Just letting you know.
There you
That's
go.
how I
I
interpreted it.
didn't tell her. Don't talk to him. She made that decision on her own as being a girl. Just like
Hold
many
on,
girls that I'm
wait.
friends with,
To be
if their ex
clear,
talks to me, I
hold
talk
on. Just to be clear, she did not make that decision on her own. You pushed her hardcore in that direction by sharing the most unhinged things you possibly could about Darius.
I actually didn't share anything except saying that was my ex. That's our original interaction. I haven't shared
The
any
first
details.
time that she DM'd me about him, I was just like, hey, this is my ex, and I saw that you followed him. He can be kind of weird sometimes. That's it. I didn't know.
First of all, I
didn't
guarantee you that if either of you send me those DMs, they're not going to be that tame. I know that because I'm psychic. Okay, number one.
I will send you the
and
DM,
number two, even if that is what you said, that's still why.
Because I'm, like she said, we were being friendly with each other. Like, no, I'm not going to sit here and
Hold
be
on,
friendly with
wait, okay, hold on. So in logics, we have these expressions called non sequitur, okay? Why did you eat breakfast? An answer might be, I was hungry. But if somebody says, why did you eat breakfast? And you say, like, oh, yesterday it was snowing. That's a non sequitur. It doesn't logically connect, okay? Why is it just because you're being friends with somebody? Why would you dump a whole bunch of random information about Darius to them? These two things are not
I didn't
connected.
dump random information. She still didn't know any information until he spazzed out the other day. She hasn't known any information. She swiped up on my Instagram story about a personal thing. We talked about my personal life and her personal life. It still wasn't even about this guy until he spazzed about me. And she let me know he's spazzing about me. And I was like, I don't understand. I'm not reacting. I'm not talking to him. And then
Okay,
I told
wait,
her,
hold on. So before he quote unquote spazzed about you, did you say a single thing about him to her?
Steven,
nothing bad. No, I said Darius is my ex. I said trust me, and then she goes, and she was like, I didn't know if he was evil. I said he's not evil per se, and I was like, he does get in trouble for following every girl Destiny
Steven,
talks.
I just sent you the DMs.
Okay.
Just
Yeah.
look at them. But don't
Yeah, I
look at
didn't
them,
say
but
anything
look at
bad
them.
about him. I didn't say, oh, he's a sex pest. Oh, do. I didn't say any of that.
Zena, your first message is literally, girl, do not follow Darius, my ex, laughing emoji, trust me.
Like I just said.
No, come on. You're literally poisoning this girl's mind. That's the whole goal, is to like get her to not talk to him because you're trying to like poison the well.
That's not poisoning her mind.
What do you
Read
think
the
is
rest
the
of
goal?
messages.
I mean, I
Read the
can. They
rest of the
just
messages.
they just make you look worse. So she says, unfollowed queen. Sorry, I didn't know he was evil. And then you said, well, he's not evil per se, but he gets in trouble with Destiny for following every girl Destiny talks to. And then she says, oof, that's
Yeah,
weird.
that's
And you
fact,
said,
public
because he
information.
does this clout chasing shit where he will try to flirt with every girl Destiny's with, and Destiny is tired of it. And to be honest, so am I. Like, it's just so outplayed, laughing emoji. He's a great guy sometimes, but he's also mentally ill, as am I. She says, haha, better safe than sorry, unfollowed. And then you said, so I'm just looking out for you. End of the day, you do whatever you want. Just know DGG will stir drama, haha. How are you not like hardcore poisoning the well? Like,
Oh, that's not saying anything bad though. To be fair,
it's not saying
I
anything
still
bad?
defend
What do you
him.
mean? You're literally shitting on him. How is it not saying anything bad?
I literally said he can be a good guy and then I mentioned the clout thing, which is exactly what he is doing. And he admits to it. Oh, it's a bit. Oh, it's a bit. It's literally fucking clout. That's why he
it
kept
is all
joining back.
true.
Wait, if he got a restraining order and I'm in the call, why is he joining the fucking call? If he doesn't want to interact with me, why is he joining the call when I join? Why? Why text me? Why join? Leave me the fuck alone. You want me to leave you alone? Then why call me all the time? Why fucking hit me up in the past couple of months knowing how, like Ginger said, how everybody said, if
Literally,
you know I'm crazy and you know when you
none of these
lead me on by
things-
telling me you miss me, telling me you love me and you want things to be okay, I have those messages. You think I'm not going to snap when I see you do something crazy? It's obviously going to loop. Now I've gotten out of the loop and I'm not interacting or
Oh my God.
responding anymore.
To be clear-
and he's chasing his own fucking tail.
Okay.
Because you're fucking harassing me.
Oh my
That's
God,
why I'm
dude, get
messaging you. That's what
So hold on. Okay. So to be clear, you're not out of the loop. You're still very much in the loop. Yesterday, you were still, or I think these messages were yesterday or 2 days ago. you
No,
were,
these were days ago. These were days ago. And
This
then it
was like the day
edited.
the Kelly Jean stuff happened.
okay. So this was
Like the day after.
I think it's like when I was still
10,
there.
11 days ago.
okay.
And right now, this is the only conversation I've had bringing him up again. Like, I've literally been out of this shit. I go on my streams. My people I hang out with, Action Man, all of them, they know not even to mention his name. I'm like, right now at least, like, just don't even try to troll me and mention his name. I don't want to deal with it. And they respectfully don't. The situation with Ice and me were hanging out. He asked me why I didn't go on the cruise, why I didn't go on the road trip. I was like, well, my probation, I didn't ask permission. He was like, are you
Okay, wait,
coming
hold on.
to
I don't
the
care about any of this.
CF?
Listen, I'm just saying, like,
He invited
just
me.
like stop. Wait, just stop talking to each other. Stop messaging each other, and also stop talking about each other. Don't talk about each
Don't
other.
message him or talk about him.
No,
Let
hold
me
on.
explain this.
Wait. Whatever you say that your messaging Anna is, whatever that is, don't do that anymore either. Because most people consider that talking about people. You're obviously poisoning the well. I mean, we can pretend you're not if that's like how you
Okay, sure,
roll, but, like,
whatever. I'm poisoning the well with a girl that I obviously am talking to and am going to continue to talk to. Yes.
yes, you were. Yes, correct. Yes, that is poisoning the well. Whether you're going to talk to her or not, whether you're going to be friends with her or not, yeah, of course.
Okay, sure. I'll take that. Now, again with the ICE thing, I didn't ban him from any events, and ICE can confirm. Like, even his girlfriend's like, we only
Sure, that's fine. Listen, I don't care about the ICE thing. I don't know who fuck the ICE thing. I don't care. But
I
I'm just saying.
invited him.
I'm just
When
saying.
he said
That's fine.
restraining
That's fine.
order stuff,
That's fine.
Obviously, I told ICE, hey, ICE asked if I'm coming. I was like, yeah, but if this guy's getting a restraining order, I don't know how that's gonna work. And he said, well, he doesn't have to come. That's that. And I was like, and he said, if he wants to come and you're comfortable with it, just tell him to hold off on doing that. I said, I'm fine with that. I don't have no issues with people coming and being in the event. And even right now, if there's no paperwork filed and he wanted to come, by all means, I don't care if he went.
You obviously lied. You already lied about your.
Here he goes. These are my
Okay,
friends.
listen.
These are
Okay,
people that
gotcha.
talk
Okay,
to
I don't
every
care about the
day.
ICE thing. Okay, wait. When do you think was like if I were to start digging? Okay, because I don't have the background information on this. But
He's
if I were to
saying
start,
I'm banning
if I
him
were to
from
start,
events.
if I were to start digging, when was like the last time you were like posting stuff in your Discord about Darius? Do you think it was
The
within
thing
a
that I
week
posted
or
was clearing up the ICE thing. Clearing up the
what
ICE.
about the what about anything relating to like Tinder matches or?
Like way beyond 11 days ago, yeah. Way beyond 11 days ago. I posted a public Tinder profile, yes. And then my chat did what they did. And okay, I haven't done it again.
Okay,
Like,
and when you were tweeting about him like a week ago,
I didn't tweet about him.
really? I'm laying here horny.
Oh, wait. That's necessarily about him. I was talking about Dominic Fike, and I literally tweeted Dominic Fike and then deleted it, and I could still pull that up.
Oh,
I literally said
you
I
might
missed
have tweeted
Dominic
about
Fike.
him and deleted it, but when somebody else asked,
Yeah,
they,
it was Dominic Fike. It was.
that's
originally
great. But when
Dominic
somebody
Fike.
else
And then
tweeted and
somebody
asked, that's great. But when somebody else tweeted and asked, you literally tweeted out
Darius having a
Darius.
small dick. Yeah, they mentioned
Dominic
Darius having a
Fike's a
small dick.
literal Darius doppelganger, by the way.
Well, I got with Darius after because I thought he looked similar to Dominic Fike, so let that speak for you. But anyway,
I'm just
running
saying,
it back,
listen.
yeah, if somebody came and said he had a small dick and I responded, well, his dick wasn't small and it was fine. I've never sat here being like, oh, he has a small dick, he didn't
I'm
pleasure me
just
in
saying,
sex. Like,
why
I don't
not-
have to slander his name and be
I'm
like,
just
oh,
saying,
it
you already
wasn't
are
too
slandering his name. You don't care about that, okay? Don't pretend you don't, okay? I'm just saying.
I'm not slandering his name. He never
You just
displeased me
did to the
sexually.
Anna chick, and apparently if you're doing anything with fucking Tinder matches or whatever, you do that as well.
The Anna chick.
Yes, the Anna chick. Yes.
Crazy way to refer to me, but
All
continue.
I'm saying is
The
my friend
the Anna
JJ
lady, yes.
sat on the phone with me last night saying that Darius was sending weird messages to where it seemed like he was trying to convince JJ not to come to my New Orleans trip. And that is what JJ contested to, and he will admit it again.
Okay,
He
then
said
tell
that.
JJ and tell Danny, hey, I'm not communicating with Darius anymore. Like, we don't talk anymore.
No, you tried to lie saying.
Just say that. That's so easy. Just say like, hey, me and Darius aren't communicating anymore. We don't do anything, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I did. I told him, I was like, no. And I was like, originally when Darius was saying he might get his own spot out there, I suggested, what if you stayed out there so that you weren't cramped in our Airbnb? That was a suggestion.
What if
JJ's
who
like,
stays out
oh, I'll
where?
just stay at
Wait,
the
what?
Airbnb. Yeah, just another mutual friend streamer. And he was like, I'll just stay in your Airbnb then. I don't want to get in the drama. And I was like, okay, cool, that's fine. That's it. But he's like, I don't know. The way the message seems, it seemed like he was trying to convince me not to come on the New Orleans trip. And I was like, I don't think that's what he was saying, maybe. And JJ's like, no, I think that's what he was saying.
Okay, listen. Don't talk about it. Who cares? Just say, I don't communicate with this Darius guy anymore. We don't do anything anymore. That's it. And then
The
boom, you're
point
done.
is, we both have done dumb shit. That's the point I'm bringing
No,
up. We
hold on.
both
No
have
one
done
cares. Yeah,
dumb
I
shit.
know
You
that.
can't
No one is
say
contesting that. That's not even an argument. No one is
Not
contesting
a
that. I don't know why
big
you bring that up. No one, literally, no one here is contesting that. This is pointless to even bring up. But you both are also like super invested in continuing it. You both love it. Both of you guys do. And
Previously, yes, and I'm telling you, that's why I that's why I joined the call as soon as he's gone. I didn't want to join and defend myself while he was here because I didn't want to interact or argue and loop back and forth with him. And I think that was a good call.
Sure, I agree. But then you guys just need to stop. Like, don't talk about each other in DMs. Don't talk to any other person about each other in DMs. Don't say anything.
Right, and I don't go on my streams and even bring it up anymore. Like, I literally just want it to die out, and that's fine. Only because, yeah, obviously, have I been suicidal? I fucking have. It's been mentally fucking with me with the whole looping and the whole leading me on and making me think, oh, if you get therapy, maybe we can interact again the right way, and maybe we can
don't worry about any of that. Just don't.
all
That's
that
not
dumbass shit. And
That's
I
not
have all those
irrelevant. Yeah. Okay. Don't worry about those messages. Delete them. You should literally just delete all the messages with him off your phone and block him on everything. You guys should just do that. It's so
and then
easy.
talking about a manifesto like he didn't beat the fuck out of
Who
me
cares?
once,
You're
too.
doing it again. You're bringing this up right now to continue the conflict because you love the
just fair
conflict.
to
You
say
love
that we
it.
both
Listen,
did
the most
fucked up
important
shit.
thing. Listen, the most important thing. Okay, is to admit to ourselves that we love the conflict. Okay, you love fighting with him because fighting with him gives you some connection to him. Okay, it feels good because you get to
Not
you get to
anymore.
continue.
Not
That's then why even bring
anymore
up what you just
because
said?
I
Why bring up any of
realized-
his messages? All you should do, listen, Zena, right now, delete all of his shit. Delete his messages on your phone.
Doing
delete
it all
and-
for content.
Okay, yeah, maybe
And
he is,
because I
but then you
haven't
know
been
what?
responding
Yeah,
back,
but the problem is
who
if
knows,
he does it for content, then he looks like a loser, and people like Relly and everybody else will roast him for it. But if he's doing
Right,
it and
so
you're
that's
feeding
it.
into it, then it looks like you're
So
both doing
wait.
it.
So wait, exactly why I was telling you why I wouldn't do it, because the past few days, the past week, he's been on every single stream, bringing me up, talking, slandering. Because previously,
listen,
I
great.
would
You
react
got,
to
do you
it.
not
I would
understand? Do you not?
constantly react to it.
I think you do
constantly
understand. You
react
do
to
understand.
this,
You
and
love
now
it.
I'm
You love
not
it. You love it.
reacting.
You keep doing it. You're reacting right now. All of this back and forth is over and over again because now you're going on this thing, and then Darius gonna send it tomorrow, and you're like, oh well, last week he said this about me, blah 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 blah. Just delete all of his shit. Delete your text with him. Delete all the messages and block him and
No,
everything.
I agree with you, and that's all. I'm allowed to defend myself with this one thing on your thing, though. That's it.
Okay, Zena, I just want to be super clear that you and I both know that you are still engaged with him to some degree because you like know about like what's going on in his life, and you and I like do message about him regularly.
You know about this fucking stream. It's Destiny's stream.
No, you've known about like the Ohio canvassing for like a couple of days, and just to be clear, I understand. I'm not
Wait,
like
I know about the Ohio canvassing because Danny said he might go for 2 days with them to the Ohio canvassing and then come back to New Orleans. And I was like, okay, we had that discussion because Danny's coming to New Orleans. What do you mean? Of course I know about the canvassing.
Okay, it's obvious that you still stay decently connected. Do you watch his streams when he talks bad about you? Like when people send you
Anymore, no. I've been every time he's streaming, I'm on an IRL stream with people, and there's video proof of me not even engaging on my phone. Now, the other day, apparently he was on Justicle's stream, and Anna messaged me to let me know what was going on. And I messaged Justicle, and I messaged Wolf, and I interacted for about 10 minutes through messages, and I didn't watch the stream because I was sitting next to Jack on stream the entire time.
Okay, you are saying that you never watch the streams, you never watch the clips that people send you.
In the past fucking week and a half, I have not watched his content at all. I'm refusing to watch it.
Then why have you been texting me about it? And just to be clear, I'm not mad at you that
Texted
you
you
have
about him talking shit about me and what's going on. Yes, I've texted you about the clips that are sent to me. I've showed you the messages of people telling me what's going on.
Yes, that's my point. Yes,
Okay,
I know.
that doesn't mean
I'm
I'm
not mad at
watching it.
Okay, but it's obvious that you're still engaging to some degree. And the reality is that if you really don't want to get baited again into talking about it, then you need to just fully disengage. If your decision is, I want a restraining order and I don't want to ever see this guy again, then you need to commit to that like maximally. Right?
Well, I told you I already am taking all the stuff that I have as well, and that's why, like, I told you when he lied about my probation officer, and I spoke to my PO, and my PO's like, I have no idea, nobody's called the office, and then he told me, he was like, maybe you need to do this, that, and third. So I spoke to my lawyer. I'm disputing the lawyers I paid for him. I'm getting all my stuff back, and I'm opening up a fucking civil case for suing him for promising to give me the money for that as well, because I have those messages. I'm taking legal action, and he could take legal action too. I will see him in court, and that's the only time I will see that man again.
Why? Hold on. Firstly, okay, whatever that is, you should drop all of that because that sounds like a huge waste of time. Okay, number one. Number two.
No.
No, what? What do you think you're taking him to civil court for?
What do you mean? I'm not coming out of pocket when he promised to give me the money.
For what?
For paying for his fucking lawyers and giving him the bond. He manipulated me into thinking that I needed to do that in order to make peace with him.
How much money was all that?
$6,000, and I'm gonna get that back in blood. What you mean?
Oh, not around. It was $6,000 is worth it. Okay. Yeah.
My OnlyFans is very good right now. My OnlyFans is already at 15K this month alone, and I got my kick check, and I got my subs. I got good lawyers.
Okay, that's first of all, you only need one for this, okay? But also, listen, if you want to do the court case thing, that's fine. But just other than that, you should block him everywhere, save whatever countries you need, delete everything, and stop messaging him. And if you want to do this thing with your lawyers, and then DM them and tell them to do their shit. But yeah,
that's it, and that's it. That's why I obviously, when people told me, oh, join the call, or join Justicle's call, this, that, and third, I'm like, no, I'm not going to join while he's present. I'm not going to interact with him. He can circle jerk, and he can loop and chase his own tail in this cycle. I am out of this cycle. I'm actively talking to someone else, and I want to keep it that way.
You should also probably set up a boundary of people who are necessarily going to send you clips and all these sort of things to get you to re-engage. Pick like 1 to 2.
Boundaries don't matter when it shit stirs, and obviously you end up clicking it, and that's where I'm wrong. Where I'll click it like, what is this? Oh God! And that's something I'm still actively working on. It took me a while. It took me a while to get to the point where when he texts me, I don't even respond. It took me a while to get to the point where I don't even click his fucking stream. It took me a while to get to the point where I don't want to argue back and forth with him. It took me a while to get there, but I did get here.
I know, because I've been there with you through all of this, and that's good, and I'm proud of you for that. What I'm saying, the next step that you need to take is you do need to tell people who are obviously trying to shit stir, you need to block them or tell them, hey, just, I'm really trying to disengage with this. And you can assign one person you trust to watch any content that he makes publicly about you. Darius should do the same thing, and to get back to you if there's something that you need to track for, like whatever court stuff you decide that you want to do, if you decide you want to do it. Other than that, you should
Right.
fully disengage. That would be, obviously, you can do whatever you want, but.
Right, but I'm not sitting here trying to ban him from any communities. If I'm not around, like, and he wants to go on another ICE thing, he can do that.
We know
Like,
that we don't
that's
care about the
just-
ice thing. That's fine. Okay, we're good on that.
Okay.
Okay, are we all good?
And as far as death threats, I've never sent death threats. He sent death threats to me and on video.
Gotcha.
so.
We got it. Anything else?
I've
We're
sent
good? We're good.
suicidal things, yes.
Okay, we're all good. Good job, guys. Congratulations.
This is yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Peace and love.
Yep.
Bye.
Peace and love all. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, bye. I guess.
Good luck, you.
Don't do it. 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 Just leave. Just
Dude,
leave me
how is she trying to say she's gonna sue me for stuff she forced on me? I did not want her to pay for my lawyers ever in my fucking life. She unironically forced, like, literally. I should have signed the fucking papers.
Wait,
Sure.
Darius, did she give you $6,000?
No, this bitch. Unironically, so I was gonna get a because I legally, like, the whole situation was so stupid. I was just like, I'm just gonna get like a public defender and just go to court. And she's like, Darius, I know the lawyers in all of Vegas, so I'm gonna go call them. I'm gonna get you hooked up, bro, and I'm gonna pay for it. I'm gonna get you all handled. Now she's talking about live committing fraud, about how she's gonna dispute everything. I was like, listen, dude, if you want to pay for it, fine. I really could just go to a fucking public defender and just get like a plea deal or something. I've never been to jail in my life. I never had to deal with any of
I
this
don't know
shit.
what
I'm
the
pretty
fuck. We need to work on making our stories way more concise. Did she give you, did she give you money?
She never gave me money. She paid for the lawyers on her end. She did some weird payment plan with them.
Okay, so okay, also, why do we keep saying lawyers?
Sorry,
Do you guys
sorry,
have, like,
sorry,
in-house
sorry.
fucking legal teams? She paid...
Destiny, I'm gonna
Sorry. So this is why I hate this bitch. So
Okay, sounds good. Go for it,
I'm
Gina.
actually-
Fuck it. Yeah,
I'm
okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
I'm
okay, cool,
motivated.
awesome.
Yeah.
No, I'm misspeaking. There's one time she gave me it was $4K for the lawyers. She never gave me $4K. She paid for the lawyers and she's on some payment plan with them. Then there's a $2,000 amount that was for my bail that she gave me to pay for my bail after she got a refund on it or whatever. But I already paid for my bail, but she wanted to just like pay for it to be kind or whatever. I think I told her because she started spazzing the fuck. So I should have let her do it. But after I let her like do the lawyer stuff and agree to pay for it, she got on my fucking dick and it was like, I'm getting my money back. I'm getting my money back, nigga. I'm getting my money back, nigga. You gonna pay for this? You gonna pay for this shit? I was like, okay, bitch. Listen, I never wanted to do this in the first place. If paying for it gets you the fuck off my hair, I will do it. And then she didn't say anything because I was offering to pay for it, and if I pay for it, she's not gonna fucking get a part of it. So she stopped. She kept paying for it, and she was just like, "Nah, actually, I just want to do it to be kind. I just want to be nice to you. I just want to be good. I just want to be a good person to you, or whatever. I want to pay back for everything that happened, or whatever." And I'm like, "Okay, listen, nigga, I do not give a fuck. Listen, you figure it out. Leave me the fuck alone." Then he
Okay,
just
wait,
goes
so,
on
like,
longer.
so who asked for... You never, there are no messages of
Never
you
once-
asking
not
her...
once is
Wait,
there a
hold on.
message.
I don't know why you're talking right now. I didn't even finish my question, okay? You never asked her for money ever?
Never in my life did I ever ask her money for the court stuff. Ever.
Okay. I don't understand. I don't know how to read text messages. I'm fucking retarded, okay? And Zena's only sending me, like, very, very short ones, so maybe I'm missing things. But, like,
Yes,
your
I know.
message to her saying, like, send me the $2,000 for my bail as you get money. Out of that, never contact me again. What is that a reference to?
She offered to. She did offer. She said, "I will pay the bail and the lawyer stuff, whatever. The bail, she wouldn't just send me $2,000. She was like, I'll pay the court fees." So I was like, "Okay, cool. Go ahead and send me the money, and then don't talk to me again." So I guess that time I asked, but I didn't ask. Like, I didn't bring up the idea of paying for it because I already paid for it. I paid for it. Like, I paid for my bail like as I paid for, like, with my own money. I did, and I knew I would get the money back, so it didn't fucking matter.
Okay. So
but
you don't think
there's
that,
a-
you never asked
all of
her?
our conversation, huh?
You never asked her for it?
For the 2K? I guess technically I never started the conversation or gave up the idea of her paying for my bail. Never, not once. The only time I engaged with it was after she already told me, like, hey, I'm gonna pay for this to be kind. So then I told her, like, hey, send me the 2K and leave me the fuck alone. And I think if the dates are there correctly, it should be like right after I went to jail, and she felt awful because she was like, she felt like she was the reason why I went to jail.
Yeah, I feel like this is a bit different. If I remember correctly in Vegas, what ended up happening was there was a perception that she should pay for the bail because you were the one who ended up in jail, even though both of you guys fucked up. And so you ended up So essentially, you spent time in jail. In exchange, she paid the bail. That was the perception at the time. And
Yeah, so then-
obviously
then
you're
when
mad at her. So when you said, "Hey, pay my fucking bail" or whatever, that was because you were upset that you had to spend time in jail. That's to my knowledge what was happening. So you did request the money, but it was a request as a result of you having to spend time in jail and her being able to walk around.
Sure. Yeah, and it was a request after the idea was brought up by her. I didn't like say like, "Oh, you're going to start paying for all this stuff for me," whatever. She brought up the idea of doing it because she felt bad, and I was like, "Okay, cool. I'll just engage in it. Whatever." I like it's she's going to give me the money, then give me the fucking money. I don't give a fuck. And but I also knew she was broke, so I was like, when I sent that message, I was really incredibly mad. I didn't expect her ever to actually send the money. She sent it like I think like a week or two after that. She did not send it immediately after that message. I literally forgot about it until she randomly, after I stopped talking to her, was like, "I'm just going to make amends," and then started paying me the amount. And now she's unironically trying to talk about committing fraud to where she gets her money back because she was hoping that we would get better. It was on hopes. Like I was like, I never once like I don't know if she's trying to like make it sound like, oh, like if I told her she pays for my bail or my lawyers that maybe we could get back together at some point. Never once have I ever in my life said that. There was a lot of weird shit with the lawyer stuff, but the initial thing is she brought it to me. She got the lawyer. I'm pretty sure she Googled Vegas lawyers. I don't think she like knew anybody or had contacts with some weird in-house lawyer. I think she literally just Googled Vegas lawyer and then sent me the place called me and told me to sign some papers or whatever, and that Xena would be taking care of everything. And I was like, okay, I'm fucking retarded and I should have done it. But I was just like, okay, whatever, I don't care as long as she handles it, it's fine. And then that's when she got mad later on because I didn't want anything. I'm not going to date her again. I had no intention of dating her. I never wanted to date her again afterwards. I think maybe we started talking or whatever, like she started throwing shit in my face, and I was like, maybe entertaining the idea or something. But then like I was like, at one point I was like, listen, we're not going to talk anymore. I don't want to do anything with you. And then she got like really mad and was like, well, you're going to pay all the lawyer fees. I'm not paying this anymore. And then she started going in her Discord and talking about how like she was going to make me pay or whatever. And I'm like, listen, bitch, I'll pay it. But you're not going to like do this weird shit where like you pay for everything, you agree to it, and then like try to force me to do anything. It's like weird.
Okay.
Dude.
Then none of this matters then to you, right? You're never going to get served a case. I don't think any lawyer would take this.
I don't think I mean, if she's committing fraud, I have to deal with stuff that still puts me.
What do you mean committing fraud?
She's talking about disputing the payment. She's not talking to lawyers or doing anything. She's going to dispute the payment with her bank, and she's going to say it was scam.
Well, that's all on her though. If she's disputing the payment, like that doesn't affect you at all.
Well, the thing is, I had the lawyers call me. So she tried to do this like 4 weeks ago, and I had the lawyer office call me. And they said, "Hey, Amaris is threatening to like dispute the payments with us, and we don't know like what to do about your case. And my case is actively being worked on. We need to figure it out." And I was like, "Okay, dude, hello." Oh my god, my shit just went off. Okay, I was like, okay, then I have to I said I'll talk to her and figure out what's going on. And I called her and I was like, listen, dude.
Hold on. Stop. Hold on. Okay, stop. Okay, hold on. None of this. Nothing is making sense. Okay.
Sorry, what's not making sense?
Okay. So
she called my lawyer office and tried to threaten
that's what's happening. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
And then I got a call from them and they told me like, hey, you need to do something about this because if someone's threatening to not make any more payments, we're not going to work on your case.
Hold on. Wait. Is she threatening to not make additional payments, or is she threatening to
dispute the payments? Because she said, from what she told the office,
okay. How can she, if she's already made the payments, why would it matter if she disputes them?
Because she would ideally, I don't know, because she's claiming that it's a scam. Because I called the lawyer office and I told them to take her information off because they were emailing her my case work. And I was like, you don't need to message her any of this.
Why would hold on? I don't understand. They're a law firm. If the bank contacts them and says, "Hey, there's a disputed payment," they literally can just send the bank proof of rendered services, and it should be fine. No, what is the law firm's exposure?
I guess they should be, but the problem is just that I don't know how I don't know what rights people. I just know when you dispute stuff, it's a whole situation. And if she stops the payments afterwards, like that's her own problem, so I'm not really worried about it. I just don't know how disputes work, and if she would win a dispute and say like it was a scam.
Have you talked to
She's
your
trying-
lawyer
she's trying to-
specifically? Have you specifically talked to your lawyers about this, or your lawyer about this?
Yes, they called me and they told me just to they said I need to figure it out with Amars, or we have to like work on some sort of payment plan with me. And she said,
Wait, figured it out with Amars?
Zena.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, so are you going to be liable for the payment she's already made?
I don't think I can be because she's on the paper.
Okay, then what does any of this matter? That you're going to make all the payments going forward. It's obviously not going to be her. Then it should be.
I think that would matter is if she's causing issues to the law firm that's working on my case. If that's going to fuck my.
Why can't you just tell your defender or whatever? Say like, hey, this person is no longer covering anything for me. Like if she calls in, like ignore it. I'm going to be making payments from now
on. That's it, but I also don't believe I should be making the payments, honestly, because I'm being like literally like harassed now. I mean, at one point everything was like cool, it was whatever, but I'm literally being like, I think a terrorist is coming after me, so I now don't feel like I should make any of the payments.
What do you mean you don't? Hold on. What do you mean you shouldn't make any of the payments? This is your legal. This is your case.
Yeah, but
no?
I didn't have to. So I didn't want. So I told you I was gonna get a public defender at the start. Zena kind of like started and forced everything on me, and then she said she would just handle it. So now she's like, I can like I said.
Hold on, I'm so sorry. If you didn't get any of this like in writing or like an actual formal agreement, unfortunately none of this matters.
The agreement is that Zena's making the payments. There's no agreement that I make the payments on the papers at all.
No, yeah, but I'm saying like you don't have a formal written agreement. You don't have a formal any. Do you even have it in text where she's like, yes, I will be paying for all of your court stuff?
I mean, unironically, yes, and because she would be on the paper, wouldn't that not be hers responsibility?
What do you mean on the paper? What does on the paper mean?
Like she signed it that she was responsible for the payments. I'm not signed anywhere that I'm responsible for the payments.
I'm sorry. What do you say on the paper? Do you mean like does she pay a retainer
like
or
legal documents that they would have her sign? Like
yeah, hold on. You're just using a bunch of legal documents. Paper. Like what paper? Like what are we talking about here? Do you have a picture of what you're talking about?
I'll have to go through my emails. It's like the PDF they send you for like when you're just like signing that you're like authorizing her to make the payments. It's like if she like had a car or whatever, and like she was agreed to make the payments on the car. She doesn't.
Sure, shoot me an email. Shoot me an email about that.
Okay, I can send you.
I'm waiting. We're waiting right now for it.
Wait, right now?
Yep.
Uh-oh.
You literally should be able to just go into your Gmail and type in the name of your law firm, and it should pop up in like 2 seconds. It should be right there, immediately available to you.
I formatted my PC like 2 days ago, so I'm not signed into anything.
Oh, do you have it on your phone?
Las Vegas. It's not this in you.
Oh my god, why is it so fucking AIDS?
Do we like forward it to you?
Justin, I sent you everything.
Ooh, what did she even say? Las Vegas True Paralegal Defensive Group 12-6-23. This is the
chat. Perhaps I'm the dumb one. Could Darius not just stop paying for this legal team and instead just go with the public defender even now? In the
Possibly.
middle of
I need to
case?
see what the paper says though. I don't know what agreement was signed or what like.
I'm looking it up. There's like there's like a bunch of like.
Because I know in a lot of court cases people jumble lawyers around a lot, so I just don't know if he can.
I don't think that's super normal. We're talking like fucking corporate legal law. This is like some crazy shit in terms of like.
I know it's not normal, but what I'm saying is that I know in some cases it's possible. Also, I want it noted that most people, I don't even know, I think it was most people suggested you just went with a public defender because I don't
Probably,
think
yeah.
this was
Is there really no like default easy way to get to the settings on an iPhone? Do you have to actually have the retarded fucking icon on your like homepage and then click that like a degenerate fucking knuckle dragging dipshit? There's no way when you drag from any of the corners of the screen that like a settings button would be as like part of the default interface.
You've entered the boom zone.
It's actually such an now I remember I hated this dog shit fucking phone. Oh my fucking god. Sorry.
Crazy.
Drag down and type set retard. Why would I have to search for an app on my phone called settings? Why wouldn't it just be part of like literally the default UI? Am I gonna uninstall it?
Wait, it is a part of the default UI.
Where? Oh, how do you see that? Where?
It's just literally when you open your phone, it's like on the first page by default. Is
Yeah,
it
so it's
not?
like another application. Like you have to open like a settings. Why wouldn't it just be like if I drag from the top? Why isn't it on that menu? Like my Wi-Fi, my Bluetooth, my lock. Like shouldn't there be a settings button right there?
Then there'll be a search bar and then type settings.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm just saying, why wouldn't it be part of like the actual built-in? Like when you drag down like from the top, why wouldn't the settings button be right there?
Because I'm pretty sure when you drag down from the top, that's your most used apps.
No,
Isn't
when
it?
if
Your
I'm
most
dragging
recent
down,
stuff?
no, there maybe you can add apps here. Never mind, just forget it. I hate all of you.
Is it not just on your default home screen?
Yeah, it's on your home screen, but those are like apps. Those are applications. Those are programs. It's just cringe. It should just be right. like you should be able to drag down, like from your settings menu where your like Wi-Fi shit is, and settings should be right there.
Why don't you just put it in the little hub at the bottom of your most used stuff?
Why would I have the settings thing there? That should be for like phone calls and stuff.
Well, it seems like you're very concerned about being able to easily access settings, so there's
Yeah, because it's part of the fucking phone. It's called your settings. Why would it not be instantaneously available immediately right on the like a drag down?
Why would it?
That big of an
You realize a
inconvenience for
drag
you
down
to type
takes
in 3 letters?
a drag down takes more work than just opening the phone and on the home screen it says settings.
I don't care. And also, I don't even know if that's
Oh
necessarily
my
true because like you should be able to drag down right without even having to unlock your phone.
Why would I want some random fuck who just has my phone to not put in their password to just access
Well,
my
when you try
settings?
to open certain things from that drag down menu, like I think you can turn on the flashlight without unlocking the phone. Yeah, you just can't
And
access
so
other
therefore
things.
you should get into the settings?
No, you would push the settings thing and then it would ask for an unlock code or a face pick. Stop
Then
making
you have to put
excuses
in the
for
code
iOS.
anyway.
Stop
You
making
have to put in the
excuses for this
code
dog
anyway.
shit. Fucking.
You're losing. Take the L. Hold
No,
it.
this
Hold
is
it.
it's dog shit.
Hold it. You have to put in the
Can't you
code
put
anyway.
settings in your control center?
What is it? That's the thing in the top right? Can you?
Let me look. No.
There you go. I don't even know how to turn on my cell phone. Cellular. It just says set up cellular. I don't want to set it up. I just need to access the fucking menu for it. And the only things I can do are transfer from nearby phone or use QR code. Bro. It's okay. I'll figure it out. My God. What settings? Enter iPhone, Google Fi. Scan the QR code. Where the fuck is the QR code? Do I have to go to add a person?
Wait, are you switching to your iPhone now?
I forgot the new iPhone, but I'm remembering every reason why I fucking hate it.
Oh, let's go.
No, we're not. No one's going. Fuck this shit. I hate
Wait, what is the new iPhone? Is that the 15?
Yeah, I don't even know why I got this shit. I just want to feel cool. Where is the QR code on Google Fi? Where do I find this? QR code, Google Fi. Activate your Google Fi service. Set up Google Fi on iPhone. On your device, download the app. I don't want to. Why can't I just get this QR code? Oh, never mind. Oh my God, I think I found it. Okay. Wait, no, I didn't. With the iPhone, you want to activate Google Fi on, scan the QR code. Oh, wait, hold on. On a second device, open this. Oh my God, okay, we're gonna find this. Oh, thank God, we're finding it. Oh my God, okay. Darius, where is it?
Dude, I had to go through screenshots or something. The only thing, I'm looking through my email, and I typed in Las Vegas Defense Group, and the only thing I have is my Discovery. But
Type in go to your email and just type in has colon space attachment, and that'll just give you all the emails you have with attachments. That should give you a PDF if you say they send it as a PDF.
It should be a PDF.
Homie's putting colons in the search bar, but can't put an S and an E in the fucking search bar. That goes crazy, bro.
When was TwitchCon? Was it November?
I have no idea.
Late October, I think.
Cellular setup complete. Okay. How many attachment emails are you getting that you got to go month by month?
Shut up, bitch. I bought them apples. Dude, do I actually not have it? I'm actually gonna kill myself, bro. I have to restore my computer. Oh, no.
You get an iPhone so you can FaceTime the maidens? Steven, why'd you get an iPhone? Why'd you make the swap?
I didn't make the swap. I usually carry 2 phones. My last one was an iPhone 11, and then I got this.
Wait,
shit.
really?
Yeah. Well, because
You
if
carry
I'm
2
going, if I'm
phones,
streaming, it's nice to have another phone for like the internet and all that bullshit. Zena,
You made fun of me for having 2 phones. You said that I had nefarious.
because you don't need 2 phones, and I am nefarious. Okay.
I'm happy that you have an iPhone that you use now.
I'm not gonna use it. I just need to have it so I look cool.
Well, last time I was there, I was scared when I left, and Androids don't have share your location
I
features.
sent you the PDF.
You can literally, Zena, you sent me a local link on your file system. I cannot click this. It does not work on my computer. You have to click and drag the PDF into the fucking thing to do this.
I have to call the place if.
You don't have a copy of this agreement?
I thought I did. It's probably in my, like, if I restore my computer, it's there. Dude, I had everything organized in like a really dysfunctional way, and I formatted my PC because I wanted to play Tekken.
I don't know why you keep saying formatted my PC. This was an email. You got an email. It's electronic mail. It doesn't exist on your PC.
It might not be. Listen, it might not be an email then, I guess, or I don't. It should be an email. It should be an email. You're right. It should be an email.
If it's not email, what did they send a carrier pigeon? What is the?
Dude, I just don't see it. I don't see it, dude. There was a weird thing where like Xena was getting like all the messages for fucking the court stuff, but like I definitely got this email because I had to sign something. I knew I had to sign something, so I signed it. That pretty much said that, hey, I'm authorizing Xena to do this, and then that's how it all went. And I could. She said she sent it to you, so if she sent it to you,
Okay, I got it. Okay.
Is that it?
Damn, how much is this case gonna cost?
4,000. It costs 4,000.
Okay.
And she agreed to do monthly payments of 500 or something.
Did they hold on? Do you know? Are they saying that's what it's gonna cost, or is that the retainer?
He doesn't know. Listen, I asked them, is she handling the payments and she has everything handled on her end? That's what I asked them, and they were like, "Yep, this is all by her. All we need is you to just give her the permission to do it."
It's the retainer, and it could cost more. It is the retainer. I sent you the PDF,
Gotcha.
and then there's
Okay.
obviously more
Okay,
interaction.
cool. All
and
right.
got you. That's why I sent you the screenshots of him saying he'll pay me $400 a month until it's over. And I sent you the screenshot of him originally saying you have to pay the $2,000. Good night.
Okay, how much has she paid of this?
I think she paid like 2 months.
So she's paid $2,800.
I think it's been like 2 or 3 months or whatever.
Okay, my guess would be, and you should ask them, okay, since they're a literal fucking law firm, my guess would be whatever payments she's made already are gone, okay? Those are gone from her credit card. They've been authorized. It's whatever, okay? So, number one. But number two, okay, this agreement says that if she stops making payments, that you're going to lose your legal representation.
Yeah.
So if you want to continue with this group, and if you want to capitalize on the money that she's already spent, you should tell them, hey, we need to do a new payment plan. We need to do a new authorization because the last person no longer wants to pay.
Okay. I'd rather just drop it and then.
Rather drop what?
Like the lawyer. I didn't want the lawyer in the first place.
Do you have? Is there like an open case against you in Nevada or whatever?
So right now, what's happened is this is what I know so far. I know right now that I have to do I have to like do classes. I have to take like impulse control classes. But as long as I do impulse control classes, I have a checkup date in July to make sure that I've been taking my impulse control classes.
Okay, what is your, in terms of like your legal status, are you on like a deferred fucking thing? Have you already like pled? Did you talk to like a person that like gave you a deal?
We've already pled guilty.
Oh, okay. So you pled guilty to something, and I imagine that in exchange, the prosecutor said you have to do these particular things so that your guilty plea for the. I'm guessing you pled guilty to something lesser. What did you plead guilty to?
No, we pled guilty to what it was because we wanted to avoid like the whole thing with Xena going to jail.
Wait, what do you mean you pled? So okay, so you got arrested for a particular charge, right?
I got arrested for misuse of 911.
Okay, and then they charged you with that crime, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then you went to court and you pled guilty to that crime.
The lawyers went to court and they pled guilty with. They just argued for me. Yes.
Can you enter a plea? Can you actually enter a guilty or innocent plea without being physically at court? Can your lawyer enter a plea for? You might be able to, I don't know. But okay, so your lawyer went to court.
Why people lying? Why people trolling? Like, it wasn't a domestic dispute. Well, the charge was. I mean, the situation was that I called the police for the domestic dispute because I wanted Xena.
Wait, I don't know what. None of this has to do with domestic anything, right? I'm imagining. Somebody can tell me I'm wrong. Like false calling 911 is probably a criminal charge, right? Like a misdemeanor or some bullshit, right? I hope it's a misdemeanor, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a misdemeanor.
Okay, so you had a misdemeanor charge. Your lawyers went to court for you. They pled guilty to it, to the charge that you got, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then so why do you have to do anything else now?
So they have to do another. There's a court date in July. I don't think there is anything else. I think the rest is just Xena paying for the amount that was.
Wait, what did you just say about like you have to go volunteer? What other?
I have to do an impulse control class, and then I have to do a checkup in July. I have to read the.
Why do you have to do an impulse control class? I don't understand that. What does that mean?
Because it's to lessen the. It's like to show that a good faith, so that way I don't have to do any jail time or pay any fines.
Why would you even hire a private lawyer if you were gonna plead guilty? That's such a waste of money. You could have just gotten a private defender.
Listen, I'm right there with you. I didn't want to fucking do that. I wanted to get a public defender and call it a day. But she wanted to prove that she has connects and she knows niggas that can get me off of this scot free. So and it didn't happen at all. They literally the lawyer literally called me and said,
"Did she lawyer rape you? Like, were you not able to say no? You can't stand up for yourself?"
I've never been in any sort of legal trouble in my life, and then she was just offering to go ahead and do everything for me. So I was like, "Listen, dude, I don't know what the fuck to do here. If you're gonna do it, go ahead." I should have done this smarter, dude. I understand. I do retarded shit. Fucking fuck you, dude. All I'm saying is that like she is a fucking felon. She's been to jail. She's had to deal with this shit. I was like, "Listen, dude, she's the only person offering me fucking help." I fucking said, "Listen, take it, dude. I'll just fucking say whatever." And then I'm eating my own ass because I should have just fucking ignored. I should have blocked this woman after everything happened, and then just.
Yeah, okay. I don't care about anything in the past, but you should like figure out like what is the status of your current shit right now.
Status right now is that I have to do impulse control classes and just show that I'm going in order for them not to fine me or give me any jail time.
Okay. Do you have to do that like in Nevada?
I have to do that online. They give me a link to some like impulse control stuff. I just have to show up a couple times.
Have you already done that, or is it scheduled for the future?
I just have to do it before the checkup, which is in July. So
okay, so then your court shit should be completely done, right?
Relatively, yes.
Okay, then why do you care about it? I don't even know what we're talking about then.
Right now, what's going on is that it sounds like she's threatening to dispute the payments.
Wait, okay, hold on. She can do that, but that's between her and the law firm now. I don't know why that would be between you and the law firm. If somebody else agreed to do the payments and then they did it, and now she wants to dispute them, can the law firm come back on you for that? That's between her and them. I don't know how you're involved at all at this point now.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't know. I just know that they called me like when she threatened to do this again 3 weeks ago, and was talking about committing fraud, and she was trying to say that she thinks they're scammers. She was like saying, "I think you guys are scammers. I don't think you guys are real people." And then she was like threatening to dispute it.
Okay, they probably called you. My guess is because they have your number, but say, "Hey, the person responsible for the payments is this. Just give them her number, and then you're done, right?"
Yeah, that would be, I guess.
Because I'm guessing it sounds like you didn't sign anything about paying them, right? Did you?
No, that whatever she sent you is all that.
All she sent me was an authorization, a credit card authorization. So I don't know what was signed. So be careful, right? Because I might be giving you bad advice because you might have signed some fucking thing that says like, oh yes, like she's my like copay basically, or she's co-signing this, which means both of you would be held liable. There wasn't. But if she was the only one that said that she agreed to pay and she was the only one, but if you signed some retainer agreement or something saying that like ultimately at the end of the day I'm responsible for making sure you get your funds, blah 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 blah, then you might be on the hook. But if you don't have any of that fucking paperwork, then.
Yeah, no, I mean, I talked to them. I had to double check and get the papers from them, but.
Okay. Listen, I can't be your dad.
Yeah,
okay. It's not. Hold on. Just to be clear, stop. It's not. When you keep saying I talked to them, okay, they're trying to get money, right? So you don't want to talk to them because they're just going to say whatever the fuck they can to make you pay, right? It might not be, you might not be legally on the hook for anything. If you are going to talk to them, at least ask them that. Am I legally on the hook for this? Or what happens if I don't pay, right? And if they say, well, it's going to go to collections or some shit, well, if Zena's the one on the name, if she's the one that signed for the whatever loan or payment plan or whatever, then that's all on her. But if they'll say whatever the fuck to you if they think you're some retard, and it sounds like you might be on the phone, who will just pay them money because they just say it. But if you didn't sign anything agreeing to pay them, then why the fuck, yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, I think I from what I remember and what I looked at when I was in the paper, it was just an authorization form to let her.
Okay, you should be really careful with that. From what I remember, you should get the thing that you signed.
Yeah, I will. I'm gonna call the place. I have to do it. I'll do it.
Okay,
Saturday.
but be careful when you call because they're gonna say shit like you need to pay and you have to do this and blah 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 blah. And you should what you should say is oh, just send me the forms or whatever. Can you please send me what the thing I signed or whatever. And if you really do have to pay, then they'll send you exactly what you signed showing it. But if they talk some shit well, your friend paid and you really should pay, you need to pay, we need our money, blah blah blah. That's a lot different than am I legally liable or am I financially liable if I don't give you your money for this. If you didn't sign shit, then it's not your fucking whatever.
Yeah. No, and okay, so if we're being serious now for advice, so she's doing this weird thing now where she's like, I'm going to, I have proof of you agreeing to pay me back. I have proof of her saying she doesn't want the money. She just wants to do a nice thing. And then just telling me she's not going to do it anymore.
Sure, literally none of this matters. Okay, she's gonna go to a lawyer and she's gonna say, "Hey, I agree to pay this thing for this guy, and now he's not giving me the money back." The first question the lawyer is gonna ask is gonna say, "Who is this person?" And then she's gonna say, "Ex-boyfriend." And then the lawyer's gonna roll his eyes, and the lawyer's gonna say, "Does she have do you have absolute concrete proof that this was you? He was gonna pay you the money back, or that you were doing this, and you was gonna loan, blah blah blah." And then she's gonna talk a lot and say, "Well, I have this, blah 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 blah." And then he's gonna realize oh, it's a jilted ex who wants money back because they bought something or they gave something to somebody that didn't work out, and you say, "Sorry, there's probably no case here." That's 99%. That's what's gonna happen. Okay, if it doesn't, then you get served with some shit. Then you get legal representation. You go from there. But
okay, and then ignoring that as well.
There's literally no point unless somebody actually serves you with some shit.
One last thing is a Zelle payment. So I paid for my bill, did everything on my own. She wanted to be nice and she wanted to pay.
Okay, who cares? You don't need to worry about any of that. It's her. The onus on her to file a case.
Okay. I guess.
Until she's done that, who the fuck cares? Don't worry about it. It's not on your shit. Wait if see if she talks to a lawyer and then. What?
Dispute happen. I never had a dispute happen even through PayPal or anything like that. So I don't know how it's
What do you mean a dispute?
Well, if she disputes with her bank that a Zelle.
Who cares?
Let's say it's fraud.
Well,
what
you
if they take the money out of my
do that.
account?
Otherwise, people would be constantly doing that to get out of paying stuff.
Well, no. Wait, hold on, wait. You can't do that. Wait, what does Zelle have to do with any of this?
Because when I paid for my bail, she tried to pay me back for me paying my bail. She tried to pay me for me having to pay my bail $2,000 through Zelle, but she did it in small payments of $500. So I'm assuming what she's trying to say she's going to do now is she's going to dispute all of those payments through Zelle, and then I'm imagining how disputes work is they just take money out of your account and ask questions later. So I would have to deal.
So she's going to dispute in Zelle giving you money.
Yes.
It's really hard to dispute Zelle payments, by the way. It's nearly impossible.
Yeah, I've never seen Zelle pay. I know if it was Cash App, I'd be okay, that's gonna be frustrating. But it's it's.
Yeah, I don't think you can dispute. I don't know that much, so I'm just talking shit. But I don't know, because if that was the case, then I feel like people get scammed on Zelle and shit all the time. And if it was easy to dispute it, you just dispute it, right? But I don't know if you can dispute Zelle shit because you're not at credit card shit at this point. I think Zelle is usually transfers directly from a bank, isn't it? Or can Zelle do credit card shit?
Zelle is through bank.
Right, actually, it wouldn't even matter because they'd be charging the credit card to Zelle and Zelle would transfer. Yeah, just ignore, block around everything. Nothing's gonna happen. Yeah.
That's what I figure. It's just like I said, it's again with the games where it's trying to make it so that way I have to interact with her. She's talking about suing for this situation. I'm dude, you agreed to all this stuff. It sucks that you're in this situation. I feel for you.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. But the reason why she did it is also because you kind of hung this over her head. You teased her with it, right?
Teaser. I never once was oh, you paid my money. I don't talk about this. She does that.
No, but when you're saying things well, you get therapy, maybe in the future we can chat again, and blah 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 blah.
When everything happened, she was very remorseful and she was trying to pay a bunch of stuff to be nice, and I fucking took the bait, and I eventually was just yeah, maybe if things get better, we can maybe attempt talking again, because it was just she was trying to be better. She was trying to make efforts, but again, I'm fucking retarded. I should have just blocked this bitch and realized that she's just trying to be.
You understand that's probably why she was trying to pay the court shit for you is because she's hoping that she'll get something in the future for it. Like you.
Yes, I know. Which would I understand. I thought and I understand that now more than anything. And I should have entertained it. And dude, I have the fucking money. I have a fucking steak sponsorship. I don't fucking care. Like, Kelly Jane, kill yourself, you ugly, retarded, nasty bitch. You're in chat going like broke ass. Fucking kill yourself. I have the money to pay it. It's out of principle. Like right now, it's like, dude, you agreed to do this stuff I didn't have to do. I wanted to just go to Vegas, get a public defender, and call it a fucking day. But like, this motherfucker, like again, like was just like, oh, like go ahead and do this, and
but aren't you pushing 30? Like, you can only claim ignorance up to a certain point. Like, you have to be responsible for
not. Dude, I'm saying, yeah, it sucks that I'm in this situation. I agreed to have this girl do this, but that's like she made the plans to pay it. It was her thing. So I'm like, when I'm getting like harassed with it, it's just weird. I don't know why I'm like. I understand, yeah, dude. You can't just like be pushed. What the dude? Were you trying to own me?
But with
there?
your track record, like it's not like things were all handy dandy between the two of you before this happened. Like, you're in this situation because of your relationship. So why, in your brain, would you think it's an okay thing to agree to let her be involved in your legal representation at all in any way?
Because she has, and I already told you, she has a way of manipulating, and I fucking fall for it. I shouldn't do this. I should have understood this at the start. I should have figured it out. Yes, I should have. I fell for it. Yeah. What do you want me to fucking say? Like I fell for the manipulation in games. Like I shouldn't have fucking thought like, okay, well, this woman obviously does feel remorse because this was a really fucked situation. I've never in my life been in jail, and a woman that's talking about how she feels genuine remorse, trying to make changes, trying to talk about how she's going to do this and this, trying to enroll herself in therapy. I was like, okay, maybe this is a girl that I did love and care about, and I did want to be in a relationship with. But now after seeing what's happened, after I've tried to distance myself healthily from her, and well, not healthily, but whatever. But after I tried to distance myself from her, I see what's happened and she's reacted. I know that was never going to happen. If I could go back in time, I would have just fucking got a public defender, blocked this woman, and never talked to her again, and just let her harass me and eventually get bored and maybe end it. But instead, I engage with it. I keep her having fuel, and I fucked up badly. But what does that mean? I have to just like suffer now? Like what is it like? Like your response is just like literally just trying to bait. Like what are you trying to get at? Like, do you think I don't understand this?
You can sit here and whine about it, or you can try to figure out.
I understand what I caused. I understand what I've caused. What are you trying to get? Are you just trying to like kick me? Like, what's I want to know what your goal is.
Because it just sounds like you're here like complaining and whining, and when you should
having a conversation, you retard spurg. I'm going back and forth. Like I'm having a conversation. I was having a conversation about a situation. You just want to talk. You literally just love hearing yourself talk. Fuck off.
So, do you regret unfollowing him now, Anna? I'm sure.
No.
Like, dude, how do you think you're funny? You're not a comedian, Kelly. You're not like nothing. Dude, you just stop. Why are you here? You've been exiled from the League of Legends community. You've been exiled from everywhere you've been because you do this weird sexual assault shit. Why the fuck are you here?
Darius has completely lost his fucking mind again. I see. That didn't last long. All from saying, she unfollowed you on
I'm sorry.
Twitter.
I do feel bad.
That's the only reason.
Because you have a fucking 20 IQ, and so yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Was that an own? What was that? What do you just say? If you have a 20 IQ, dude, you haven't lived. Never mind. You're in this Discord call. You're in Destiny's Orbit Discord call, hanging out with Jay Steelgate afterwards, and you think you're smarter than me? You think you're smarter than me?
She probably
would not pay $6,000 to plead guilty. I know that for damn sure.
I would pay $6,000 right now to get you the fuck out of this call and kill yourself online.
Hey, actually, people pay a lot of money and go through their lawyers and take bad deals because the American legal system is fucked. And people are scared of jail, they're scared of prison, they're scared of police, and they'll accept all kinds of bad deals just to get it to go away. So as soon as it's like, hey, you just have to plead this is what the record's going to look like, it's not going to be that bad, people would take the deal. There's a reason that the U.S. has such a high
But it wasn't between him and the lawyers. It was between him and Xena, and he let Xena hire a private lawyer. That's on him.
If you want to go to that part, yes. But as far as taking the deal, there's a reason people do it, especially once lawyers are involved.
Wait, just to be clear, there was no deal taken. He just pled guilty.
if there wasn't even.
Oh yes, good point, Steven. Yes, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
People will listen once lawyers are involved. Is that better?
Maybe.
I can't tell. Are we memeing or not?
No, I was being serious.
Okay, I was gonna say because Lycan's 100% right. When Darius was going through that legal trouble, he was just bugging and stressed about whether or not he was gonna get time. Like that's what he was doing.
I'm sorry, you're a fucking hood rat monkey that probably deals with this shit all the time. I don't fucking know about this shit, nigga. When I got fucking arrested and they're talking about misdemeanor shit, all this fucking shit, nigga, I have a clean record. And surprisingly, maybe you think I'm like this unhinged monkey or whatever. I just tell people to kill himself. That's the extent of it goes. I've never been in this situation in my fucking life. I don't know what the fuck is gonna happen to me. I thought originally I was gonna take Zena to jail for domestic abuse. I thought I was gonna fucking put her in jail for that. But it switched. It switched because I'm a fucking dumb retard simp that decided to take the fucking fall. And I didn't get to do what I fucking wanted in the first place. I had to do this other weird shit. I have to lie to fucking people, lie to fucking the courts about what the fuck happened, so that way everyone's fucking squared, and I'm taking the least that's kind of the least repercussions that can fucking happen for that woman for no fucking reason. So yeah, I fucked up.
To be fair, it was mutually beneficial. Your decision.
Mutual beneficial, dude. I swear to God, I would have preferred to.
I know what you mean.
It's much more beneficial for her.
Yeah. Obviously, she would have gotten the worst end of it, probably.
I started an OnlyFans.
Really?
Yeah,
Link?
liking cooks.
Full nude?
Not yet. I will do full nude if I get 10,000 subs a month, which is obviously it's like, what? That's insane, Lycan. Well, yeah, I'm also not showing my hog and ruining career prospects outside of this place. So
yeah. No.
You gotta leave something to the imagination anyway, Lycan.
True.
It's probably better for you anyway.
Yes, but Lycan cooks 50% off the first 100 subs. Oh, and the whole point to sub there is either A, if you like my lewds, I'll take more of them, but B, I am going to post my recipes there first. And if you don't want the lewds, just the foods, you can go to Patreon. Link in the bio.
What do you want me to do, nigga? Yeah, she's fucking retarded. It wasn't my choice. It wasn't my, okay, yeah, sure, it was my choice to let this nigga do it. But this bitch acts like she knows what the fuck she's talking about. She's like, dude, I should have realized when she went to jail. But this bitch doesn't know anything about lawyers. But I don't know anything. I don't know, dude. Dude, did you learn this shit in high school? Like, what am I supposed to know about?
What's he even arguing with?
No, Darius, who are you talking to?
My fucking demons, man.
There is a kind of like an idea floating around that he's just a retard for accepting private.
She's saying it. She's like, I never paid 6K. Bitch, first off, I didn't pay 6K. It's 4K. And then second off, like, well, dude, like, what? How am I supposed to know? How am I supposed to know? Like, what do you want me to do? I can't out-debate them.
Demon Slayer that's always complaining.
What?
I think it's fair to say that it would probably be more reasonable.
You're not even funny. Go away, dude. Fuck me. You suck. You fucking suck. I hate you.
Are you arguing with like Xena in the chat or something? Who are you arguing against right now?
Darius, hello?
Steven, will you play Minecraft? I mean, you're watching it still, right? Like, why don't you just boot it up, baby? I'll get a server going.
I'll start playing in March, okay?
Yeah?
Maybe.
Say the word, man. I'll make it happen.
Why don't you play Power World?
Because that game is gonna fall off in 2 weeks. I know it will. They always do.
Ooh.
Yeah, but capitalize on the hype now. You know what I mean? That's
oh
all
yeah,
those
me,
streamers go
well-known
around.
video game streamer, definitely where I'm, getting my
You
butter
are.
for my bread now.
Yeah,
For us
Factorio
OGs.
and shit. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Your
the guy
top
who
clips.
does not play games. Yeah, like he didn't win like a StarCraft challenge. Was that it? I that must have never happened because
How many
He
years
came
ago?
back just to show people he was the most. I'm sorry, I'm trying not to be ableist.
Yeah, you are being ableist and a bully. Hold on, apparently people are saying somebody is... What am I getting linked here?
You know, the stream of man's fans.
And it's funny though, the fact that
Oh, they're Kelly clips. Okay. Wow, Matt Hickey, thanks for the tier 5 sub, buddy.
you don't really like Darius
Yeah,
like that,
thanks,
and
guy.
you're the only one that's actually saying like, just if you want to be with someone, try to make it work. Like, just stop listening
Well, also
to me.
both of you seem to want to be together. I know I don't
really have gone any better, could
his
it?
biggest fan, but I
Or I
also
woke
don't.
up from
I
a
also
nap
find the
and felt
advice
like
of
a
telling you to
fiend.
break up to be utterly worthless because that's what does that do? That's not helpful for anyone. Like you tell people that I've seen people in the most toxic relationships of my life beating each other up, and you can say, yeah, you should break up. Do they fucking? No, they don't fucking listen. As far as I can tell, the relationship's not abusive.
What is it?
What am I
Further,
saying?
I said that's why it couldn't have gone any better, could it?
More insults.
But now
Well,
I
you
sympathize.
have like the voice of like a small dog, but like not in a bad way. Like, does that make sense?
It doesn't.
Kind
Could
of
you
small
elaborate?
dog.
All right, are we good in here? Are we anything else?
Oh, did you mute the whole thing?
I muted for a second.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I got nothing else. I was hoping this would have ended an hour ago.
Well.
All right, everyone. That's the signal. We gotta get out. Bye.
Love you.
Bye.
This was supposed to have ended 3 times already.
We'll go back to looping on this in about 2.5 hours, guys.
Yep,
See you then.
absolutely.
Did Stardust actually say anything the entire time she was in it?
Is she here now? Wait, was Stardust here?
She was.
Okay. How you doing, Relly?
I'm actually
Like, you're
doing
gonna expect me,
quite
this
well.
fucking little chihuahua retard is gonna go on his stream, Zena's gonna go on, and you guys are just gonna expect me to shut the fuck up and let this bitch talk. Like, you guys are asking for so much from me.
Okay,
This is-
Justicle's not gonna let her talk. The last time that she was DMing both me and
dude,
him mid-stream, we were not reading her fucking DMs, okay? Nah.
Sorry,
it's fine.
I joined
I'm in a don't blame
specifically.
expansion, bro. It's over for me, dude. It's so fucking over, dude.
I just wanted to say, Darius, you should probably not admit to things like lying in court on stream. I feel like that's a really dumb.
Are you giving advice right now? You want me to give you some advice, Stardust?
Okay.
I would love to give you some advice right now. Do you want to hear some?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, dude.
No, I'm not gonna do that because I'm a grown man and I'm not gonna do that.
Are you?
Oh
Are you a
Yep,
grown man?
I'm a
Okay.
grown man and I've moved past it.
I'm-
I'm not gonna do
you
that.
fooled
Stardust,
me,
cool.
dude.
Thanks
You
for the
fooled me.
information.
Wow, I didn't know.
There you go. She's trying to bait you right now, Darius. Good job. She's trying to bait you, and you're taking a high road. Good job.
I came in to say something nice, okay? Relatively nice. I didn't even insult
Nah, she's
you,
got snark.
alright?
She's got snark. You can
No.
tell.
Yeah, I have it now. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I disconnected there, and then Darius started talking shit about my stream as if he wasn't the one who came on first. Xena did not come on first. Darius came on first and started talking shit about Xena.
Dude, what
So
you said
you want
that
to talk
didn't
about
happen.
looping? You want
You
to talk
said
about
that didn't
people holding
happen.
you off the stream? You joined and started talking about it of your own free will.
So alpha
fuck
male,
you.
dude. I'm so soppy, you fucking retard, dude. All I'm saying is that what's gonna happen is I have to like control myself in the next 2 hours because it's gonna be a topic of conversation on your stream, trying to bait
Okay.
this shit out. It's just gonna be annoying, dude.
No, it's not. It's not going to be a topic. Okay, it's going to be okay. You know
Just
what? I'll
really
fight for you, Darius. Okay, if Xena comes up, I'll start fucking singing and just behaving like a retard. Okay, so you don't have to worry. I got your back, brother. You're fine.
Listen, bro.
Wait, just to be clear, you should just be a fucking adult, and if Xena comes up on JST,
Yeah, I know.
like, you
Listen,
just
I'm
do your
saying,
own fucking shit. Just play some Tekken, bro. You just bought it.
Dude, yes. Dude, do you have Tekken? Do you have Tekken yet?
I ain't got Tekken. I ain't
Can
paying
someone
that.
please buy really Tekken, bro, so we can play? Steven, play Tekken, please. If you play Tekken, I'll just sit there. We can just play all night tonight.
He's not going to play
Nothing
fighting
but
games.
Tekken,
You're
please.
talking to the wall, brother. Okay.
Huh?
He's not going to play fighting games. Everyone's hoped for years. He's not doing it. Okay, it's not
We
going to
played
change
Street
now.
Fighter for a little bit.
Oh god, could you imagine Destiny versus low tier god?
He's
That
got
would
people in
be
his community.
insane,
Yeah, he's got
bro.
low tier god. He's got
That
Wicked
would be
Supreme.
insane.
He's got all these fighting game people in his community, and
The trash talk would be legendary.
pasty white boy trying to talk shit in a fighting game or something like that. That'd be
This can't reborn.
Oh wait, PPR Vampire says I'll buy it for you, really. Will you play tonight with me?
Yeah, if somebody buys me Tekken, I will play that shit 100%.
Yeah, I'm not messing.
Okay. Why do I care about this? Why are you in here talking about this?
Bye, Steve.
Bye.
I was actually gonna ask a question to you, Stevie boy,
What's
about your Ben Shapiro debate. How do you feel like it went?
I thought it went okay. Yeah, I think for a first debate, probably about as okay as it could have gone. Yeah.
About as okay as it could have gone.
Well, like we didn't get to like drill down on some topic for a crazy long amount of time, but I feel like I feel like about as well as I could have gone. Yeah.
I saw on Twitter there were some people adding you saying like, should I educate the omni-liberal? And then you were like, hey, come on stream. I think I saw 2 different people say that. And then you were like, hey, come on stream. You can educate
The first guy, Nathan, is an editor for Current Affairs. That guy will never talk to me because he's a coward as fuck who can only tweet and knows nothing about anything. Another guy, I'll give him props, was Braver, a big pro-Palestinian guy, wanted to come in and talk, but also didn't seem to know anything. So.
Oh, did you already have that conversation, or are you?
Yeah, it was earlier today.
Oh shit, I didn't. Oh, okay. All right, well, I'll wait for that YouTube video, I guess. But yeah, I was just kind of curious because I saw some criticism about people believing you didn't push back hard enough and stuff, and really go at him. Do you feel like you held back at all?
I don't think I was holding back. But I mean, like, we didn't go like ultra hard into some spots that we could have been. But like I said, it needed to be like a deeper. Like, I think we could have had one conversation topic for those 2.5 hours instead of doing like 7 or 8 of them, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, probably. All right. Well, I was just a little bit curious about that and shit. Yeah. That's all. Have a good one, buddy.
Love you. Bye.
Love you.
Hey, I just wanted to quickly ask, did you read the thing I sent you from Maglioka?
Probably not. What did you send me?
DMs. Basically, it was one of the professors that Baden-Powell cite, and it was just more historical context, just to kind of flesh out everything more about the Amnesty Act and also a lot of these.
What?
The Amnesty Act and Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. That's all.
This Brennan Center for Justice, this thing?
No, the thing above it. The Brennan Center is a good reference point for just like the general emergency powers that the executive already has. So pursuant to like when they were talking about Biden closing the border, some of the already authorities that he and Trump have relied upon are hidden in there. So if you ever want to know like what statutory authorities give the president want whenever a national emergency is declared, that's a good like reference point.
Okay.
And then the thing about above it is Maglioka, who is cited in the Baden-Powell paper that you and Pisco were talking about. It provides a lot more historical context and background as to why, for instance, like the 1872 nullification or the Amnesty Act was a one-time deal to help rely a little less on the language arguments that Baden-Powell make.
Okay.
Okay, that's it.
All right. I love you. Be careful.
I love you too. Bye.
Jesus. Can I finally come on now? Forethought. What do you want? I'm fucking with you. We opened these clips, I think, 5 hours ago.
Strongest in the universe!
Okay.
We're gonna come up right here. Yes! I want you to come right here. You're gonna weigh heavy on us. You're gonna go.
Jesus.
See? So you're right. So weigh heavy. That back foot, and you're almost like with your head, you're gonna.
So I'm like
keep it up.
pumping, like.
Yeah. So
like-
you're not pumping the leg. It's almost like.
I'm
again,
pulling him into my leg.
Yeah. Everything you're doing, and you're extending with the hip.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me try. I've never done this before.
This is gonna be good. Yeah.
I almost hit him with my chest. I'm sorry.
We're gonna come up right here.
Yeah.
So I think it was just he kind of
Oh,
misspoke.
I didn't hear that part. Romy spoke to me at one point, so I didn't hear everything. And also was in the other room, so
the fuck?
Didn't hear everything, just overheard some of it. But that part
Where
was
the fuck did you come
immediately I
from,
was very
Turgle?
upset. Hi, Turgle.
I am stealth.
So I think it was just he kind of
Oh,
misspoke.
I didn't hear that part. I didn't. everything. Just
The fuck?
didn't hear everything. Just overheard some.
Okay.
Oh my god. Guys, there's a fucking dog. There's a dog that needs saving. You alright, buddy? Are you okay? Bro, there's a dog that needs saving. Are you okay? Content. Are you alright, buddy? Fuck, hopefully it doesn't attack me. It's stuck in the mud. Chat, it's stuck in the mud. I'm gonna rescue you, okay, buddy? I'm gonna rescue you, okay? Okay? Come on. Come here. Oh, now I'm getting stuck too. Oh my god, it's like quicksand. Come on. Come on. I've got you. Oh, now I'm stuck.
So stupid. He should have, oh my god, he should have sat here watching the dog sink, saying he needed like 500 subs to save the dog, while the dog slowly descends into the mud. He could have made so much money milking the situation. So dumb.
Yes, mouse! Oh my god, this mouse! Woo! I'm gonna lose my mind, dude. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? It's not. Look. Never, ever buy a SteelSeries product. Ever. Never, ever buy a SteelSeries product. Ever, guys. Ever. Never, ever look at that fucking dog shit brand. Holy fucking shit. What is this? I've never seen.
Wow. Okay.
I think that the CS community is spoiled. I think they're spoiled because they don't realize how good they have it with their game. We got a completely new engine. Oh no, it's so bad. Bro, it just came out. Give it some time. You have so many things. You like if CS had half of the issues that TF2 has, then it would be a real issue. But it's literally not even that bad. I said it. It's not even that bad. So you know, you're spoiled.
You didn't watch the end of the clip. What, does he get sniped and die?
Look at that fucking dog shit brand. Holy fucking shit. What is this? I've never seen.
Epic. Hilarious.
This I've never seen.
Wow. What is this game? Charge Blade, Monster Hunter. Oh, Monster Hunter. Wow. So epic.
Background. Last December, the Colorado Supreme Court ordered former President Trump's name removed from the ballot of the Colorado Republican Party, which will hold its primary election this coming spring. The basis for that ruling, the events of January 6, 2021, the Colorado Supreme Court held A, that Trump's actions before and during the attack on the Capitol amounted to insurrection against the United States, and B, that the 14th Amendment, this is the amendment ratified in 1868, that the 14th Amendment disqualifies anyone who has engaged in an insurrection against the United States from running for president. Donald Trump appealed the Colorado Supreme Court's decision to the United States Supreme Court, and as we sit here, just last week, the court announced that it would take the case. We're recording this program in mid-January. The court will hear oral arguments on February 8th. Former federal judge...
Does this guy...
Michael Lutig, long considered...
Does he look like... Oh my god. Hold on. No. I got a good one. I'm trying to think of the movies. It's a movie guy. I think he might be in the Batman. Or no, Batman. No, it's not that guy. Fuck, which actor am I thinking of? Oh, no. This guy. Hold on. Watch. Hold on. No, wait. I need one with him in an older movie. Hold on. Wait. Bro, I can't. How the fuck do you spell his name? Hold on. No, this isn't the actor I'm thinking of. No, wait. It's not him. Fuck, who am I thinking of? John Goodman? Why are you guys saying John Goodman? No. Who is the... I'm trying to think of the actor. It might have been the guy. Carmine Falcone, Batman Begins. Is that the actor I'm thinking of? Yes, this one. Oh, you're right. It was this one. Okay, I thought it was different. Who's the actor?
It's Mr. Wayne.
Yeah, but like him, like older. Yes. What's the actor's name? Tom Wilson. Hold on. He died? Oh my god. Is this the actor? No, you guys are fucking retarded. Batman Begins. Malconey? Is that the guy who the actor is? Hold on. We're still searching. We'll find him. Or Falcone, not Malconey. Oh, Tom Wilson. It is him. Why does he look so much different here? What's a movie that he's in? He's got to be in like some fucking I'm trying to think. Something like, was he in a Christopher Nolan movie? Am I crazy? Rush Hour. Oh my god, you're absolutely right.
Council Han, you to go as you control
Hong Kong.
But I need him with glasses on. Never mind. Just trust me. They look similar, okay? Anyway.
Leading conservative and originalist, quote, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment simply could not be any clearer that the former president is disqualified from the presidency, just as the Colorado Supreme Court held. John Yoo?
What?
What should the court rule? Is Ludig right? Is this
wrong.
a slam dunk?
No, this is not a slam dunk. It's a close case. In fact, two very distinguished originalist scholars were the ones who came up with this idea that you could disqualify a president under the 14th Amendment, Section 3, which is written right after the Civil War, and of course is primarily aimed at the people who joined the Confederacy, but not limited to the people who joined the Confederacy. I think that the U.S. Supreme Court will quickly overturn Colorado. I think we're going to see light speed in terms of how fast that opinion comes out for several reasons. One, I don't think that the founders, the people who wrote the 14th Amendment, I certainly don't think the Supreme Court will think that there should be 50 different states, all interpreting the 14th Amendment differently, all applying their own
standards. Since the Colorado Supreme Court decision, the Maine Secretary of State took it on herself to kick Trump off the ballot. So this is...
And you've got three other state Supreme Courts saying, no, Trump isn't disqualified.
Including California, by the way. Yeah.
California Secretary of State. So if you think about what the kind of disorder and chaos that could arise, if each state is allowed to say, we're going to choose our own disqualification standards, and we're going to start kicking people off the ballot. It's also not just the president you're talking about. You're talking about people who run for Congress, for Senate, members of state houses, the list of officials this provision applies to. So that's what the second thing is. I don't think the provision applies to the president. It doesn't say the word president. It doesn't seem to apply to people who were president, who might have engaged in an insurrection, and it doesn't seem to prohibit people from running for president. So I think
the cringe. This is the cringiest of all the arguments. Well, is the president really an officer just because he holds the office of president? This is the cringiest argument.
There's really two strong grounds that the Supreme
But one
Court
of them is
needs.
pure policy prescription. I'm forced to point out, Professor Yu.
Policy.
You're saying that the Supreme Court won't permit this to stand because it wouldn't work well. Well, that's not a legal argument.
No, but that's a legal argument because that is one of the reasons why you have a single Supreme Court to impose a uniform interpretation of the Constitution throughout the country.
Okay, I'm coming to you in just a second, Richard. But first, listen to this. Adam Liptak in the New York Times. The point here is that this case is even bigger than it's.
That sounds very legally spurious to me. The Supreme Court exists so that the laws can work well. I thought the Supreme Court exists to give us uniform interpretation of the Constitution, which is the highest legal document that we have, and therefore we need to all have the same interpretation. That makes it work well, but it's not just to work well, right? Like you could pass like inconvenient laws or pass inconvenient amendments that don't end up working that great. But I don't think part of the Supreme Court legal analysis is, well, this would work better if we just did this.
Just a second, Richard. But first, listen to this. Adam Liptak in the New York Times. The point here is that this case is even bigger than it sounds. Quote, the sweep of the court's ruling is likely to be broad. It will probably resolve not only whether Mr. Trump may appear on the Colorado primary ballot, but his eligibility to run in the general election and to hold office at all. Close quote. We have a number of polls over the last few months in which Donald Trump leads Joe Biden. Yeah, I just looked at a poll, ActiVote poll, the other day where Trump leads Biden by 8 points. Now there are other polls, but in some polls he's leading. Is it conceivable that the Supreme Court could choose to tell Trump voters, and there are tens of millions, that the final decision about whether Donald Trump may or may not run for president sits with the court and not with them?
No, it's not conceivable.
It's not.
The question is how you reverse this situation. And there are many grounds that you could use, but there's only one that works.
Don't do the Brandenburg one. God, that's such a cringe way to address this too. Not the officer one, not the Brandenburg one. There's got to be a more sophisticated legal argument, fighting from the conservative side.
What you must do is to simply say that this is an issue which is a political question and the courts have nothing to do with it. Let me sort of elaborate on some of the things that John said. Right. You misstated the problem when you gave it to us. You committed legal malpractice.
Well, it's not the first time.
Nor is it the last time.
and not for the last time. I'm thinking to myself, not for the first time, I'm thinking to myself, thank goodness I don't get a grade from Richard at the end of this.
I mean, but what
he has a grade for you, he's just not telling you what it is.
Well, no, but this is a common mistake.
Right.
What you said is that it disqualifies any person from president for an insurrection, right? That's not the way the amendment reads.
But that's what the Colorado Supreme Court.
I know, but they made a very serious mistake.
Well, at least
I mean, what you do is you have to start with the beginning of the provision, which says when you're talking about a senator or a representative or a presidential elector, they are going to be subject to this. And then there's
that's clear in the language of the
yes,
amendment.
that's what they say. They don't mention the president, but they mention the presidential electors. So the first question you wanted to ask, is this just an omission? That somehow they didn't think of it? No. What they were trying to do is to make sure that any state official coming from the South would not be corrupted by the various sorts of insurrection. So what they did is they went after the members of the Electoral College because those are chosen on the state level. And if it turns out you get all of the insurrectionists or rebellion people out of the thing, then when you run the Electoral College, you have the right bunch of people and they will make the right kind of decision. And so
they didn't want a bunch of former Confederate officers
determining who
in
will be
the
the
Electoral College choosing the next president.
But if they're not there, yes. And if they're not there, then you have a perfectly normal Electoral College and you let the political provisions go. Ludig is very irresponsible on this because they never take these words into account. So that's a first problem. The second thing is there is a very technical decision that is hinted at by...
Hold on. To be clear, I believe that the reason why, because he only focused on the electors there.
Then you have a perfectly normal electorate, right? But it turns out you get all of the insurrectionists or rebellion Electoral College. It's an omission. That somehow that's what they say. They don't mention for a presidential elector. They are again. This is a common mistake.
Right.
What you said is that it disqualifies any person from president for an insurrection. Right? That's not the way the amendment reads.
But that's what the Colorado Supreme Court.
I know, but they made a very serious mistake.
Well, at least
I mean, what you do is you have to start with the beginning of the provision, which says when you're talking about a senator or a representative or a presidential elector, they are going to be subject to this. And then there's
that's clear in the language of the amendment.
Yes, that's what they say. They don't mention the president, but they mention the presidential electors. So the first question you want.
They mention or any officers. That's why aren't they mentioning that? They mention officers. That's specifically called out. I believe, when I say I believe, I mean I'm stealing this from Pisco. Sounds right to me though, because I've never heard this said before. But I don't think that like state like representatives or Congress, I don't think those are considered offices. So you wouldn't say like if you're a representative, if you're a senator, you're not like an officer. You're a member of Congress. Which Pisco said the argument was that came from old like British Parliament. Your MPs, you're members of Parliament, or for the European Union, you're the MEP, the member of European Parliament. You're not an officer. So this says that. So it includes senators or representatives, and then it also includes electors of president and vice president, and then it says, or hold any office, civil or military under the United States, or any state who having previously taken a member of or as an officer of the United States. Yeah, so I don't know why they only brought up the electors. They only brought up the electors and then the senators and representatives. I don't know why they just kind of skirt over the other like big inclusions here as well, but okay.
want to ask, is this just an omission that somehow they didn't think of it? No. What they were trying to do is to make sure that any state official coming from the South would not be corrupted by the various sorts of insurrection. So what they did is they went after the members of the Electoral College.
A president is almost certainly an officer. That's like the lamest legal argument ever, is to try to pretend that the guy that holds the office of the presidency is not an officer of the United States. This is stupid. Cringe. Are there any explicit examples in the Constitution of the presidency being referred to as an office? Yes, there's like 20 plus. But nowhere in the Constitution does it call the president an officer. And that's, some conservatives, I think, try to make that argument. Well, hold on. He might hold the office of president, but he's not ever explicitly referred to as an officer, which is true, but like dumb.
College, because those are chosen on the state level. And if it turns out you get all of the insurrectionists or rebellion people out of the thing, then when you run the Electoral College, you have the right bunch of people and they will make the right kind of decision. And so
they didn't want a bunch of former Confederate officers
determining who
in
will be
the Electoral College choosing the next president.
But if they're not there, yes. And if they're not there, then you have a perfectly normal Electoral College and you let the political provisions go. Ludig is very irresponsible in this because they never take these words into account. So that's a first problem. The second thing is there is a very technical decision that is hinted at by John.
He's going to bring it up.
Thing to talk about the president having an officer, and there's another thing to talking about the president being an officer. Office versus officer. The R makes all
office versus officer.
Yes,
all right.
The R makes all the difference, because if you then look at the appointments clause of the Constitution, it says that all people who are appointed as officers have to be appointed by the president. And so what you're doing is you're saying if the president is an officer covered by this clause, it means that the way he gets chosen is in fact to appoint himself as president. And so what Michael Mukasey said some time ago
is Mukasey, former attorney general, and a very fine lawyer.
And what he said is that, look, he said if you look at the remedial provision, Congress has the veto power that it can waive. 2/3 of the people say you could do that. And what it clearly is, this is about appointive officers, because that mechanism could not possibly work for the president who's chosen through a very different system on the Electoral College.
So the court will say, we want nothing to do with this, and it will decide it on such narrow grounds that it will come down to the letter R.
Well, now it won't come down to that. There are lots of other things, but yes, it's an important...
But they'll choose the narrowest ground possible, because the Chief Justice wants everybody on board.
Well, right? Hopefully it would be a unanimous decision. I don't expect it would be, but that would be ideal. And this would be, in a way, democracy enforcing, because then Trump stays on the ballot and the people can decide. The one thing about going the other way, and I agree, I can't see the court upholding Colorado, because it wouldn't just be upholding Colorado. For it to uphold Colorado, the Supreme Court would have to say, not only is this something we can decide, not only does it apply to the president, but we also have to find Trump engaged in an insurrection on January 6th. And so the Supreme Court would actually remove Trump from the ballot in all 50 states.
Yes,
that's I can't see that happening. I can't see that happening.
This is why maybe I should read more of the Colorado. This is why I don't want that. Like, I don't know. What the fuck do I know? I feel like the Supreme Court doesn't have to decide if Trump engaged in insurrection or not. Maybe like in a separate case, somebody might like sue a state saying, hey, you are not keeping him off the ballot for this, and we think he did do this. And then maybe in that case, maybe that would make its way up to the Supreme Court. But I feel like right now, isn't the question before the court basically the interpretation of whether a state has a right to make this particular evaluation, not whether the evaluation is correct or incorrect?
It's not going to happen.
All right, and you said you expect a decision with lightning speed.
Yes.
Colorado holds its primary. The Republican Party in Colorado holds its primary on March 5th, which is Super Tuesday. It's a big day in the electoral.
Yeah, but
do you think we'll have a decision by then?
Yeah,
They'll be hearing oral arguments on February 8th.
Look, this is either you will or you won't. But what the Supreme Court will surely do is to say you have to have two ballots. He's on one and he's not on the other if we can't decide the case before then. It's a very small alteration, but you can't possibly let the system run under the current situation. And then the Supreme Court says that the Colorado court is completely misguided. So they're going to have to make at least some adjustment. But then on the question of what's an insurrection, their definition is one of sheer madness. What they said, in effect, if you have two or more individuals,
they, meaning
the Colorado Supreme Court, the four in the majority, right?
Right.
Oh, fuck. Dude, we need to do a Constitution reading stream. Did he actually misquote that? Hold on. I need to listen to this verbatim, what he said. Hold on. That's really dirty, if that's an actual misquote.
Thing to talk about the president having an officer, and there's another thing to talking about the president being an officer. Office versus officer. The R makes all
office
the
versus officer.
Yes.
All right.
The R makes all the difference, because if you then look at the appointments clause of the Constitution, it says that all people who are appointed as officers have to be appointed by the president. And
all people who are appointed as officers have to be appointed. That's what he said the appointments clause says. Hold on. Laggy. He shall have power, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, to make treaties, provided 2/3 of the senators present concur, and he shall nominate, and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States, whose appointments are not herein otherwise provided for, and which shall be established by law, but the Congress may by law vest the appointments of such inferior officers as they think proper, in the president alone, in the courts of law, or in the heads of department. Is he referring to another part of this clause? I feel like that's a really important, like, grammatical distinction. That is entirely 180, the way that he represents that appointments clause. Is there something different? Or is there another part that he could be referring to? Like, that's like straight up like, hold on.
All the difference. Because if you then look at the appointments clause of the Constitution, it says that all people who are appointed as officers have to be appointed by the president. And so what you do is you're saying if the president is an officer covered by this clause, it means that the way he gets chosen is in fact to appoint himself as president.
I feel like the other officers part there kind of defeats that completely, but unless I'm... Okay, I don't believe this. I think that this I think that this is not a. I don't believe that.
Two or more individuals who threaten or use force in order to determine the outcome of an election is engaged in essentially an insurrection. That means every time you had somebody in the Jim Crow era blocking black people from voting to change the outcome, it was an insurrection.
Under this definition, Peter, you've been an insurrectionist almost every 4 years, going back a half century.
Yeah, but the four in the majority, right? Two or more individuals who threaten or use force in order to determine the outcome of an election is engaged in essentially an insurrection. That means every time you had somebody in the Jim Crow era blocking black people from voting to change the outcome, it was an insurrection.
Under this definition.
Why? Okay. They also didn't read the paper. Why doesn't anybody actually... Does anybody read papers? Are we like... Who actually reads the papers that people put out? Does anybody actually read them? Or... Because it's so weird to me that, like, people will address arguments or say things that are literally verbatim, like, addressed, like these types of things. Like, well, what do we consider an insurrection? Is one or two people enough to be considered an insurrection? Is one person stopping somebody from voting considered an insurrection? Like, they go over a ton of these examples in the paper. Like...
And Peter, you've been an insurrectionist almost every 4 years, going back a half century.
Yeah, but it's just crazy. You look at real serious insurrections. I mean, for example, I've been studying the Spanish-American War and insurrections lately. Don't ask why, but it doesn't matter. And
Separate show. All right,
separate show. But what you do is you have a situation where we conquer the Philippines, take it away from the Spanish, and there was a full-scale insurrection out in the mountains with generals and soldiers and everybody fighting. And so what happened? What McKinley said is, "I'm going to tell my Secretary of War, Elihu Root, put down this insurrection." That's an insurrection. This is at most a riot. And it's not even that. This is.
Anyway, can I also ask, just as a
Do you think there? What is their definition of riot or insurrection? Do you think they'll get through either of those, or?
My legal knowledge goes back to Dartmouth College quite some time ago.
Because, like, the whole paper, the whole last, like, 10 pages of this paper puts forth the argument why they think it was an insurrection. So why not, like, deal with that? They've read the paper, but they're lying to their audience in order to make their audiences feel validated? Wait, their audiences, aren't these guys? These guys are just lawyers. What audiences do they have? These are, like, pretty well-renowned lawyers, too, right? John Yoo, and I don't know who the Richard Epstein guy is, but people bring up the John Yoo guy a lot because he was active in the Bush administration. Like,
but isn't
Bush
it
doesn't have
basic?
a law school, so how'd you get in?
Well, there was a great constitutional lawyer who taught con law at Dartmouth.
You studied with Daniel Webster?
Almost.
You look like it.
Almost.
It's a little college, but those of us who've been there love it.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Enough of that. But the notion is that juries are finders of fact. This question of whether Donald Trump engaged in an insurrection has never been before a jury.
You're putting your finger on a really important legal issue, which also the court can use to escape.
This professor likes me.
Which is that the court could say the 14th Amendment, Section 3, does disqualify certain people for being involved with an insurrection. but it's up to Congress to implement it. When Richard just said, oh, the Colorado Supreme Court just made up its own definition of insurrection and applied to the facts of the case without ever having a trial where Donald Trump could appear and get due process and right to counsel, all the jury trial. So an important way that the court could, I think, escape having to make a decision is say, it's related to Richard's political question point is, this amendment is still good, it's on the books, and it's up to Congress to define what's an insurrection. It's up to Congress to decide how you prove it, and so on. And until Congress does that, we, the courts, have to stay out. That's not a very dangerous thing to say. In fact, that's something the court regularly says when it comes to other provisions in the Constitution.
But that doesn't even that doesn't make sense. What does it mean for Congress to decide something is an insurrection? That doesn't even make sense. And literally in the amendment itself, it says that the only part where Congress is invoked is Congress has the ability to overturn it, right? This is a waste of my fucking time. Everything about this is a waste of my fucking time. The only part where Congress is mentioned here is Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability. There's no requirement here for Congress to make a determination or anything. And they didn't in the past. When Congress wouldn't seat senators or wouldn't seat people, or when people were arguing in the past, there wasn't no need for a congressional consensus on any of this. Like, it's the Section 5 argument. That's a dog shit argument. Just because it's part of an amendment. So Section 5 says that I think Congress, it's either Congress in the states or Congress shall have the ability to create legislation to enforce this. That doesn't mean you need legislation to enforce it. It just grants them an additional ability to do so. But it's when an amendment is passed, this is law. You don't need legislation to, well, if you feel like you need some piece of legislation, you have the ability to pass it, but you don't need it for this to be law. They're arguing the SCOTUS would require that, but then there are other amendments where that wasn't the case. Let's see where we can. What did I took notes on this in a fucking Addy field. Trying to use the Bush era Trump. Or Bush era torture law, yeah. I don't know if I took notes on this particular part. Peace Code brought up the example too. There are certain amendments written where it's like the idea that just because Congress has the ability to write further legislation doesn't mean that what comes before it is not like an actual, like, isn't law. Is that the note that I took on this for the 13th Amendment?
Section 2 of 13th Amendment.
Yeah, this is the note that I have. Oh my God, why would it not just link right to it? Constitutional Congress. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime, whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Section 2 says that Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. When the 13th Amendment passes, slavery is banned, except as punishment for a crime, period. Now, Congress has the ability to pass legislation afterwards if they want to, but Congress doesn't need to pass legislation for this part of the amendment to be law. This argument is just stupid. I think there's one other amendment, I don't remember what it was, like 20-something, that might be brought up in that paper as well. But yeah.
Let's go to the 14th Amendment again, the other provisions of Section 1, the Equal Protection Clause and the Due Process Clause. Those are also self-executing.
Amendment 14. What is this cuck shit? Where am I? Amendment 14. Section 1. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of right or of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protections of the law. Sure.
Right. So Congress can't not enforce, or they can't like choose to change that by not implementing legislation. That
Sure.
just is.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Back to this.
It has to be executed by Congress first. And so then your point is going to help escape having to make a decision. It's like it's related to Richard's political question point. This amendment is still good. It's on the books, and it's up to Congress to define what's an insurrection. It's up to Congress to decide how you prove it, and so on. And until Congress does that, we, the courts, have to stay out. That's not a very dangerous thing to say. In fact, that's something the court regularly says when it comes to other provisions in the Constitution. It has to be executed by Congress first. And so then your point is going, Peter. There is an insurrection statute that Congress has passed. Donald Trump has not been charged with it. The Biden, despite President Biden,
criminal conviction or any of these things are not relevant, though. I wish. Also, listen. Okay, we've read some papers on stream. You can read in that when we go over Supreme Court decisions. Okay, citing to cases or citing the Constitution is really important. Okay, these guys are really big hotshot lawyers, and I'm guessing like do legal theory and shit. Why not like cite something that like directly from the Constitution or the amendment that's relevant here? Especially as a fucking legal guy, like the exact wording on a lot of this stuff is really fucking important. Why would you just like vaguely make a claim about some bullshit?
Biden's speech kicking off his campaign where he accused Trump of being an insurrectionist, where he accused Trump of attacking democracy, his Justice Department has not charged Trump with insurrection, even though there's a statute sitting out there. In fact,
I don't know what that means, and I'm not convinced of this because people bring this up. I'm not convinced of this. I don't think there is an insurrection. I don't think anywhere, because there is I don't remember which section it is, where you can charge someone with insurrection, but I don't think it actually defines what insurrection is. Which code?
If you just search 18 USC
It's this.
and then put insurrection.
Yeah. So rebellion or insurrection. Whoever incites, sets on foot, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States or the laws thereof, or gives aid or comfort thereto, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10. It doesn't actually define insurrection. This doesn't help us. It doesn't get us any closer. And this is also for criminal charges, which isn't relevant here. Nobody's talking about criminal charges. Nothing about this amendment has anything to do with criminal charges. None of the people that were disqualified after the 40 Amendment, after the Civil War, had criminal charges. None of this has to do with criminal charges. Criminal charges are such a fucking red herring, which is why I think, despite what Pisco says, bringing up Brandenburg is bullshit. I don't know why it's relevant here. It's none of this has to do with criminal charges. I don't know why it always comes back to, has anybody been criminally charged or has a court decided blah, blah, blah. I think it's bullshit.
You're right about that. And also, just heads up, Congress couldn't change the definition of insurrection as used by Section 3. Like if Congress passed a criminal statute that said insurrection shall equal littering in the congressional grounds, they couldn't change the definition and make it more narrow or more broad than what the Constitution says. And so if they have no power to alter it, then you can't assume that some congressional statute that wasn't even invented is necessary to apply Section 3.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Accused Trump of being an insurrectionist, where he accused Trump of attacking democracy, his Justice Department has not charged Trump with insurrection, even though there's a statute sitting out there. In fact, the only word we've had...
Wait, what? I didn't hear anything you just said. Sorry, what?
Sorry, I didn't know it was in here, so I just looked up. I think with Posse Comitatus, the Congress has to invoke the Insurrection Act, but that's the only thing I've ever seen where they need to invoke it.
Oh, sure. Okay.
From any body of the federal government, whether Trump committed insurrection, is that he was attacking democracy. His Justice Department has not charged Trump with insurrection, even though there's a statute sitting out there. In fact, the only word we've had from any body of the federal government, whether Trump committed insurrection, is that he was acquitted of insurrection in the second impeachment trial. That's the only definitive word out there.
They did use the word in one of the articles of impeachment.
Right, incitement to insurrection. He was impeached for that by the House, and the Senate did not convict him on it.
On to the immunity case. Can I go on to the second case?
You do whatever you want. It's a free country.
No, I just see that. I can see that you want to start telling us about the Spanish-American
No,
War.
I don't. I wanted to make.
I've got to head that one off. Right
no,
away.
I'm not going to. I'll just make one point.
No, okay. Make
when
the
you have him
point.
on that show, I don't want to come.
One of the things about
it,
what you're doing is talking about removal from office. It need not be a jury trial. It could be a trial in equity, which does not require juries. So what John is right is essentially there are no procedures that are done in this particular case that are uniform. And so what he's doing is a very clever move, saying Congress has to do this, and if Congress doesn't do it, then all the states are immobilized. The key point here is what the end result is. You need to get complete immobilization. This thing has to be out. So you can't say, oh, Colorado was premature. They have to wait until T was put on the presidential ballot before you can remove him. That would be a disaster.
Okay. So they all right.
Before you move, I just had to one more disclosure. I'm probably going to write an amicus brief at the court on this case. That's why I've been thinking about it a lot. So I just want to disclose.
Is that really how you say it? Oh my God, I'm so retarded. I thought it was an amicus brief. Is it an amicus brief?
People say it differently.
If I just had to one more disclosure, I'm probably going to write an amicus brief at the court on this case. That's why I've been thinking about it a lot. So I just want to disclose that so it doesn't look
Well, I mean, if you'd like to make notes as we talk.
No.
If anything I say strikes you as worthy of the
Well, you
justices
keep writing
of the
that brief and I'll sign
I'm quoting you in the first paragraph now, Peter. You're in big trouble.
So what's the next immunity case?
The immunity
Okay,
case.
you can say it in a different. Okay, gotcha.
This one is not before the Supreme Court yet, but it will be. Here's the background. And again, bear with me. I'm going to set it up and then hand it to you. Justice Department Special Counsel Jack Smith wants to prosecute former President Trump for, and here I'm going to quote a document written by Smith's team, for, quote, unprecedented effort to retain power through criminal means despite having lost the election, close quote. There's an indictment against Trump. It includes 4 charges. By the way, insurrection, as you're quite right, is not one of the charges. Trump's lawyers claim that his actions were covered by presidential immunity, and the Supreme Court has indeed ruled that former presidents are immune from prosecution for official actions, even within a term from the court, the outer perimeter of their official actions. Judge Tanya Chutkan, a district judge in the District of Columbia, rejected Trump's claim of immunity. Special counsel Jack Smith then, in a very unusual move, asked the Supreme Court to take the case and rule on it immediately, bypassing the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia. The Supreme Court said nothing doing, with the result that the case is now before the...
Hold on, wait, real quick. I'm so sorry. What is the case that he's referring to there where it says the president does have some immunity in actions of the president? When Jack Smith made oral arguments in front of the Supreme Court, I only read the transcript. Jack Smith brought up one of the cases that is cited. Gavensburgers? I don't fucking remember what it was. But that had to do with immunity that I believe it was staffers that worked for Congress, or staffers that worked for lawmakers in Congress, that they had some level of immunity while doing their actions. But I think Jack Smith pointed to the arguments that were used in that case and said that even in that case, the court acknowledged that it wouldn't give them infinite right to do whatever action they wanted. But I don't know. I'm not familiar with one relating to the president having immunity. There could be one. I'm just not familiar with it. I haven't heard.
There's
about
absolute civil immunity, and there are cases that stand for that, including Nixon versus Fitzgerald and Clinton versus Jones,
Sure.
that deal with the immunity for suits from civil damages for presidents and for people who are president relating to suits that.
Yeah, sure, but
relate to
we don't
things
care
before
about
they're
civil. We're
president.
talking because these are criminal matters, right?
Yeah. So they're trying to argue that the same rationale that gives absolute immunity for civil damages is there for criminal.
The U.S. Court of Appeals, which heard oral arguments earlier this very week. Why am I mentioning this when we're talking about Donald Trump before the Supreme Court? Because whoever loses in the Court of Appeals is certainly going to appeal to the Supreme Court. As I say, the Court of Appeals in the District of Columbia heard oral arguments earlier this week. Here's a brief excerpt.
Did a president order SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival?
God.
That's an official act in order to SEAL Team 6?
He would have to be and would speedily be, impeached and convicted before the criminal
What if you
prosecution.
weren't? What if you weren't? There would be no criminal prosecution, no criminal liability for that?
Chief Justice's opinion in Murder against Madison and our Constitution and the plain language of the impeachment judgment clause all clearly presuppose that what the founders were concerned about was not.
I asked you a yes or no question. Could a president who ordered SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival who was not impeached, would he be subject to criminal prosecution?
If he were impeached and convicted first. And
so your answer is no.
My answer is qualified yes.
All right. So presidential immunity. The judge is presenting one hypothetical after another. She ends up with that very dramatic hypothetical, and Trump's lawyer had some trouble with it, as far as I can tell.
He'd have big trouble with it.
Okay.
So, but the first thing I would do if I were Trump's lawyer is I would say, in this particular case, what happens is we are dealing with situations in which he is not president as well as basic situations with the president. And I think the right answer for him to make is, in this particular case, he's not acting within his official powers, so we don't have to worry about the hypothetical. And the moment he says that, he's doomed. So that what really happens is he loses this case no matter what answer he gives to that question.
To that hypothetical.
The hypothetical, because he's not in, this is not about official acts. And the argument is, as they said in an earlier case, so long as you are dealing with a situation in which he's running for office and trying to get it, he's not within the outer perimeter of his official duties. That's the ground on which he should lose. This would be an extra thing. But if you take this issue up, this is
So he's saying that, and this is a good point, or obviously true, is presidents in the past, and maybe even Donald Trump himself, have argued that, well, my responsibility, so the first question was brought before the guy saying, like, what if the president ordered, SEAL Team 6 to kill another candidate? Would that be okay? And he's saying, like, well, the argument he has to give is, well, the president, if you want, you can impeach him, and that's all you can do. One argument that would be nice to say is like, well, we would say that he's not allowed to do that because that wouldn't be part of the job of the presidency, is ordering SEAL Team 6 to kill political opponents. That's obvious. That's clearly not even on the outer perimeter of what a president should be doing for executing his function as officer of the presidency. But he's saying that, unfortunately, prior arguments that Trump's lawyers have made was that actually almost any conceivable action can be done as being the president of the United States. Like, if I pass legislation, who's to say that that's not also, or don't veto it, I guess, who's to say that's not also part of my re-election campaign? Therefore, basically every single conceivable thing a president could do could be part of the job of being the president, and I want absolute and complete and total criminal immunity from every single one of those options. So they kind of like they've closed that door on that argument because they needed all the ways. They needed both ways. Yeah.
Well, what Professor Epstein is arguing as well is that no matter what, Trump loses because
you can't have it. You're gone. Yeah.
If you make the argument that using SEAL Team 6 is not within your official duties, then these efforts, extra legal efforts,
Raffensperger, the electors, obviously none of this. Yeah. So they've boxed themselves in a corner. Yeah.
outer perimeter of his official duties. That's the ground on which he should lose. This would be an extra thing. But if you take this issue up, this is the way you treat it. Sure, you could prosecute the president. Why is that? Well, where do you get presidential immunity from in the first place, Mr. Trump? Well, the answer is you don't find it in the text of the Constitution because it's just not there. It's a judicial doctrine. Now, we want it, generally speaking, to be an absolute doctrine because if it's based on a qualified immunity, i.e. based on malice, you could sue the president for everything every time. But the way in which you put it is that we created this doctrine out of whole cloth because we needed it.
We, the courts.
We, the court, because we needed to keep separation of powers in order. But we will make an exception to that in cases in which there's been a dire emergency created by a flagrantly illegal act. And one of the judges in this case had a real zinger of a line. She said, look, the president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. You're telling me he's going to get an immunity when he commits an act which is designed to make sure that these laws will be unfaithfully disregarded? Can't do that. So the answer he should say is, yes, he can be prosecuted under these situations because the immunity that was given under the Constitution by judicial interpretation can be limited by judicial interpretation.
John?
I don't think the president.
I don't know anything about where that qualified immunity comes from, so I can't evaluate if that answer is good or bad, but that's his answer.
Has immunity from.
Qualified immunity is also
Separation
for
of
civil
powers and-
damages as well. Just keep that in mind.
Qualified immunity is also what?
For civil damages. Keep that in mind.
Oh, okay.
It's for people who are in office that aren't like subject to absolute immunity for certain civil damages suits, typically police officers.
Gotcha.
Order. But we will make an exception to that in cases in which there's been a dire emergency created by a flagrantly illegal act. And one of the judges in this case had a real zinger of a line. She said, look, it's an act which is designed to make sure that these laws will be unfaithfully disregarded. Can't do that. So the answer he should say is, yes, he can be prosecuted under these situations because the immunity that was given under the Constitution by judicial interpretation can be limited by judicial interpretation.
John?
I don't think that President Trump has immunity from criminal prosecution. I don't think presidents have this kind of immunity that Trump is seeking. What Trump is trying to do is just delay the start of his trial in Washington, D.C. as long as possible so it doesn't affect the election. I think this is a real loser argument. But they've identified this area where the Supreme Court has never said anything because we've never had a president prosecuted before by the federal government. So it's never come up. If you really want to get
that, this is the first attempt at a criminal prosecution of a former president in the history of the Republic.
For acts done while he was president.
For acts committed while he was president. All right.
That's partially true. However, again, I'm citing to Jack Smith's oral arguments. Technically, I believe Nixon was indicted as a co-conspirator. However, he was pardoned immediately after, so that never actually went.
Nixon was never indicted.
Are you sure?
100%. Yeah.
Wait, 100%?
100%, bro.
Okay, hold on. I'm almost positive you're incorrect, but I'll check.
Google it.
Yeah, I will. Because I think that because one of Jack Smith's arguments that he made before the Supreme Court was that one of the arguments, I believe, when they tried to make the immunity from all criminal prosecution is he made the argument that Nixon, when he was pardoned, part of the pardoning assumes guilt of like a particular thing you did. And since Nixon was a co-conspirator in one of the cases related to Watergate, because he was pardoned, it necessarily follows that he must have been possibly able to be convicted criminally, I think, was an argument that Jack Smith made. But I can go and look for this, I guess. I need to find the... I need to find this. Give me a minute.
If Glenn asks you to cite that during the debate, just be like, peace, go.
He's not. None of this is. We're going to talk about.
Like,
we're going to talk about the 14th Amendment for literally like 5 seconds, and then he's going to move on from this because I don't think he's aware of any of this. Hold up. Oh, who's this fucking loser? Josiah. Control F. Boom, boom. Okay, let's see. Oh, I wonder if I misread it. Here's one part that says that President Nixon was named as an unindicted co-conspirator in a plot to defraud the United States. I don't know if this is the one, though. Hold on, give me a sec.
He was indicted, bro.
Can you? Okay, I'm curious. How do you interpret this then for this Jack Smith argument? First of all, okay, wait. Also, wait. What does it mean to be an unindicted co-conspirator?
Exactly what it says. It means that you were part of the conspiracy, but you weren't indicted. So you are a party to the conspiracy, which requires a meeting of the minds, but that you weren't, for whatever reason, charged.
You weren't. Okay, so it means that you think that you're, like, you might be.
So conspiracy requires one or more people, right? Or sorry,
Yeah.
more than one person. And so an unindicted co-conspirator is someone who is part of the conspiracy but wasn't indicted.
And would they not be indicted because they think they didn't do anything illegal, or they just feel like they can't bring
It could
the
be
case,
that like the evidence is weaker for that person. It could be that they're, they have some agreement with that person. It could be that that person has immunity, or there could be a lot of reasons why you might not indict someone who's a co-conspirator.
Okay, let me read this like it's like a page and a half, but it's like 2 paragraphs, not long. Okay, let me just read this. I'm curious how you feel about this argument. The defendant advances 2 unpersuasive contentions that historical practice in fact supports a rule of presidential immunity from criminal prosecution. First, in adverting to another reference, early authorities, quote unquote, the defendant repeats his flawed claim that decisions and other writings from Chief Justice Marshall and Justice Story expounded a rule of unreviewable presidential authority. As explained, that sweeping claim is unfounded. See Super at 1318. Second, he notes that no former president has been criminally prosecuted, but that reflects not a tradition of criminal immunity, but instead the fact that, quote, most presidents have done nothing criminal, making it difficult to draw inferences from the absence of arrests or prosecutions, end quote. Prakash Supra at 82. In any event, the history is not as uniform as the defendant suggests. President Ford's pardon of former President Nixon, covering acts during the latter's presidency, rested on the assumption that no post-presidency immunity from criminal prosecution existed. See Gerald Ford, presidential statement at 7-8, September 8, 1974, granting former President Nixon a full, free, and absolute pardon for all offenses against the United States which he, Richard Nixon, has committed or may have committed or taken part in during his presidency. Richard Nixon, statement by former President Richard Nixon at former president accepting, okay. And then his statement was, Nixon's statement was, former president accepting a full and absolute pardon for any charges which might be brought against me for actions taken during the time I was president of the United States. And then that President Nixon was named as an unindicted co-conspirator in a plot to defraud the United States and obstruct justice, entirely refutes the defendant's efforts to distinguish the case as involving private conduct. See U.S. versus this, blah, blah, blah. And then explaining that the offense conducted included efforts to, quote, get the CIA to interfere with the Watergate investigation being conducted by the FBI, end quote, to obtain information concerning the investigation from the FBI and the Department of Justice, end quote. And President Nixon's acceptance of the pardon represents a, quote, confession of guilt, end quote. Can you pardon somebody from a potential impeachment? Do you know?
No.
So what would that pardon be for if not for...
That's their argument.
Yeah, okay. That's okay. Those are the Jack Smith. Okay, so he wasn't an indicted co-conspirator. He was an unindicted co-conspirator. So that was my
understanding. He was an unindicted co-conspirator. And they're saying, like, basically, you can't cite anything... You can't cite Nixon for anything else. That the fact that Nixon accepted the pardon that Ford gave it shows that at least they thought that the president was subject to...
criminal prosecution. Because otherwise, why would he accept a pardon ever? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That it's an assumption. It's probably not like, it's not the strongest argument in terms of like the history or whatever, but it's argument of this, I don't know, unbroken. There's Trump is trying to say there's an unbroken line.
Correct, and that's his saying that the history is actually not that clear, but it's more likely that presidents just aren't committing crimes or criminal elements well on. But even in the rare case where it has happened, he accepted a pardon.
It's part of the assumption is that they would be subject to it. Also, by the way, one of the assumptions of Donald Trump in his impeachment argument, if you listen to him at the in the second impeachment, and their lawyers are saying, if Donald Trump committed a crime, they should indict him. Now, of course, when he has been indicted, they're saying that they can't. But an assumption and arguing why they weren't subject to impeachment was because they could be subject to indictment afterwards. But now that they're indicted, they're saying they should have been impeached.
There were, I know, at least Rand Paul. Do you remember how many conservatives were making arguments that you couldn't impeach Trump once he was out of office? Because I know this was a thing that came up for a little bit.
There was an argument that you can't impeach him now that he's out, or you can't try an impeachment now that he's not in office.
Okay, the Senate tabled an effort by Senator Rand Paul Tuesday to force a vote on constitutionality. Okay, so maybe there wasn't. It was killed on a 55 to 45 vote. Meaning 45 Republicans, if I read that correctly, 45 Republicans believe that Rand Paul was correct in stating that the president can't be impeached after being...
that's why he was acquitted. Mitch McConnell said he was involved, but that because he's not in office, they shouldn't convict him. That's the reason why he was acquitted, even though the majority, 55, said that he is subject to trying the impeachment after he's in office.
Well, Claire, careful. I think it was, was it 54 that voted in favor, or 57 that voted in favor of impeachment? They just didn't have the supermajority. Was that really
It was 54, 55 on both the jurisdictional issue. I think on the jurisdictional issue, or maybe there was 50 on the jurisdictional issue, but then
the jurisdictional one for Paul's motion was 55-45. The second impeachment.
I'm forgetting the numbers, but I know that the rationale for the acquittal by a lot of Republicans, including McConnell, was because they felt that there was no jurisdiction for them to try it once he was out of office.
Yeah, I got okay. So votes in favor were 57 guilty, 43 not guilty on the actual second impeachment. Was that actually the leading argument? I am so curious if that. What was McConnell's statement on that?
Yeah, go look it up.
After the vote on the acquittal, Mitch McConnell said there is no doubt that Trump is practically and morally responsible for inciting the events at the Capitol, but he voted against conviction due to his personal interpretation of the United States Constitution. Was that because he felt like that would be insane? McConnell said that the process of impeachment and conviction is a limited tool and that he believes Trump is not constitutionally eligible for conviction. The Constitution gives us a particular role. This body is not invited to act as the nation's overarching moral tribunal, he said. He said that the text of the question of constitutionality is legitimately ambiguous and that he respects his colleagues for reaching either the conclusion to acquit or convict. What was his constitutional argument? McConnell says, McConnell's speech, vote no impeachment. Democrats quickly impeached him in the House before January 21st because there are legitimate questions that a non-sitting president can be impeached. Sure, but you understand how Trump gets to live in the gray zone in both of that? That's kind of bullshit, right? Like, imagine benefiting that a bunch of people are like, well, we can't actually impeach you because you're out of office. And now that you're out of office, they're like, well, we can't really hold you criminally liable for anything. You've got complete immunity because if people don't like it, they should just impeach you. And it's like, but wait, you said well, yeah, even though he's out of office, you can still impeach him. Well, hold on. You voted against impeachment before because you said we can't impeach him when he's out of office. But now that he's facing a different potential penalty, now you're saying we could impeach him that he's out of office? Like, it feels like you're just trying to have nope. I don't know. That's, doesn't sound very principled, you know? Fuck, what a shitty route in history. Ford should have shut the fuck up and waited. Do you think that Nixon would have been indicted?
Yeah, I do. There's a smoking gun that he committed obstruction of justice, in my opinion.
Ford pardoned him, and Nixon accepted the pardon. You can only pardon somebody, I'm pretty sure. I don't think you can pardon somebody. Now, in this, it's exceptional because it's a president, blah, blah, blah. But generally, if you let's say that I've been charged with murder, right? We'll say federally, I've been charged with murder. And I don't believe the president can't pardon me unless I plead guilty first, right? I don't think you can be pardoned during proceedings or during the trial, correct?
You can be pardoned at any time and it can end the suit. But
I'm pretty sure I understand what you're saying, but I'm pretty sure that comes with a implicit admission of guilt, no?
I'm not sure if the Supreme Court has decided that question, and I think that the acceptance of it, that's the argument from Jack Smith and from others, that by accepting the pardon, you are acknowledging some culpability, but I don't know that it's necessary. I'm not sure about it. That's what I'm saying.
I'm asking you. I looked this up at the time, and it looked like the answer to that was that, yes, a pardon presupposes. I was curious if you heard anything about it. I could also be wrong. But, forethought. Nobody at the time. Do you think anybody at the time of Watergate? This is a dumb question, but do you think anybody at the time of Watergate would have made the argument that Nixon is actually immune from all criminal?
No. Well, I'm not sure.
Or I mean, like that it would like gain traction among like the majority of
no, I
the
don't.
party. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Where were we? Cringe. Boom, boom, boom.
Ever have to face an immunity question? So there's no Supreme Court case that clearly addresses this. You can make inferences from various opinions of the kind that Richard are talking about, and if you took those inferences properly, I think the lower courts have been correct here, actually, or they've said there's no criminal. Yeah, I don't even think it's a close question. But the reason why there's still important constitutional.
The Court of Appeals is going to uphold Judge. I'm sure I'm mispronouncing. Chutkan. Thank you. The Court of Appeals will uphold Judge Chutkan, who said, yes, the prosecution may go forward, and the Supreme Court will then uphold the Court of Appeals.
No. It's not quite correct.
I actually think that's
because what happens is there's a double jeopardy issue, and that's a much closer question.
What double jeopardy issue?
The double jeopardy issue that's been raised, of course, and was judged by Judge Chutkan, is that Trump had gone through an impeachment trial. He had been acquitted in that particular trial. It was a criminal offense, and so any event that could have been prosecuted in that January 6th trial is going to be covered by double jeopardy. And if he had been convicted, there's a procedure which says how further punishment is going to be done after.
Does double jeopardy occur if somebody's charging with a different crime for like a similar set of circumstances? Pisco? Like let's say that I murder somebody, and let's say that a court charges me, and let's say that they find me innocent of murder, or they don't find me innocent, they find me not guilty, right? Let's say then that another court looks at it and like, well, hold on, what about like all this conspiracy to murder? Like you plotted this and blah, blah, blah. Could I get charged with conspiracy to murder from a different court? Or could somebody say, well, hold on, that's double jeopardy. It's like the same event.
I think it has to relate to the same charge, because of course, like you're not precluded from being charged with like a different style offense as long as I think the elements are different. I could be wrong about that, but that's just what I recall. Again, low degree of confidence on that.
Okay.
And obviously there's like different sovereigns that could charge you for the same thing.
And if he had been convicted, there's a procedure which...
Is impeachment, is there ever like a criminal conviction at the end of impeachment? I thought impeachment was only removal from office. Am I wrong on that?
You're not wrong about that.
Oh. Well, okay, well then what the fuck is even the point of this double jeopardy question?
I think it's a red herring for sure. I don't know what Professor Epstein's on about. Especially if you take the position that Mitch McConnell did and other Republicans, that there was no jurisdiction for the Senate to try that impeachment. How can a sort of case that's been dismissed for lack of Senate jurisdiction be binding? I don't know, the double jeopardy for another sovereign to indict.
Clause 7, impeachment judgment in case of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States, but the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law. But the party convicted? So what, if you're convicted of impeachment, then a criminal trial can follow, or?
Right, yep.
Okay, so impeachment is just, okay.
That particular
but it's not
trial.
required for you to have been. Well, the argument is.
Well, that
hopefully we'll get some. Yeah.
And so any event that could have been prosecuted in that January 6th trial is going to be covered by double jeopardy. And if he had been convicted, there's a procedure which says how further punishment is going to be done after he's out of office. But there's nothing that says what happens when he's acquitted.
He's going
and
to
if he's, I think he should. That one I think he should win.
Really?
Yes, I do. I think it's right.
Hold on.
So that's ridiculous. So the primary purpose of impeachment, I think we would say the primary purpose of impeachment is to remove somebody from office. If once an impeachment finishes, you can do a criminal trial after, that's fine. But like, I don't know why you would say that if you try to impeach somebody, you fail, you couldn't remove them from office. You then couldn't do a criminal trial afterwards. It's like a completely different, I don't even want to say a different form. It's like a totally different type of thing. Like we're moving from like a political process to remove somebody from office to like the actual like judicial system. But that's weird, I guess. I don't know.
Just wanted to be very, so we have the presidential immunity. The courts made that up because they needed to make it up to keep separation of powers in order. Got it. Trump's team is claiming too much. John says they know they're claiming too much. This is just a delaying action. But then there is a totally separate question in the same case. Somebody give me just a brief
Well, of course, it's in the-
definition of double
This
jeopardy.
is actually wrapped up in the immunity question in terms of Trump's arguments, but it's not the right place. In fact, there's a lot of arguments that
disagree
Trump
with-
can
go ahead,
make, but they're in the wrong place, which is this issue. But the claim that Trump is making is, I was already tried for this. I was impeached by the House in the second impeachment trial for incitement and insurrection, and I was acquitted by the Senate. That's, according to Richard, like an earlier criminal case. And there's a clause in the Constitution against what's called the double jeopardy clause, which prevents the
Fifth
government
Amendment.
That's a
from
principle
trying
of
you
common law
twice.
as well.
No, it's also, well, common law, less so.
Oh, okay.
I
All
mean,
right.
it,
This
it's,
is can I just say why I disagree with Richard is because the founders, I think, made quite clear that impeachment is not a criminal proceeding. It is just a proceeding on whether to remove someone
From
as
office,
president.
yes, yeah.
Then there's something called the criminal law, which is
I'm
about
nodding along. I don't actually fucking know, but yeah, he repeated our argument, so this guy's more right. Hell yeah.
It is just a proceeding on whether to remove someone as president. Then there's something called the criminal law, which is about trying someone and putting them in jail for things they've done. And I think the founders thought those were two separate, totally separate procedures.
Yeah, one is a political thing in Congress, and the other has to do with like a judicial, like our judicial system. They seem to be, in my mind, they would be two completely separate processes. Yeah.
this is called you convicted, and it says of a high crime or misdemeanor, right, and bribery. So those are all criminal offenses. So I think this is a criminal trial. What happens is...
And the DOJ drew up its list of charges in a manner that makes them too close to...
Yes, to this, because
the
you see what
bills of
happens is
impeachment.
double jeopardy has a very subtle situation. Suppose you have a single event like J6, and there's 6 different offenses you could put, A, B, C, D, E,
I don't
and
see how SCOTUS can wholesale overrule a state court. We're not talking about state though right now. This has to do with the federal case. I think this is mainly concerned with the Jack Smith case against him.
F. And what you do is you only charge A, B, and C, and the guy is acquitted. Then they say, oh, we could come back and go after D, E, and F. Well, at that point, you could slice this cause of action into an infinite number of cases and destroy the presidency. But this is not a civil proceeding. This is a criminal proceeding. It says punishment shall go no farther than removal from office, and there's no double jeopardy protection in the case of a conviction because you're supposed to be tried criminally for everything else. But if there's an acquittal, that's the same thing as an acquittal in an ordinary criminal trial. What it doesn't do is protect them from anything that goes on in Georgia, but it certainly protects them from everything that goes on there. I read Chutkan's opinion.
Are they talking about SCOTUS taking the Colorado case? Jack Smith isn't charging for insurrection. They're not talking.
They're just bots. Is that YouTube chat? Who is that?
No, it's just Brandon. He's not a bot.
My bad.
They're right now. They're just talking about the general idea of double jeopardy and Jack Smith's indictments because the guy read off the Jack Smith stuff, and that's kind of what they're talking about. And it's, yeah, they're just talking about the Jack Smith stuff now.
I thought it was very weak on that point.
Just kidding.
It's an acquittal in an ordinary criminal trial. What it doesn't do is protect them from anything that goes on in Georgia, but it certainly protects them from everything that goes on there.
I think if we could imagine this, even it just sounds kind of silly. Like, imagine you want to convict a president of something, but you feel like you just don't have the Senate like votes for it, so you wait to do like a criminal trial afterwards, and then you just don't impeach him. That just sounds so weird. Like, if let's say like a president does something that's obviously criminally wrong, okay, triple rape, murder, sets a house on fire, records the whole thing, uploads it online, but let's say he's got like 65 like really allegiant, senators. Okay, the Freedom Caucus is now in the Senate. They're never voting against Trump, and you're saying like, okay, well, fuck, like we're not going to try to. Oh, actually, I could think of even a bigger way to break that process. But I was going to say, like, okay, well, we're not going to try to impeach him because if we impeach him and fail, we can't hold him criminally liable afterwards. That would be insane. But actually, what I just thought of as a way to break that process even more is, let's say that you think a president, let's say that same thing happens, right? He rapes and he murders 3 people, burns down the house, records the whole thing, and now you're a Republican, like, fuck, how do we serve a president? Oh, shit, let's do file impeachment in Congress, and if we impeach him, we fail, now we can't be held criminally liable because he double jeopardy, right? That just sounds ridiculous. That just sounds like... that process is so political and so separate and different. I would say, I know that the impeachment process kind of looks like a judicial proceeding because I think they even have like the vice president is like the judge or some weird shit how it's like set up or whatever. But I think it's separate. It seems to be at least. Yeah, go ahead.
Also, where is it coming from? What is the constitutional text that says the president has this kind of immunity? There's nothing explicit in the Constitution that says it.
Well, right now they're talking about
Section
double
3
jeopardy,
says
right?
The opposite.
The what?
What?
Article 1, Section 3 says the opposite.
Of what?
Of what?
Judgment in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than removal from office, but the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, punishment according to the law. So it's saying you can
that's
take
the
them
impeachment
out, but
judgment
then
clause that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you think? What are you saying it says?
So Article 1, Section 3 would contradict the double jeopardy thing.
They're arguing that is the basis for the immunity. That because it
Right.
says that you're nevertheless liable for indictment, that somehow impeachment is required and that an impeachment acquittal is dispositive and preclusive on future indictments. And so they're aware of that clause, and they use it. They actually cite that clause as a basis for their immunity argument.
Yeah, because they're saying that if he wasn't convicted in the Senate, which he wasn't, any criminal charges then relating to what he was looking at impeachment for, it counts as double jeopardy because they failed to impeach him.
Well, I feel like they're citing the first part of that, but not the last part of that.
Well, the last part is what they're relying on, because they're saying that like you needed that impeachment thing in order to do the criminal conviction afterwards.
Gotcha.
That's what they're,
Yeah. But your reading of it is right, I think. I agree with your reading over theirs.
I read Chutkan's opinion. I thought it was very weak on that point. And, you know, why they raised the
Court
immunity.
of Appeals is going to be better on that point?
Who knows? I mean, as John says, this is terra incognita.
Isn't the Court of Appeals generally considered the second most important
Yes,
court?
it is.
So we'd have talent on that
Well,
court.
generally the D.C. Circuit is a better court than the Supreme
Well,
Court.
don't say that. No,
it is. No, I mean, the judge, now a lot of the judges on the Supreme Court came from there. No, but like Bork, Scalia, I mean, you know, Ginsburg, they all came from the D.C. Circuit.
Okay, so two questions then.
Yeah.
We know how you think the court should rule. Trump's immunity claims should be struck down or refused. But we have a split decision right here. I mean, we just have the two of you, and you're coming up with a split decision on the double jeopardy business.
Yeah, I think John's wrong.
So
here's a good question. I don't actually know this. Please go. How conservative was Scalia considered? Was he like the most conservative person on the court, or do people just laugh at him because he's like outspoken and shit? Okay. Yeah.
He was quite personally conservative, but he was never the most ideological conservative on the court.
Gotcha. Okay. Just checking. All right.
Yeah.
The further question is, John made the point that everybody knows, including Donald Trump's team, that this is a delaying action. Are courts permitted to take that into account? Are they going to move with extra dispatch because they don't want to be used in this way?
Because this is true in every criminal case that's ever been brought.
All right.
So what happens is now this is the situation. Look, the real abuse in this case was Jack Smith going to the Supreme Court and asking them to circumvent standard processes in order to get an early date.
But Jack Smith had an argument, or at least
no, he had no argument.
Yeah, he had actually no reason.
No reason why he said
the reason is because we're facing a presidential election. Whether this man is guilty of these charges or not is material information that voters ought to have before they cast their ballot.
But that's not something the courts should take into account when they schedule trials. This is actually a problem that's not just created by Jack Smith, it's also created by Judge Chutkan. Because they set an irrationally fast date for the trial to start, the day before Super Tuesday, because they obviously want the trial done before the elections really get going, the nominating conventions. But this is really...
Did Jack Smith really make no argument whatsoever? I'm curious. He didn't say anything? He just went to the Supreme Court and filed that motion, or I don't even know how the fuck he would do it. And
he wouldn't argue that they needed to do it before the election. It's one of the reasons I think the Supreme Court did not grant the emergency review that they were seeking.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Taking away Donald Trump's right to put up a full and fair defense.
Oh,
I mean, this is such a complicated case. Think of all the witnesses and facts. We can't even agree on all.
They're saying that it would be unconstitutional, or not unconstitutional, it would be improper to review something like quicker for political purposes. But what about like Bush v. Gore? Should they have just waited like 8 months or a year or whatever for that to make?
That's my point. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like there are probably times where it's worth it for them to review, because like what happens in our, like imagine for instance like Trump wins the election and then the Supreme Court comes down and they say actually like the Section 3 stuff is good, and now you're relying on like an impeachment that people might not want. Like that would just be. Is that really, you're not allowed to consider that at all? That just seems insane.
Do you remember that scene in Game of Thrones where Ned Stark goes up to Littlefinger and is asking for help? Remember the City Watch, Janice Lynn, we were talking about the other day?
Yep.
So Ned Stark goes up and says like the words linger in your mouth or whatever, like when the king or the queen proclaims one king and the hand proclaims another. Who do they listen to? It's almost like the words are sticking in Jack Smith's throat. He doesn't want to say, this is different because we have to do this before the election, because that sounds like he is putting the consideration
of like
the
politics
as part of the prosecution. And so even though everyone knows that this case is extremely important and that it's an important thing or a lot of us think that it's important for the court to resolve it before the election.
Yeah.
If he says that, then he's admitting, right, what we all kind of already know, which is the election is looming large over this prosecution. Yeah. And everyone knows that.
Not only
he
that,
doesn't
but
want to admit that.
Yeah, like every part of our government, assuming they're functioning as they should, doesn't really want a part in this. Like the courts shouldn't want to be the deciders in an election. Like the DOJ shouldn't want to be a part in deciding the election. Like the intelligence agencies, like nobody should want this, but like it is the reality before us. And yeah, it's the trying to remain impartial and to just follow the process when everybody knows that the entire republic potentially is looming based on the expediency of these decisions and everything is, yeah, that's a rough one. Yeah.
But imagine how the argument would be like, we need to solve this before the election. Imagine if Trump gets in office like that.
Yeah, of course, it looks bad. Yeah.
Your argument.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just curious, what goes into unsealing indictments? Why are some indictments sealed and some indictments are unsealed?
I don't really know the regulation why. I assume because
Your mic just got super ultra quiet. I don't know why.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Barely. It looks like your mic dropped like 20% of volume.
I'll try to fix it.
Okay. You said you're just not really sure. Damn. Okay. I'm listening to this again.
Initial legal issues, how's that all going to be fairly put together, litigated, and sent up to the courts and come back and forth and have a full and fair trial? I can't see how this could be done
and it's even
this
worse.
year.
See, John is being kind. It's even worse than that. Suppose you were
John
able...
is so seldom kind. That's not like the idea.
Suppose John is right, and this thing is now solved by June.
Killing my
this coming year.
reputation.
Is that going to end the public debate? What's going to happen is all the Trump supporters will say, this is even horrible. Look at...
Yeah, the thing is, too, is that, like, we look at, like, good and bad paths before us, but there are so many hidden really bad paths. Like, say the trial is ongoing and then Trump loses the election, and let's say he's like acquitted of every single charge, how would Republicans feel that voted against Trump or didn't vote for Trump, abstained from voting because they thought he was guilty, but then it ends up he's acquitted and now they're ass mad? Or what if he makes it into office and then he's charged? Or what if the charges are done, like the conviction is done or the acquittal is done like right before the election? Like, are people even going to accept those results? Because at this point, I think it's safe to say that conservatives have no buy-in or trust to any part of the procedures whatsoever. Like, if you don't charge Trump, I've said this exact same thing with the Andrew Tate stuff. If you don't charge Trump, then all of it was quote-unquote Russiagate. All of it was fake bullshit. If you do charge Trump, well, that's bullshit because it's all trumped up. If Trump beats the case in court, well, obviously he beat it because it was bullshit to begin with. And if he's convicted, well, that's even more bullshit. Everything is rigged against it. There's like, it's a lose, 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 lose. It's such a lose, lose, actually. I'm sorry. Actually, you know what? It's super simple. I don't even give a fuck. They should just follow all of it out because it doesn't matter because Republicans aren't going to make excuses anyway. So fuck it. Who cares? Never mind. Yeah, fuck them all. Okay.
They did. They absolutely manhandled this guy. And they will go through the proceedings. You will solve nothing by getting a verdict because not only will you have the public criticism, probably rightly done, but you'll also get a repeal on that. And so what our friend Smith said, I get it.
That is dead wrong. You'll solve nothing by getting a verdict. That's only true. Well, I'm being harsh. That's only true if you're viewing this only through a political lens. If you get a verdict, what you demonstrated is that in a court of law in the United States of America, it is beyond a reasonable doubt that either a jury or a judge has decided that you have committed some criminal crime. Like, that's the result. That's what you're getting. Now, how that plays out politically is a separate question, but I don't like the statement like you don't get anything from the court process. You do. You get either a criminal conviction or an acquittal, and those are important, I think. If you care about rule of law, like, yeah.
Yeah. Which is why Jack Smith is not arguing that we need to do this for political purposes or for the election.
Yeah.
Probably rightly done, but you'll also get a repeal on that. And so what our friend Smith said, I get a conviction on this case. It's going up on appeal. I want the conviction to be weighted by the jurors, and they don't have time to hear about the appeal. This is absolutely crazy to interact these two kinds of things. Totally irresponsible by Smith. He's a hack. Remember, he was the guy who...
Whoa.
He was
all the press, I mean, half the press says this man is he's an aggressive but meticulous prosecutor.
Hack's too strong. He's overly aggressive and has already lost 9-0 at the Supreme Court in earlier cases, but he's just overly aggressive.
What is Jack Smith's record? Jack Smith record prosecution. Is there like a easy, like, is there like a wiki page or some bullshit that we can just read? Because horrible record. I thought that federal shit was usually like pretty, you're fucked. Like the federal convictions of like a 95% if once an indictment goes out or something. I thought federal.
You know who has a not so good record?
Who? Giuliani, Sidney Powell, Mike Eastman. Sorry.
Richard Epstein. Look up Richard Epstein on COVID.
Why did he say wild shit or something?
At the start of the pandemic, he's like, I've done my analyses. It's almost like, Nate Silver, sometimes he steps out of his lane a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
So Richard Epstein, it's like doing my analyses, I think only 500 or so, or maybe 5,000 people will die due to the pandemic. It was one of the most hilariously wrong predictions of all time.
Nice.
I know it's apropos of nothing, but
sure.
Thought it was funny.
Let's see. Do you I wonder who is Jack Smith? There's like barely like okay. I don't know. Do you think Trump is getting enough time for his cases? I mean, as long as he's got whatever time is constitutionally allotted to him and there's not like a weird thing happening, I don't know. I mean, the problem is like Trump is like the worst person ever, probably. He's like or it feels like he's like the standard horrible client to have if you're a defense lawyer who's like literally admitted to everything in like 52 different million ways and then obstructed everything and shown like done all the actions necessary to prove the criminal intent in every single part of every single thing that he's done, and he's left like a trail of fucking witnesses and everything behind him. Trump conducted himself in a way that I think he always thought he would have unlimited power. He didn't protect himself much against getting fucked in the future, I think. Destiny, so why rush the case then? Well, because nobody really we're going into like the most uncharted waters possible. The idea that Donald Trump becomes president with ongoing federal cases is just very fucking weird. Because one, he could theoretically just pardon himself from the federal cases, which is, I don't think anybody would be happy with that. That would be really fucking weird. Or two, let's say that he is, he is convicted and then he gets sentenced. And then what? Does the president of the United States govern the U.S. from prison, from federal prison? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't work. What happens if he becomes president, pleads guilty and pardons, or just pardons preemptively himself from both federal cases, but then he's convicted in state cases? Well, what does that look like? The state of Georgia is going to be imprisoning the president of the United States? What the fuck does that look like? Clearly that doesn't work either. It's just that we're in so much like uncharted territory that the goal, ideally, we step into a hyperbolic time chamber and all of these cases are solved before the election, so we don't have to deal with anything. Yeah. What if Trump takes like plea deals and he pleads guilty like right before the election, and now the Republicans don't have another candidate, right? So like everything is just like super, super, super clusterfucked on this.
Really, I actually think lacks political good judgment, because the best thing for our really aggressive and has already lost 9-0 at the Supreme Court in earlier cases, but he's just overly aggressive and not really. I actually think lacks political good judgment, because the best thing for our system would be for there to be an election and then we have the Trump trial.
This is the second act of
I think that the best thing that could happen is we wait for the election and then we have the criminal trial. That's a thing that like is politically sensible, I guess, if you're only looking at it through a political lens, but that is incredibly unsatisfying from a judicial or like justice perspective. Because like, what's the message there, right? If you want to fuck around and do some crazy shit, well, you better be electable. Like, what is the argument there that, okay, well, let's let Trump run, let's let him do all this thing, let's put a pause, let's put an equal, because keep in mind, they're saying that like, well, trying to pressure this through really quickly would be bad and political. Well, refusing to indict somebody until after an election would also be completely political. So is the idea that like, well, if we let him run and if he wins, then we can do the criminal stuff, or if he loses, then we can do the criminal stuff. If he wins, we don't, or what even happens at that point? Yeah, it's just.
That would be ideal from John Roberts' perspective.
Yeah, but you can't have a trial of Trump when he's a sitting president.
Yeah.
I mean, my view is you shouldn't even take in the deposition in the civil case of Bill Clinton with Paula Gomes when you have a president there. Remember what it did?
Oh, well, you lost on that one, Richard.
I know I lost.
Unanimously at the Supreme Court.
Which I thought they were terrible. I won't use the word hack, but one of the things I will say is any trial lawyer, and I've done a little of this kind of stuff, knows that depositions are every bit as dangerous and maybe even more so than trials. Because you say something there, you can't take it back, and then all of a sudden it's the basis of an impeachment case. So what you do is you suspend all the proceedings, get rid of the statute of limitations, preserve all the documents and so forth, but try it later. And the reason that Smith is so wrong, I mean, he has such an absolute crazy view of this particular case on its facts, and he wants to assume that what he says in the complaint is necessarily true, so the conviction follows. But he's going to be contested on every single point that he makes.
Don't you always assume everything in a complaint is true? Isn't that part of filing a complaint? The whole point of an initial complaint is you're like attesting to these set of facts so that your conviction would criminally follow, right? Isn't that the whole point? Or what is he saying there?
What did he say? Sorry.
He said the biggest stupid thing or the biggest problem with Jack Smith is he's assuming that every single like fact is true in his complaint and that he's going to have to prove all of these and blah, blah, blah. Isn't that true of every single criminal complaint that you file for an indictment?
Every complaint, every filing that you file, I guess, should operate with the assumption that you could prove it. Yeah. I mean,
that's the whole point. Why would you put facts in a complaint that you don't think you can prove? You'd just be lying to a judge, right? Like,
complaint is necessarily true.
Yeah,
so
you
the
gotta have a
conviction
good faith
follows.
basis for it.
Yeah.
He's going to be contested on every single point that he makes, including whether or not Trump believes.
But he
what
could just
said,
be
where
describing
he's
that as
crazy
a
enough.
challenge to prove that stuff.
Yeah, I guess, but it's just weird to say that like Jack Smith fucked, unless he's just saying that like the complaint itself is bad, or he disagrees with the underlying facts, I guess. But like, yeah.
Yeah.
He's going to be contested on every single point that he makes, including whether or not Trump believed what he said, where he's crazy enough to believe what he said.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't know if that crazy enough to believe what he said thing matters as much, because I think there is like a reasonable person standard I think that gets applied to a lot of this. I don't think you're allowed to just say, but I would have to look at these particular charges and see how it factors into these. But like, you're not allowed to. I'm 100%. I'm sorry. I know this for a fact. Even with no legal background, everybody should know this. You can't just go into a court and say, like, I really did think that he was going to start shooting laser beams out of his eyes and kill me. I really thought that. Like, there's got to be some reasonable person to say, like, could you have actually reasonably believed this particular thing at this point in time? It can't just be the wacky.
Steven.
What?
I'm sorry to tell you, but subjective belief is required for a lot of this. You need to be able to prove subjective intent and subjective. So it
yeah, but the
actually does
proving
matter.
of that subjective intent doesn't have to be done by only written confession.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah. So you can absolutely. That goes to the weight of the evidence that you're going to get.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
That's what. But they're going to say that like the argument that he's implying is that literally no amount of Trump's actions can. Maybe he was crazy enough to believe this the entirety of the time, and it sounds like he's pulling the conservative argument that I've run into, where people are like, well, if he didn't actually confess to it, there's no way to prove that he actually thought that the election was lost. That's what it sounds like the argument is implying.
What I would rely on is not saying there's an objective, reasonable person standard for his intent, because there's not. But I would say that the weight of the evidence is so overwhelming circumstantially that he knew that he lost the election.
Yeah.
Or you could invoke the doctrine of willful blindness, which
Sure.
is you can't just like close your eyes to objective reality around you in order to avoid criminal culpability. Like you couldn't say, I don't know how a car works. I never read it. I don't know. Like look up willful blindness, and that can sort of get to what I'm referencing.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, if I wanted to use the criminal justice system to punish Trump, I would still be unhappy with the way Jack Smith has done. He's really screwed the case up. The charges, think of the charges. He's charged them with defrauding the government, and a statute is usually used against government contractors and hospitals. He's accused Trump of interfering with a congressional process.
I hope that at the end of this, he suggests what he would have charged, but we'll see.
Which is a statute that's usually used for people who destroy evidence in congressional hearings.
Right, we're coming to that one in a moment.
And then defrauding every voter of the United States of their right to. So none of these charges actually fit the crime. He could easily lose in the courts on all of them. In fact, the Supreme Court has already granted cert on that middle charge because that's the main charge against most of the January 6th protesters.
Right.
And the court, in the previous cases, has said you prosecutors should be limited and humble in how you use that statute. You're overcharging it. I could easily
Stop there. Stop. Just
sorry.
stop. Don't stop. Put a
Don
pin
is
in
right
it.
on this
But
one.
No, stop. No, because this is the third case I want to discuss, and you're denying me my big moment.
go
to
ahead.
set it up.
You want to set it up?
I
You want
to
due
set it up.
process rights?
I would like our viewers to have some idea what you're talking about.
You can see what it'd be like if Richard was a trial lawyer.
I don't like this argument as much, and I find it wholly unconvincing when people complain about the novelty of the way that these are being applied, when I would argue, and I think most people would agree, it's a pretty novel situation. And I'll admit that, like, and I've said this before, like case law and citing other cases where, it's been applied here and here and here is important. But I feel like when we read those statutes, the defraud statutes of the Jack Smith case, I think I had this exact question because people had said like, well, it's not usually used for this. And I was like, okay, sure. But I think when you read the statutes, it seems to apply pretty narrowly. Like a plain reading of the text gives you the application of this criminal charge for these particular set of actions. Even if they haven't been applied like this before, well, how many presidents have tried to do this before? It is pretty novel. So of course you're going to have like some novelty to the case.
Viewers to have some idea what you're talking
about. You can see what it'd be like if Richard was a trial lawyer. He'd be like the trial lawyer from hell. He would destroy you as a opponent.
You have produced one of the great lines of all time that if Richard occupied all 9 seats on the Supreme Court, there would still be a lot of 5-4 decisions.
He doesn't really get that joke, but
everyone else does. Fisher versus the United States. Joseph Fisher participated in the riot at the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. He was charged with obstruction of an official action under the Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2002. Sarbanes-Oxley was intended to deal with white-collar crime. That being said, prosecutors have used Sarbanes-Oxley in charging more than 1,000 rioters such as Joseph Fisher. I believe the number of rioters who've been convicted on a Sarbanes-Oxley charge is over 800. To quote one plaintiff lawyer, the statute, that's Sarbanes-Oxley, has been used to over-criminalize January 6th cases, close quote. I want to repeat, these people have been put in the hokey not charged or convicted of insurrection, but charged under a statute clearly intended to deal with, I mean, I can remember when that thing was going through Congress. All the hearings were bankers and former bankers. All right. So if the Supreme Court agrees, so Fisher has taken this case to the Supreme Court. If the Supreme Court agrees that prosecutors have been making improper use of Sarbanes-Oxley, then the convictions of these hundreds of rioters are likely to be voided, and 2 of the 4 counts that Jack Smith has brought against Donald Trump will also have to be tossed out. Okay, so let me put this question another way. For more than 3 years now, the press, the Democrats, and certain Republicans, notably Liz Cheney and Mitt Romney, have been telling us that the events of January 6th represented a direct assault on our democracy itself. Joe Biden just said this all over again in his big campaign kickoff speech at Valley Forge, Pennsylvania, just a few days ago. But the best the Justice Department could do in prosecuting these people who staged this attack on democracy was accuse them of violating some subset of a white-collar statute. So if the Supreme Court says prosecutors use that statute improperly, hundreds of rioters will see their convictions
except the seditious
overturned.
conspiracy stuff.
So,
but
yeah, but those are just like what, 3, I think, people, right?
No. There's like I think over a dozen.
For the seditious conspiracy? Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
I was, okay.
By the way, again, you use the word rioter as if they were rightly convicted. The correct way, I think, to put the issue is they were at the Capitol building, and you have to prove that they were rioters, and some of them were, and some of them were not. And so when you use a statute like this, you don't want to prejudge the case by announcing that they were rioters. You want to say, here, there were people there. Some of them were taking selfies. Some of them were rioting. Some of them were inducing other people to do it. But it's
they're all there.
But you notice I didn't call them insurrectionists.
Yeah, I know that. But
that
may be a trespasser
Yeah,
as opposed.
I'm curious if he's used such careful language in describing BLM rioters of the past, but okay.
To a writer,
Yes.
right?
Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is 2 of the charges against Trump get tossed out. But hundreds of people, a lot of them are still in jail. People have been in jail for months and months and months for wandering
it's
into.
completely abusive.
So
Although
but what I'm saying,
most of them pled guilty to this. There were very few actual trials.
Okay, so the Supreme Court it looks to me as if I didn't know the background, I say this is a very technical matter. How do you use this statute? How are you not permitted to use? But it's not a technical matter at all. It's right in the middle of our politics. One party is trying to run on the events of January 6th, and the Supreme Court may be about to say, let them all out of jail. Let all those writers out of jail. How should the court rule? How should they
first,
handle
this is how another way the Biden Justice Department has completely screwed this up. If they believe the things they're saying in public, they should have charged them all with insurrection.
With insurrection and had it
right, insurrection,
out.
efforts to interfere with the execution of federal law, right, to stop the electoral count. There are suitable charges, but as you said, they're charging them with these kind of ticky-tacky white-collar crime laws.
And that is because they looked at the tapes, they know more about it than we do, they have the FBI informants telling them, and they come to the conclusion, actually, we can't make an insurrection charge stick.
Or they
is
might
that
have
what's
just-
going on?
or-
Why did they come up with these?
I think I've asked this question before, and I don't think I was able to find anything. Has anybody been charged? Do you know, Pisco? Has anybody been charged with the 18 USC 2383?
In recent history?
Like ever,
I don't
in all
believe
of
so.
history. Has anybody ever
I'm
been
not
charged
sure.
with this before? Is there a way to look this up easily? Does anybody know? Has anybody ever been charged with this statute before? Because
Westlaw.
Yeah, look it up, Westlaw. Because like again, like
I'll look it up.
It reads like very,
I got you, bro.
Very vague.
I got you.
Yeah.
Talking any little
The
charges.
former DOJ guy, I think what they sat down and said, it would be too hard to have.
Wait, somebody said 18 USC 2384 is a higher maximum sentence and is easier to prove. Oh, this is the seditious conspiracy one. Yeah. Yeah, but 18. Okay, so this seditious conspiracy law is written with a lot more clarity as well. Again, like when I look at 18 USC 2383, I don't know what the fuck I'm even reading. Whoever incites, sets on foot, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States or the laws thereof, or gives aid or comfort thereto, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years, or both, and shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States. Because it doesn't really, we don't really get a definition for rebellion or insurrection, unfortunately, and like the rebellion and insurrection thing. So it just seems kind of unsatisfying. But then I wonder too if this guy would say the same, that like, oh well, look at this, like we're using this criminal code that no one's ever been charged under before ever, and now you want to use it here. Like I don't know, just
have full-blown open trials for all these people. So let's let them plead out to this lesser charge, this white-collar crime law, doesn't really fit. But in
clear
their
the
minds, we're
bugs.
offering them a good deal, and we're going to process these 900 cases. And then I hope, and this is what they did, focus on the leaders, like the Proud Boys. He was convicted of insurrection. He did have a trial because he didn't want to plead out. And so that's the mindset of the prosecutors. But I think they really screwed up because I think in a politically important case like this, where you are saying in public that they did try to overthrow the government.
Where 3 years later, a lot of people of goodwill are saying, what exactly did happen there?
Well,
Tucker Carlson plays tapes.
That's part of the reason why I think it was actually important to have a full public trial, because a trial also educates the public. You get to see the evidence, you get to see the witnesses, and I think people would have more confidence if a jury made a decision about these January 6 guys, rather than having them all plead out, and then having the biased January 6th congressional committee, and then having Biden at Valley Forge accusing them all of being anti-democratic and calling them
He speaks sense, no?
John is not always speaks sense, but on this particular occasion,
occasionally.
he does. Not occasionally, but look, I mean,
randomly too.
There's a serious problem here. If these guys pleaded out, and then they weren't convicted, it's not at all clear that it's as easy to set aside a plea bargain as it is to stop a prosecution that's going to take place. So the question is there. And this is another form of complete abuse that's taking place. It's also, by the way...
Abuse by whom?
By the government.
By the Justice Department.
These people, remember, they were put in jail and held there prior to the time of the settlements and everything. So put yourself in the position of somebody. You know there's a more serious charge that could be made. You have no confidence whatsoever that the government is doing anything right. You plead out to a lesser charge in order to avoid a more serious sentence.
I'm sorry, what, didn't he just describe the entirety of our criminal legal system? Does he hate all of it or want to be thrown out for all? Because like the idea of like pleading to a lesser charge to avoid a more drawn out battle, I mean, it's preferential to prosecutors and it's preferential to defendants at times. Like what, I don't understand what the complaint here. This complaint, he sounds like he's making a very narrow complaint about the J6 cases, but it sounds like he's broadly just encompassed literally the entire U.S. Legal criminal law system.
So put yourself in the position of somebody. You know there's a more serious charge that could be made. You have no confidence whatsoever that the government is doing anything right. You plead out to a lesser charge in order to avoid a more serious sentence. I regard that as an abusive process by the government. Then compare this to the number of prosecutions that took place against the deliberate physical violence that happened in both Portland and Seattle that the government prosecuted. As best I can tell, the number of prosecutions that were initiated in those cases was zero.
Zero.
Right? I think that's correct,
As opposed to hundreds, over thousands.
In Portland and Seattle, there wasn't a single arrest made for any of the protests? Is that true? BLM arrests Portland. I don't know if this
that's
is
definitely not true. They were going out and rolling people up during the protests.
November 1st, 2020. Policing Portland's protests, 1,000 arrests, handful of prosecutions. Nearly 1,000 people have been arrested in connection to the protests. However, the overwhelming majority will likely never be prosecuted. There are reasons by the decision. Saying other says it gives criminal free pass. Breaking windows of businesses, lighting things on fire, stealing from those stores in the protest environment. So that's what we're focusing on. We're not using a limited resource on people who aren't doing those things. Portland's demonstrations raged for more than 100 consecutive nights. What about Seattle? Thousands of Black Lives Matter protesters were arrested in 2020. This is for the country, though, I think. Control F, Seattle. I don't know. I'm pretty sure there were arrests made in both these cases, but you're trying to see how many were charged? Well, he makes it sound like they just like let them run amok, but I don't think that's the case.
Prosecutions that were initiated in those cases was zero.
Zero.
Right? I think that's correct.
As
John?
opposed to hundreds, over thousands.
That's mostly state prosecutions.
No, I mean, they're attacking federal property and they're wrecking federal things.
That was strangely President Trump's decision not to send in the troops.
But that sending in the troops is not.
It is true that he brought the state thing here, too. These are state issues, not federal things. Sorry, go ahead.
I took a look around Google. I did a little searching, and because they pardoned all the traitors in the Civil War very shortly after it occurred, I wasn't able to find a single prosecution. I found a source on Google that said that the statute was not widely used to prosecute conduct related to Civil War because there were a bunch of pardons, and that there have been no reported prosecutions under this statute or its predecessor.
Gotcha. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, because it's annoying because sometimes in arguments this statute comes up But it doesn't get us any closer to actually defining insurrection or rebellion.
Or the Section 3 question. Like, if this were required for Section 3 disqualifications, why wasn't it required back when they were passed? If there was no prosecution for it, but there were disqualifications under Section 3, how can you say that it was required?
Yeah. Oh, that's actually a really good point. Wait, because this passed is this true, 1948? Is that when this passed?
There was a predecessor statute that was in force at the time of the Civil War. So there would have been a way to apply it, or a predecessor statute.
When was the predecessor statute?
I can look that up further for you, but
I'm just because I'm curious, obviously, because that existed during the Civil War, and you say, oh well, but also actually it really does matter because in the Civil War, I don't think anybody was charged or convicted with like insurrection or rebellion or anything related to this. No, were they? Because like you said, it was like wasn't it like a broad pardon to make Reconstruction and all that?
There was broad pardons. There were some criminal things, but they didn't go very far before the pardons started.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
The prosecution was made afterwards under this administration. So what happened is when Merrick Garland was asked to testify, I think this is correct.
He's Attorney General
but only was being confirmed. He said, well, this was not a big deal. There were no people there. I mean, so willful destruction of property is no longer an issue when it's the property of the United States. So only was being confirmed. He said, well, this was not a big deal. There were no people there. I mean, so willful destruction of property is no longer an issue when it's the property of the United States.
Well, but I think that when you're looking at like insurrectionists or J6 or whatever, and you're saying there were no people there, there's like obviously there's a different intent between attacking a courthouse versus attacking a courthouse when there's a legal proceeding going on that you're trying to stop. I'd have to see specifically what Merrick Garland's comments are there, but I'm guessing it was probably related to that. Not that it's okay to attack a federal building just because nobody's there, but like the intent of attacking that federal building is going to be significantly different depending on people being there or not, right?
The problem about Merrick Garland is he has been a completely politicized person, thoroughly corrupt in the way in which he approaches these things, with no pretense of any kind of neutrality.
We'll get examples, please give examples, unless he's citing what he just said about I feel like Merrick, and I could be wrong, maybe I've missed it, but I feel like people shit on Merrick Garland so much, and I feel like Merrick Garland tries so fucking hard to at least give the appearance of being, neutral.
Okay, Mr. Google, Mr. Wikipedia.
Yeah,
ready?
go ahead.
All right. Google the Confiscation Act of 1862.
Oh, wait, this was in the paper, I think.
And go to Section 2. So this is where largely unchanged the modern version of this appeared. Lincoln signed it into law during the Civil War.
Hold on, I have to actually find. Okay, Section 2. That if any person shall hereafter incite, set on foot, assist, or engage in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States, or the laws thereof, or shall give aid thereto, or shall engage in, or give aid or comfort to any such existing rebellion or insurrection, and be convicted thereof, such person shall be punished by imprisonment for a period not exceeding 10 years, or by a fine not exceeding $10,000, and by the liberation of all the slaves. Okay. So you think that the Insurrection Act kind of encompassed this, or go ahead?
Yeah, so this is the statute, the language of which has largely carried over, and there's been no one was, I think, charged directly under this statute. There hasn't been one, but look at the language there, right? Even there, it specifies if convicted, this Congress, right, this radical Republican Congress, who many of whom are in charge of the drafting later on, they're specifying with language. They know how to use conviction language, right? They know if they require conviction, how to say so, and it's there, but it's not there in Section 3. It doesn't say be convicted.
True. Okay. Wait.
Hold on.
Richard is putting me in the very strange position of defending Merrick Garland.
Should Cruz be charged with Section 3? Section 3 is not a criminal charge.
Pretense of any kind of neutrality.
Hold on.
Richard is putting me in the very strange position of defending Merrick Garland.
You just defended Jack Smith and said he's not a hack.
I don't think he's politically corrupt. I think this is just sort of standard. First of all, it is unprecedented. I mean, the January 6th are unprecedented. Trying to figure out how to respond to it with the criminal justice system is hard and difficult. What they did, which is the mistake, is they kind of use these tools, like from Sarbanes-Oxley. They stitched together all these things from white-collar crime laws, or weird voting rights cases that really don't fit.
They're just trying to clear the cases.
Rather than charging insurrection, which is what they really believe happened. They say they believed it happened, and they should have charged it and tried to prove it. I don't think that's...
How would you improve that, though? When these are novel, this would be... I don't know if it's ever happened in all of U.S. history that anybody's been charged with insurrection.
Corrupt. I think it's just a mistake.
No,
I think it's just a mistake.
I think it's corrupt. And let me explain why.
Yeah, I can't point
what
to a single
happened
time.
is...
made it worse, thanks a lot.
You what?
I can't point to a single time that someone's been charged with insurrection in the United States.
No,
I think it's just a mistake.
I think it's corrupt. And let me explain why.
What's happened is...
Wait, what do you say?
Do you know what they're talking about when they say Sarbanes-Oxley?
Sarbanes-Oxley was whatever legislation was passed that added these sections of the U.S. Criminal Code.
Yeah, so this was done in response to like the Enron scandal.
Yeah, the white collar stuff I mentioned.
All that stuff, right?
Mhm.
So what their argument is, even though the terms of this law might apply to the official proceedings of Congress, if you were to take a textualist approach, that the purpose of this law was to deal with those kinds of white collar crimes, not to deal with election related stuff.
Sure.
So just so you understand what they're talking about.
Yeah,
It's a
I
ridiculous
understand that,
argument,
but it's the problem with the argument is that I think that this is a good thing to consider if the Supreme Court is having to like wade into and figure out like what the fuck is going on when there's not clarity in the text. But like, let's say that I pass a bill called Fuck Enron, okay? And as part of this bill, let's say that I notice for Enron, a key part of their criminal conduct was they always had to go in wearing a hat that said, we're gonna scam the American people. And for whatever reason, as part of my legislation, I say, okay, well, it is a criminal charge to wear the Enron hat saying we are going to scam the American people. And I implement that in my legislation. If that is implemented and the text is clear, and assuming it passes all the other, because I don't know if that would be constitutional, but assuming that passes and is clear as part of the criminal code, as long as there's clarity in the text, it can be used to prosecute anybody that does that action in the future, even if they're doing actions that are outside of what the original purview of that bill was. As long as there's clarity in the text, there's no reason legally why you wouldn't be able to pursue that. Now, if there's a whole bunch of confusion around what the text actually means, then you can dive into what was the intention when it was passed? What was the common language at the time? What was the law that it was based on? What we're proceeding, right? But as long as if there's no confusion, then it doesn't matter. None of this matters, right? Yeah.
I think a good example of this is Bostock versus Clayton County, which is the case written by Neil Gorsuch in 2020. This was about whether or not the Title VII of the Civil Rights Act applied to gay people, because there's part of the language of Title VII says that you can't discriminate on the basis of sex. And the argument was, well, if you discriminate against someone who, like a woman who is attracted to a woman, and you don't discriminate against a man who's attracted to a woman, then you are discriminated on the basis of sex. Because if you just change sex between man and woman and who's attracted to whom, it changes the result. And so therefore it is discrimination on the basis of sex. And Neil Gorsuch, one of the most conservative justices we have, said, yeah, that's right. And that Title VII does protect gay people because textually it is discrimination on the basis of sex. Even though in the 1960s, when they passed Title VII, no one thought that they were passing like gay rights legislation, right?
Sure. Yeah.
But it is the case.
If the text is clear, then that's it. Yeah. Somebody said if they took pardons after the Civil War, doesn't that imply they were guilty? So I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think there were pardons after the Civil War. I think what happened was I think Congress passed legislation that freed everybody from the Section 3 and maybe ironclad oath requirements, or they changed the oath back. I don't think there was an actual presidential pardon. I think that was a legislation passed by Congress to release people of any injuries that were applied as a result of Section 3 hitherto up to that point.
Mistake. I think it's just a mistake.
I think it's corrupt. Then let me explain why. What's happened
You just
is
made it worse. Thanks a lot.
what happens is we keep talking about the past cases. What was the next thing that was said most recently by Biden? We haven't finished with this. We are now going to give criminal charges against people who may not have been present at the Capitol building on January 6th. We're going after everybody. Well, at this particular point, there's only one explanation for this. The ability of the Biden administration to sort of win on economic issues seems to have failed. And so their entire case is basically going to rest on J6.
Boring.
So political.
It's not even going to rest on
Their
abortion.
entire campaign, you mean?
Yes, the whole presidential campaign is going to rest on this. And the only way in which he could make this work is to basically have Merrick Garland bring the prosecutions that he wants to continue this situation.
Okay.
I regard that as corruption.
Hold on one moment, because this brings me to, we've been talking about the Trump-related cases that are in the court or going to be making their way to the Supreme Court. Let me go through. We have more than 80 charges against Trump spread across a number of different cases. We don't have time to start breaking those down, but I want to talk about them if I can. Well, you'll see what I'm trying to do.
Sure.
Again, it requires a setup, but this one is briefer. Item, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg charges Trump with falsifying business records to disguise a scheme to pay hush money to women. Item, New York Attorney General Letitia James files a civil suit against Trump accusing him of fraudulent reporting the value of a number of his real estate properties, even though bankers have now testified, oh, no, we got our loans back. We consider him a good counterparty in business. Item, Justice Department Special Counsel Jack Smith has charged Trump with 37 felonies in connection with Trump's removal of documents, separate case from what we've been talking about, from documents from the White House when he left office. Item, the District Attorney of Fulton County, Georgia, which includes most of Atlanta, has brought a racketeering case against Trump and more than a dozen others alleging a conspiracy to steal the 2020 election. Now, listen to political reporter Byron York. Quote, we all know the political impact of this. Immediately after the first indictment, that is Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg's, immediately after the first indictment, support for Trump in the Republican primary race shot upward. It rose further amid the later indictments and lawsuits. The lawfare campaign against Trump has been relentless, and it will surely provoke continuing reaction in the months to come. Close quote. Okay. It is clear, case after case after case after case, we're now up to, I think the latest count I read was 91 indictments, and I'm talking about cases other than those that we just discussed before the Supreme Court. And the polls indicate that Americans in their millions are looking at this and saying, this is not justice.
Amen,
this
brother.
is politics. And your reaction to that is?
Amen, brother. I regard these cases as scandalous. Well, first of all, let's just take the number, right? What they do is they take these accounts, and you recall I talked about A, B, C, D, and F before.
Yes, yes.
So what happens is there's now one count for sending the check, another count for signing the check, another count for hiring a delivery man to do it. And then when you multiply the cases so that you could then give the heavier sentence on that, the standard situation in the...
I mean, does he just not like criminal court? Maybe he just doesn't like criminal court in the United States. Yeah, that's how it works. Like, if you, fuck, I don't know every criminal charge, but like if you go to a bar, you get alcohol, you get in your car, you drunk drive, you get into an accident, you accidentally kill somebody, you stumble away from the scene of the crime, that could be like fucking 15 different criminal charges, right? There might be like a ton of different things. That's just how our system works, though. Like that's always how it, maybe he just doesn't like criminal courts at all, and that's just his complaint.
Another count for hiring a delivery man to do it. And then when you multiply the cases so that you could then give the heavier sentence on that, the standard situation in the situation that Bragg was talking about was a $200 fine. He wants 38 years. Of course it's that way. Letitia James is just utterly irresponsible. Everybody in the banking business knows that banks make their own review of these stuff. And everybody also understands that if nobody has lost any money, it's hard to say that anybody has been defrauded. And therefore, it's hard to say that there are a bunch of people out there who really need to be protected by this wonderful woman against the sort of events that will never happen.
There are certain things like wire fraud, I believe, that absolutely don't require people to have lost money for you to for you to be convicted of those crimes.
So she is totally
Trump's lenders were not widows and orphans.
I mean, the whole thing about this is so utterly insidious. And so,
do you honestly support charge stacking? I mean, it depends on what we're talking about. Like, if you make a plan with somebody else to go and kill somebody and you illegally purchase a weapon on the way to do it, and then you go and you kill the person, I mean, yeah, I think you've committed multiple crimes. Now, I don't know exactly how the sentencing guidelines work, but if you want, for instance, you could get convicted of 10 different crimes that all carry 4-year sentences, and I think the judge can allow you to run those sentences concurrently, meaning you've got 10 different convictions, and 10 charges, 10 convictions, and now you go to jail, and it's 40 years altogether of jail, but like they let you run the sentence concurrently, so you just serve 4 years because you're serving all the sentences concurrently. Like, I think there are ways through sentencing that a judge and I guess the jury is allowed to decide around these, but like, yeah, when you say stacking charges, like obviously if they're bullshit charges, I mean that I would never be okay with that, but I wouldn't be okay with a single bullshit charge. But in terms of like, are you saying you can only be charged with a single crime at a time? At Destiny, not true. What's not true? Wait, what?
I think the issue, like when I think about quote stacking charges, is the issue is like if all these things would have to be done in order to get to the main thing you do, which is the one that's going to have the biggest charge. It's, are they really? It's like when someone is doing a high-speed chase, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they've endangered people's lives, they maybe have caused significant damage, but then they start counting up the number of red lights and stop signs they've run. Like, I think that goes outside of the spirit of the law in what we're trying to prosecute here.
I totally disagree. I think it only goes outside the spirit. I think it only goes outside the spirit of the law if we don't believe those preceding things are crimes. If we think they're not crimes and it's bullshit, then it goes outside the spirit of the law. But if we think that at every single step of the way that you've been guilty of doing something that's bad, why wouldn't you throw the book at somebody for every single thing? Like, for instance, I guess a question on that particular example, do you think there should be a greater criminal charge for somebody that runs 15 red lights in a row versus somebody that runs 1 red light?
Not really, no. Like, I mean, if you ran a red light, it's like you're running red lights, there you go. I
kill
think
15
that
people as
they
opposed to one
overcharge.
person.
Yeah, if you put that one in, yeah, of course. I'm gonna
Why?
say you're gonna get them all.
Why
Yeah.
though?
Well, no, because I think the spirit of the law is that we are charging someone for the greater crime of a high-speed chase, endangering other people, whatever major cases could be made against that.
Yeah, but I think some
But then
high-speed
throwing in all the
chases-
other stuff, and then but there are things that off the top of my head I can't think of it, but I've seen cases where like I've seen a bunch of superfluous shit added, where it's like
the Gerald
really-
Brooks case. Have you heard of that case? Where
I've not.
So this is the guy that ran
Oh,
through
God.
the parade. He endangered like tons of dozens and dozens of people, and he was charged with reckless endangerment of every single person who was in the potential sphere of danger of his car that he
I
killed
think that's
people with.
honestly superfluous. I think that they
Dude,
could.
you think so?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, and then what? At that point, you can give someone a life sentence for that.
Well,
No,
again, you
fuck
can
that.
run them concurrently, right? They can get convicted of 500
They
different things.
could, but Pisco, is that at the judge's discretion?
It's the prosecutor's discretion to bring the charges.
No.
For
What I mean is
sentencing.
like
I missed
if
it.
for sentencing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's up to whatever sentencing guidelines the jurisdiction has, and the judges, like if they have discretion to go up or above, if they're guidelines, if they're mandatory. That depends on the jurisdiction.
But also, I think
I have an issue with.
Well, yeah, but hold on. Also, I think the theory of this is important. Like, if somebody's in a high-speed chase in a mountainous region where there's nobody around and all they're doing is like driving around through the mountains, like versus somebody that's doing a high-speed chase in a city where they're running 15 different stoplights, speeding through a school zone, and endangering others from their lives. Don't you think that should be a more severe crime? Like the other charges, we think that these are important things. Like,
if they're gonna do granular analysis and look at all the footage from the helicopter that was flying above head and saying, yeah, no one was around. It was like the middle of the day. There was no traffic, and only 3 out of the 15 red lights they ran was there any actual danger to civilians. If
but
they
that's
do
not
that
how we
shit,
decide
sure,
if running
I
a red
agree
light
with you.
ordinarily is bad.
Wait,
We say
no,
it's
that's
bad
the
even if
example you
there's.
just made. That's the example you just said. If they're in the mountainous regions where no one's around, well, it's like, okay, well, yeah, there could be.
Well, the point,
just like there could be
well, no,
in
no.
the city.
The point that I was making is that, like, I'm saying that, like, what you call stacking charges is like all of those charges are legitimately bad offenses that we want people to be charged for. But when you're saying that, like, well, let's say 2 people engage in a high-speed chase, I just want them to be charged for the high-speed chase. Well, isn't a high-speed chase where other charges are present probably going to be a worse high-speed chase? Like,
What do you think when the prosecutor is going to court for all the actual really serious charges and then they start stacking on those other ones? What do you think the intent of the prosecutor is?
Could be a variety of
Trying to
things,
get
but I
'em.
mean, you
They're
want
trying to get 'em,
yeah,
yeah.
at one point, you don't know how much you can prove, so you want to put as much on there as possible for the biggest conviction you get, and then 2, it probably forces the other person to consider a plea deal more, right? Probably helps you there.
And that's something I disagree with.
Okay, wait, that's fine if you want to
taking
disagree with it.
strategies
If you want to
to
disagree
lock
with
up bad
prosecutor
people.
strategy, which you're disagreeing with it, but I'm pretty sure most defendants appreciate to some level of strategy, right? Because if there is no prosecutor strategy, then the goal would be, well, we're going to maximally charge every single violated thing on every single court case, and there's no plea deals allowed.
I mean, this goes down a huge rabbit hole of all the issues I have with the criminal justice system. But personally, I think that like if public defenders were better funded, better staffed, and less overwhelmed, and could actually commit to doing proper work for their defendants, and then we had a prosecute. If at that point the prosecutors wanted to go down this path of offering these deals, but these public defenders were highly skilled and numerous, then I'd have less of an issue with it. But the reality is, the public defender system is hugely overwhelmed, and these people get fucked constantly, and they often take these deals because it's like, well, I guess this is the best option I have. There isn't a lot of. Go ahead, Pisco.
I was just saying, what's the principle here? Like, is the principle only charge X? Like could you do it in a sentence? Like, if there are multiple possible charges, only charge what?
Give me a second to think on that. All right.
Also, listen, I'm sorry. Think about this, and we will revisit this argument tomorrow. Okay?
Yeah.
Sounds like a great one. Okay. And then we'll do Yemenis history after, guys.
Dude, border. What about border stuff? There's some
after the Yemen shit. Yeah, we'll get to the border. I have one more article left.
Border stuff,
and then we'll do the border stuff. Okay, but I gotta finish this. And today, Pisco wasted all of our time with Darius drama. So there you go.
What?
All right.
What did I do?
Pisco, you came and talked legal about Darius?
Yeah, he did.
No, hell
he was
no. I would never do
goading
that.
them on, both of them, the
Tons
entire
of
time,
legal.
all of them, constantly. It was.
I had to come back
atrocious.
and listen to that. I was asking for you earlier.
I'm just kidding.
Why? For what?
Okay.
For that.
All right. I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. Be careful. We're gonna cappuccino, 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 cappuccino. Al Pacino, my donors.
Oh, and Bayo, we will talk tomorrow. I've been cucking you for far too
All
long.
good, then.
Wait. Here, you can join this channel. I'll give you rolls for it, okay? All right. I love you.
Yep.
I love you guys. Be careful. Bye.